way.
What?
Well, it's always your answer that's the right answer, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Why? Does it say 2?
It says 2 tentacles, and, well, now I'm going to give away the answer. But here's what I think. I think you're right, and I disagree with Wikipedia on this.
I agree.
Well, let's do a deeper dive. The rule is what Preston says, because we've learned over time that's just the best way to do it.
How many dangly things does a squid have?
Appendages.
Wow. Appendages. Thank you.
Wow.
215-263.
So is the
WMMR. Because it designates in Wikipedia arms and tentacles. They don't have arms. You know what I mean?
Come on, man.
Well, it's like, you know what I'm talking about here.
Come on.
There's no elbows.
There's no elbows. Shut up.
Well, obviously they do.
I got this from Random Trivia Generator.
Right.
Tell them thanks for nothing.
All right, hang on. Let me go to Ken. Hey, Ken. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Ken. How many tentacles? How many appendages altogether?
8 arms plus 2 tentacles. I have 10.
10. That's it. Yes, correct.
Wow.
Thank you, Ken. Sorry we had to clarify that.
No
And
one even noticed the confusion.
sorry to the other people who kind of got it right, but not the answer that I had. So Ken gets in, and we're going to give him a pair of tickets as the Kimmel Cultural Campus presents a very Philly Christmas, Wednesday, December 15th, Verizon Hall. Enjoy iconic thank you, Casey. Iconic holiday favorites that you will never forget, featuring the No Name Pops cast of Broadway singers and dancers, and a conductor renowned for his showmanship and flair. Get tickets for performances through December 23rd at kimmelculturalcampus.org. I apologize ahead of time because I'm going to be blowing my nose throughout this segment here.
Do you have a slot right, Preston?
I do have it right here. Thank
Use
you.
that liberally.
Thank you, Gandalf. I appreciate your support. All right, we're gonna leave the Shire,
Very useful for removing mucus from your nose.
and we're gonna talk about this. This is pretty scary. Dancing with the Stars, Derek Hoff's wife, Haley, underwent emergency brain surgery
I saw this.
after a cranial hematoma. He revealed this on an Instagram post yesterday. She became disoriented on after Wednesday night's performance for the couple's Symphony of Dance tour and was hospitalized in D.C. She was diagnosed with cranial hematoma from a burst blood vessel and required an emergency craniectomy, which what they do is a portion of the skull is removed and it relieves the pressure on the brain.
Yes.
The procedure is usually done when a patient has suffered a very severe brain injury that involves significant amounts of bleeding around the brain or excessive swelling of the brain. Hoff did not share any information about how she may have become injured or what exactly led to that burst blood vessel.
From what I was seeing, this was completely out of the blue. There was, maybe a strain or something. I don't know how one gets this that quickly, but that's what happened.
She was in a nasty car accident, I think, last year, and I doubt that would linger, but you never know.
It could have set in motion things that ended up causing this.
Yeah, possibly.
I don't know.
So, but apparently I guess she's doing okay. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. Actress Casey Wilson did not mince words when it came to sharing her experiences working with Tim Allen on the Santa Clauses in 2022. The Gone Girl actor said that it was, quote, the worst, truly single worst experience I've ever had with a co-star.
Oh, my God.
She said, while the pair were filming a scene together, she recalled that he goes over to the producer, she said, who is standing 4 feet from me, I hear him. He goes, you got to tell her to stop stepping on my lines. She said the producer turns to me with horror on his face as he walks 1 foot to me and goes, Tim would ask that you stop stepping on his lines. Like that type of situation where the person
that
refuses to
uncomfortable
talk.
dynamic.
Yeah.
Tell him.
Yeah, tell Nick I said shut up.
Right, yeah.
Nick, Kathy says shut up.
Preston?
Yeah.
Tell Kathy she smells.
She added that everybody was walking on eggshells around him on the set, that they just looked frantic. The Saturday Night Live alum said when he was done, he was so effing rude. He never made eye contact, never said anything. It was so uncomfortable. And at the end of filming, she said, Tim Allen goes, leaving, takes his Santa cape, picks it up, drops it on the floor, and walks out. People were scurrying to pick up his velvet Santa coat. She said, he's a bitch. And this is the best. She said, I will not say who said this. This was someone that I do not know, perhaps in the crew. He or she breezes past me and just goes, "You're seeing him on a good day."
Whoa.
So she did not have a good experience with him at all.
That's like I've heard good things about Tim Allen, but I also like Casey Wilson a lot. I think she seems really like cool, and so who knows?
I've heard other bad things about him too. So I mean, he's a big star. And sometimes people
good and bad. Yeah.
Sometimes people get an ego thing. So I don't know. Well, it doesn't like Selena Gomez will be single soon. She is seemingly confirmed that she is dating acclaimed producer Benny Blanco.
Wow. Benny Blanco.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Gomez soft launched the relationship with a cryptic picture on her Instagram story in which she rests her head on a bearded man's shoulder, presumably Blanco, who is wearing diamond bracelets and an eccentric button-up with zebras on it. But she confirmed the romance by commenting on an Instagram post speculating that the duo were an item, and she just wrote facts, which sent her fandom and her haters into a frenzy. Gomez responded to several trolls who critiqued her choice in him, and so she's kind of bouncing back.
What do you expect?
Yeah.
I think, isn't she still in the top 5 or 6 follower
429 million, Steve.
429 million. She has more people following her than the population of the United States.
Yeah, like way more.
Yeah.
I only know Benny because of the TV show Dave with Lil Dicky, and he and Dave Bird, Lil Dicky, are really great friends, and so he shows up as Benny on that show quite a bit. He's a really likable dude, and like, I don't know, good for her. She seems happy. Why not?
He's worked with just about every pop star who's been relevant in the last decade, including Gomez's famous ex, Justin Bieber. So they're hooking up. We'll see how this goes. This was sad to see, and I wasn't familiar with this actress because I didn't watch the show, but I did read the story. Andrea Faye Friedman, the actress who broke ground with her portrayal of Amanda Swanson in the hit TV drama Life Goes On, passed away this week at her home in Santa Monica. She was 53.
Wait, who
So
was she?
I'll explain. She played her father Hal confirmed the news on Thursday, revealing she died from complications of Alzheimer's disease, which I didn't know this is common for people with Down syndrome over the age of 50.
Did not know that.
She played his
the girlfriend, Corky's girlfriend.
But I did not know that Alzheimer's is a condition that can settle in for people with Down syndrome after they pass the age of 50. That's terrible to hear. He also
She was
said
very good.
that she had been unable to speak for the past year due to the disease. I know, this is terrible.
I really liked that show.
I loved that show. That was like one of my favorite shows when I was a kid.
And she apparently made significant contributions to on-screen representation for people with Down syndrome. Her breakout role in Life Goes On came in 1992. She played the girlfriend and eventual wife of the main character, Charles Corky Thatcher, who also, of course, has Down syndrome. The show was the first major series to feature not one but 2 characters with Down syndrome. She appeared in the drama for 2 years. From there, she spent her career challenging stigmas with humor and using her platform to educate the world about people with Down syndrome. In a 2010 episode of The Family Guy, she played Ellen, a girl with Down syndrome who dates Chris Griffin. Her other TV credits included episodes of Baywatch, Touched by an Angel, Chicago Hope, Seventh Heaven, and ER.
Wow.
And she was also the subject of a 2009 documentary called A Possible Dream, the Andrea Friedman story. She made her final on-screen appearance in the 2019 holiday drama Carol of the Bells. So that was sad to hear.
And what was the guy's name? Corky, the guy that played Corky?
Oh, Chris.
Charles Thatcher?
No, Chris Burke.
Chris Burke.
Yeah.
Oh, the
He-
character was... Yeah.
So he lives in Point Lookout, New York, which is where my family lives. And
Right. Would
we
you see him around?
Yeah, like when we go to visit them, there's an ice cream shop a couple doors down from where my cousin lives, and he comes in every night to the ice cream shop.
Wow.
Yeah, we were
Okay,
there. We
cool.
saw him. Yeah, he just kind of.
So he's got to be up there.
Oh, he's like a little celebrity in the town. They love him.
Kathy, at the height of that show, and I loved it as well, he came and spoke at our local Y, and it was the coolest thing ever. Like, it was this massive celebrity. I'm like, oh my God, it's Corky. Like, he was such a... Steve, I was that guy.
Corky! I love you, Corky! Corky! It's okay.
Sad news that she passed.
All right.
Will Ferrell is ready to have a woman in the White House. He took the stage at the Hollywood Reporter's annual Women in Entertainment Gala on Thursday and said, "Isn't it just time for women to run the planet?" He commented on how men just haven't been cutting the mustard. He said, I'm not trying to placate you, I swear, but I don't know what else to do because we, men, we've been running the show since what, 10,000 BC? And we're not doing so good. And he said, so please, can you guys just take over? Most specifically, the L Factor asked Kerry Washington to run for president. He said, Kerry, you've always been amazing in everything you've ever done and an incredible advocate for so many different things. Can you just run for president, please? We'll pay you. He said, we'll do a GoFundMe right now in this room, and we will launch you. And then she went on to accept the Equity and Entertainment Award for the day. Joshua Jackson and Lupita Nyong'o aren't keeping their romance under wraps anymore. According to Entertainment Tonight, the pair, who have been rumored to be dating since October, were photographed holding hands on Tuesday. Both actors wore beanies and sunglasses.
That's it.
As they took a stroll through Joshua Tree in California.
That's code. That's code for we're doing it, the beanies.
She was wearing a T-shirt that read, "It's okay to cry." And this comes after Jodie Turner-Smith filed for divorce from the Dawson's Creek actor after 3 years of marriage. And Nyong'o announced her breakup from Salima Masekela. Yeah. Oprah Winfrey, what?
You were just having a conversation with yourself. That's all. Masekela? No, Masekela. Masekela? Yeah, I think you're right.
How you doing?
Not so good. Oprah Winfrey spoke to Entertainment Tonight on Wednesday at the Los Angeles premiere of The Color Purple. Winfrey was nominated for an Academy Award for her role as Sophia in the 1985 version of the film.
It was a breakout for her. She was just a talk show host when she was offered that role.
And she was great in that movie. She said, whenever Alice Walker wrote this in 1982 when it was first released, I put something into the world that was deeply meaningful, powerful, resilient, and hopeful. She said it put something into the world. I think that message of forgiveness and joy is always needed.
So I love the idea of this remake because they're including rollerblading.
All right.
Wow.
Like Solar Babies?
Yeah.
Commenting on what the role meant to her, she said Sophia had the power back in the 1920s. Not many women had that or had the agency, as we now refer to be able to do that for themselves. But I loved playing the character.
Yeah, she looks like $1 million. I pulled up some red carpet or actually purple carpet photos, and I don't know if she's back on Weight Watchers or whatever, but she looks fantastic.
Yeah, agreed. She added, playing the character changed me, and one of the great joys for me was to be on the set watching Danielle Brooks take it on and make it her own. The Color Purple is scheduled to be released in theaters on December 25th on Christmas.
You know, as part of that as well, the what was her name from the American Idol winner? She made the news because she admitted she was illiterate.
Fantasia Barrino.
Fantasia Barrino. Yeah, she's in the cast.
Okay. Let me see here. What else I have for you? On Thursday, Prime Video dropped the trailer for Mr. and Mrs. Smith, a new series based on the 2000 film by the same name. Donald Glover is starring in it, and co-creator Maya Erskine portrayed two assassins who are married in the show in the same vein as the film. Guest stars include Sarah Paulson, Paul Dano, Michaela Cole, John Turturro, and Parker Posey.
It looks like it might be pretty good. The movie itself, I thought, was okay. You know, so
I never saw it.
Yeah, they seem to be taking it in a little bit more aggressive manner. So. We'll see how it plays out.
According to Variety, all 8 episodes from the first season will be available on February 2nd.
That was the movie that split him up with Jennifer Aniston. That's where he met Angelina Jolie.
Yeah, Brad Pitt. Yeah. So according to the Hollywood Reporter, this is interesting. Louisiana-based author William Collier is suing Adam McKay and Netflix for copyright infringement. Collier wrote a book called Stanley's Comet that had strikingly similar plot to the 2021 film Don't Look Up, according to court documents. Collier also alleges that he sent a copy of his book to his daughter, Adrienne Metz, in 2007, and that she submitted it to the division of Mosaic Media Group that she worked for. The complaint claims that McKay, a Mosaic client, reviewed the book, and Don't Look Up was nominated for 4 Academy Awards, and he thinks that he kind of stole part of that.
Listen, you don't know what went on. Adam McKay strikes me as a very creative guy, so I don't think he's going to be ripping stuff off. But anytime something comes out of any level, there is usually, somebody saying, I wrote that.
Yeah.
And that's just part of the deal.
Yep, exactly.
Or at least you were inspired by my work.
Our friend Zack Snyder, his movie Rebel Moon is getting an early release. Netflix announced yesterday that the epic space opera will now premiere December 21st at 10 p.m. It was originally scheduled to be released the next day on the 22nd.
Yep.
So Sophia Boutella stars as Cora, a mysterious warrior living in a peaceful colony on the edge of a galaxy that finds itself threatened by the armies of a tyrannical ruling force, tasked with finding trained fighters who will unite with her in making an impossible stand against the mother world. Cora assembles a small band of warriors, outsiders, insurgents, peasants, and orphans of war from different worlds who share a common need for redemption and revenge.
What I've seen from this movie, the coming attractions, the teaser trailers, sensational. Zack Snyder is so good at world building. This ostensibly could have been a Star Wars movie, but they weren't interested in this or him starting this storyline. So it has its own thing going on. It looks phenomenal.
I agree. What I've seen of it looks wonderful. Rebel Moon Part 2, by the way, the Scar Giver is scheduled for release on April 19th.
And the Skull Sealer.
And the Skull Sealer. But April 19th, that's not too far off.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I love that. So we're gonna get plenty of entertainment from Zack Snyder. All right, we have some movies opening this weekend, and I'm going to tell you about them. All right, opening today, Leave the World Behind is a mystery thriller, and it stars Mahershala Ali, Julia Roberts, and Ethan Hawke. In this apocalyptic thriller, we find Amanda and her husband, Clay, renting a luxurious home for the weekend with their kids, Archie and Rose. Their vacation is soon upended when two strangers, G.H. and his daughter, Ruth, arrive in the night, bearing news of a mysterious cyber attack and seeking refuge in the house they claim is theirs. The two families reckon with a looming disaster that grows more terrifying by the minute, forcing everyone to come to terms with their places in a collapsing world. 2 hours and 20 minutes long. It is rated R. It's a wide theater release, and Rotten Tomatoes score is at 74%. Poor Things also opens. It's a comedy, drama, and sci-fi. Stars Emma Stone, Willem Dafoe, and Mark Ruffalo. The incredible tale of fantastical evolution of Bella Baxter, a young woman brought back to life by the brilliant and unorthodox scientist Dr. Goodwin Baxter. Under Baxter's protection, Bella is eager to learn. Hungry for the worldliness she is lacking, Bella runs off with Duncan Wedderburn, a slick and debauched lawyer, on a whirlwind adventure across the continents. Free from the prejudices of her times, Bella grows steadfast in her purpose to stand for equality and liberation. 2 hours, 20 minutes long. It's rated R. Wide theater release. Rotten Tomatoes score, a nice juicy 93%.
So this has kind of a Frankenstein thing to it with a sense of humor, but I believe she's implanted with the brain of like a 4-year-old. So she learns everything from the ground up, even though she's an adult woman.
Interesting. And then finally, Merry Little Batman is an animated holiday adventure with Luke Wilson, David Hornsby, and James Cromwell. This Christmas, Damian Wayne wants to be a superhero like his dad, the one and only Batman. When Damian is left home alone while Batman takes on Gotham's worst supervillains on Christmas Eve, he stumbles upon a villainous plot to steal Christmas and leaps at the chance to save the day. It's an hour and 38 minutes long. It's PG, and Rotten Tomatoes score is 92%.
Not too bad.
A good one there. All right, and there you go. That is what I have. All right, we now have clips for you. The ending of the writer's strike means the return of our favorite shows. And in this clip, Emma Myers, who plays Enid Sinclair in the series Wednesday, talks about the plans for season 2.
No idea when, but I am very excited to get back into it. I can't wait to see my friends and jump back into it. It's very strange because I've not done a role and then come back to do it. It's kind of weird because you feel like you finished it, but going back into it, you have to remember what you did.
Love her.
She's so cute. Wednesday is streaming on Netflix. Here's our next clip. Cobra Kai, the sequel to the Karate Kid films, will return soon as well. And in this clip, producer John Hurwitz talks about rumors of spin-off series and what we can expect going into season 6.
Love working in the Cobra Kai universe, so there's always potential to revisit that world. We're certainly thinking about, other ideas within the Miyagi-verse, and it's only a matter of time before we figure out exactly which direction we're going to head. But this season, people should be gearing up for. We're really excited about Cobra Kai season 6. We're going to go out with a bang, and it's going to be an amazing experience for fans of the franchise.
Cobra Kai season 6 is set to start filming soon, and the first 5 seasons, of course, are currently streaming on Netflix if you want to see those. It's a great show. I would like to mention what?
It's just another guest. We have more camp out totals that we're going to announce a little bit later.
Oh, interesting.
Yep.
However, I would first like to do this. We'd mentioned Rebel Moon in the Entertainment Report. There is a screening, an advanced screening of this, and Casey's going to be hosting it. It's going to be on Tuesday the 19th. 7 o'clock at the AMC Fashion District, and we can take 5 callers right now, 215-263-WMMR. We will put you on that list. You can go to WMMR.com. We have another chance to win tickets there. The online entry deadline is Monday the 18th. So we just had a nice chat about Rebel Moon, and you can catch it before it's released to the world on Netflix starting on December 21st at 10 p.m., by the way.
The Watchmen was on last night.
Great movie.
So effing good.
Love that movie. That's another Zack Snyder creation. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Mark Summers joining us later on this morning. Stay with us. It's Friday. We'll be right back. The first time Zoe Kravitz and Channing Tatum met, she called him out for wearing Crocs. The two actors met while teaming up for Kravitz's directorial debut. Have you heard of this movie? It's called Pussy Island.
No.
Yeah.
I like it.
The Magic Mike star told Deadline, I totally loved Crocs for a hot second, and in one hang, she was like, you can't ever do that again. And I said, okay, fine.
Okay, so the bigger question is, what's the plot of Pussy Island?
I think it's not what you think it is. I think the name...
About vaginas?
It's not that.
Oh, okay.
It's something else. At least that's what I read a blurb. I didn't go into detail about it, but I heard it's not supposed to be vulgar.
Like Lord of the Buttholes.
It's pretty much the same story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of the conch, they blow something else.
Exactly.
Right. Kravitz insists that she was just trying to be a good friend, adding, there are people out there who can pull off the Crocs thing. I just wasn't sure you were one of them.
Didn't we just hear, though, that the Crocs have come back into quasi-fashion?
Yeah, but I mean, if anybody could pull him off, it's Channing Tatum. You know, that guy can wear whatever he wants, and it'll be fashionable.
Marissa is scanning to find out the plot of Pussy Island, and I can't read that. It's too tiny. Hang on a second here. Frida is a young, clever Los Angeles cocktail waitress who has her eyes set on the prize, philanthropist and tech mogul Slater King. When she skillfully maneuvers her way into King's inner circle and ultimately an intimate on his private island, she's ready for a journey of a lifetime. Maybe it does mean pussy.
Is this kind of like a Jeffrey Epstein thing?
I don't know.
Impossible.
I do not know.
Vagina.
What would it be harder to lick the inside of my ear or the inside of my belly?
No, belly button.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How about butthole?
Just set. No.
Okay.
Oh my God, no.
Well, honestly, it's just a common thing. You ask anybody at work, would you mind licking my butthole? I'm sure that's being asked in every business. But I mean, that's just simply for a scientific test.
No, somebody recently told me that guys love that.
No,
that is incorrect.
Listen, there may be some that dig that.
No, I do not.
Yeah, no, we
She goes,
know
they'll go wild.
What?
No.
Who said that?
I swear to God.
Who?
All right, write it down.
Diane, your wife.
Dare. Because I thought it was Jerry. I thought it was your mom.
Yeah, your mom who won't let you eat gum out of a vending machine is encouraging you to toss people's salad.
When does it become that?
You should call it a hobby. You should call it a blow hobby.
Well, no, but
Yeah.
Right. And then maybe
All
chicks
right.
will dig it more.
Let's
So
use
you're saying
How about a hand hobby, please?
let's use euphemisms if we're going to do that.
Feel free.
So, when is it stop being a handy and become a hand hobby?
Yeah.
When does it stop being a blowy and become a blow hobby?
I think they're both the same.
Well,
No, I know what you're saying. You're saying when it stops becoming
It's
a
like
job,
anal sex
right?
hobby.
You don't want it to be a job.
correct. But when? Well, crap.
All right, never mind.
I can't do it.
We're never gonna be able to get into the meat.
It's a nuance that we can't.
So you're.
Are you talking about finishing?
Yes.
I thought
Well,
you
you
were talking
always
about.
should finish any job you start.
Thank you.
I thought you were talking
Let's
about.
put a button in it right there.
My parents always taught me that.
Finish every
You
job.
don't quit in the middle. This I do know. Yoplait,
Yo.
the yogurt company, has now introduced a yogurt they call Gushers. Yeah.
Man.
Well, that's a candy, right?
It was,
Yeah.
I believe.
Well, not
right?
a candy.
It was a gum.
No, it was like
Hi,
a
I'm
fruit.
Peter North, and I'm very excited about a new product line from Yoplait called Gushers.
It was,
I've been part of the R&D on this product for quite a long time.
It was like a fruit snack,
fruit snack.
right?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And for ladies, squirters.
Oh my god.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge, part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
My name is Bono, and I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called The Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. Remember what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is Pizza Hut. All right, so it's called the Edge. Pizza Hut considers the Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call the Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh, yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
I remember this.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
Mid-size.
It'll be available at participating locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut just not that actually that long ago. It was probably during Lent, and I did it because we had been talking about it. I'm like, I
You're
haven't.
a man of faith.
Well, I hadn't had a Pizza Hut pizza in a long time, so I ended up getting a regular pizza, and then I got the stuffed crust pizza. And I know that you guys are all out on stuffed crust. I thought the stuffed crust was.
You're a filthy animal.
I know, but I thought it was markedly better.
I'm not out on stuffed crust, but I just don't order it. You know what I
Too
mean?
much.
I know, and I
Why don't they just take a fire hose and spray cheese on it as you come in?
right?
So this pizza, looking at it, I'm glad thin crust has kind of made its way around the country because I grew up in St. Louis. This pizza called the Emos. You guys know I've talked about it for years. That's what it is. It's just thin crust
Your
pizza.
version of the Edge.
It's cut in squares. That's the way they've always cut it, and it's been since I was a baby, essentially that that I've had that. So
Suckling at your mother's teeth.
I prefer this type of pizza. I'm glad that it's made its way around.
And so I don't actually ever remember this as a menu item. So
I don't
you
remember
guys,
this from Pizza Hut either, Steve.
I do.
I remember Domino's.
You do?
I do remember this, yeah, and I remember it because of like the way that they were able to cram as much pizza on as thin a crust as possible and get it
Okay.
all the way to the edge. Hence the name.
Well, this was kind of like you said, 97, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like that was past at least my Pizza Hut days. I think the last time I had Pizza
Really?
Hut, I was in like middle school.
You were
Yeah.
not in college or on ordering pizza.
The time it down to Julie Brown.
Wubba wubba.
No, Nick, you know.
Wubba wubba was the battle cry as they took to the pizzas. And the ovens flamed with the fires of edginess.
Wubba wubba.
So Nick, we had like the famous like pizza restaurant that we would go to
Yeah.
in Westchester.
What famous pizza restaurant was it?
More's, I think it was called. More.
That's
That's
amores. It's love.
We had oips.
College towns always have the the local pizza joints.
Yeah,
It's fantastic. The one at University of Missouri was Shakespeare's, and it was outstanding.
Original Italian pizza, Oips. Everybody ordered.
Oips?
Yeah, original Italian pizza is what that stood for, and that was the college town pizza. Yeah, so but you
okay.
wouldn't order from OIP. You'd from Oips. That's
like
Oips.
that. Yeah.
All right, let me move on to something else. You had mentioned your mustard, Nick.
Yes.
You may want to try that on watermelon. It's the latest thing that people have been sampling. Lizzo kind of made a big deal about it on TikTok. So she had she made a video of her doing some funny TikTok things where there's some edits and all of a sudden the watermelon appears and so on.
So this to me, Preston, seems like the old thing of putting salt on watermelon.
Yeah, I grew up putting salt on watermelon. I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But they had said it was to bring out the sweetness by adding the salt, and
I heard that on cantaloupe.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like them.
Any melon will do.
So here's the thing.
Doesn't matter if it's a cantaloupe or a honeydew or a cassava. Any melon covered in salt will bring out the sweetness of the savory. Living together on one melon the way we should all live together.
Now people are trying mustard.
Now they're trying mustard just like Lizzo.
Yeah, so, but the jury's out on whether she thought it was good or not. So she had called it, is it bussin' or disgusting?
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
But she never really,
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
in this video, said whether it was bussin' or disgusting. So
No, she doesn't. And I think, so the common thing of like sea salt and caramel.
Yes.
Right.
So to me, that does work. And some things that I thought would never work do work. I don't know about the watermelon and the mustard. It just seems to be too combating.
Yep.
I'm tying it into the previous conversation. We used to do mustard on pizza.
Okay. I can see that.
Why did
I
you
don't
do
know.
that?
I'm not sure. Somebody.
Ranch dressing, Kathy.
Ew, no. That's just
You
for
said,
the,
"Ooh, no,"
that's
but
for
you-
the crust, right? Or the whole pizza.
You could do the whole pizza.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
should-
I know.
we
I
should've
said,
gotten
ew, no,
watermelon.
yet I put mustard on pizza. Sorry.
We should have taste tested this.
Casey, when's the last time you've had ranch dressing on pizza?
It's been a while.
been a while?
At least like 2 or 3 days.
Okay. All right.
Do we have something that could approximate a melon and put some mustard on it?
Wait, I might. Let me see if I have.
Do you keep a melon in your desk drawer?
I might
No,
have
Kathy
watermelon.
brings a ton of fruit every day, remember?
Oh,
She brings
can we
a
try
giant fruit
that?
salad.
Yes.
Go see if you have watermelon.
Yummy, yummy.
We'll try it.
Let's get it.
I'm sure
Kathy rises to the challenge.
there's got to be mustard in the fridge.
Yes.
Connor, can you go look in the fridge and see if there's any mustard?
Let's try it.
Or Marissa's already on her way. But yeah, I got to believe no matter what, good, and this is just a thing that people have done to make you eat mustard on
Preston,
watermelon. Here, try this.
People are eating Tide Pods, so you have to take everything with a grain of salt.
Here's a text. Somebody says, my husband always puts pepper on his cantaloupe.
What?
Interesting.
What, in prison?
No.
Oh.
But I've had, you know what? I've had fruit in salads before, and you put pepper. Like, there's strawberry salads and things like that.
Do you know what I
Pepper
do?
on that.
So, and it's a weird. So, honey grow, I do the like a sesame noodle. Whatever they call it, it's a salad, I guess it is.
Okay.
But pineapple in that. So something pineapple and sesame. And a sesame sauce work together really well.
I could see that work. Sometimes when you have like a teriyaki dish,
Yes,
there'll be
exactly.
pineapple in that.
That's the same thing.
Sesame oil in usually in that, so that'll play along.
It's great.
Let's see if Kathy is.
Chef,
gonna
melons.
make-
Where's melons?
Hang on. Here we go.
They're usually on display.
I mean that in a non-sexual way. In the way she has a 44-pound.
We got it.
We do.
So you got watermelon. So we can try this. Should I just hold off until we get
Hold
this?
off.
All right. Because
Hold.
well, now we're in
That's from
Braveheart.
Yeah, there we go. I got you.
Freedom! Do you want to live in chains, or do you want to live with salt on your watermelon? Ah! Mustard!
My God.
It's a Friday.
It is a Friday. Isn't it?
I know. Wow.
Well, now I want to go watch Braveheart.
I think they actually
They're making love.
They're pounding the actual mustard seeds right
Pounding
now.
the mustard seeds, pounding them out. 1 mustard seed, 2 mustard seeds.
Slapping them down.
Slapping them down, slap at the base.
Now we're going to I Love You Man.
Yes.
All right.
Wow, they
No.
I don't want to have
I will try it.
You don't want to? Oh, yes.
I'm chewing tobacco, so, I'm just trying to be healthy, guys.
Thank you, Marissa. That's
I don't want to sully the taste of the tobacco.
All right, so we each have a small piece of watermelon, and we have a little dollop of mustard.
Do a dollop.
Is this regular yellow mustard, Marissa? All right.
Wait. Don't
What?
do it. Oh, I want to do a countdown. I want to get everybody ready.
Okay.
Oh, we're all going to do it at the same time?
Just like they do in a temple.
I'm going first. I'm sorry. You guys, hang on. That way I can talk while you guys are chewing.
All right. And 3.
3. 1, 2, 3.
That's disgusting.
Not a fan? All right.
That's horrible. There's nothing appealing about that at all. Not in the slightest.
Well, maybe it was the mustard. Get different mustard.
No.
No?
No. It doesn't belong on watermelon. Kathy?
I do love mustard.
I don't.
watermelon.
I think it's two separate things that I like,
I
but
agree.
I don't have the reaction that you have that it was disgusting.
I think it has to be marketed as two great tastes that are horrible together.
There you go.
Wait, didn't your son make you like a peanut butter and tuna fish sandwich once because he knew that you liked both?
No, it was Gadzooks ice cream and shrimp. They were two of his favorite things, and he said they must taste great together. I let him learn that one on his own. Dogs can get sunburn.
Yep, like people, dogs exposed to too much sun can develop some skin cancers and things like that, and you'll see their skin will actually get a little bit pink or red.
Yeah, so Fozzie was looking all majestic and just laying in the driveway yesterday. I did not, Steve.
What'd you say?
You made love to him, too.
He's big enough. You could.
No, that's Reggie.
Reggie's the larger one.
Fozzie, I would split in half.
Case and jeez.
Oh, why did I say that?
I sent you down that path, didn't I? And now you're thinking about banging your dog.
Connor's face in the other room. He's like, oh my.
3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. So there was a really interesting email that we got last week, or maybe it was earlier. Yeah, it was in the beginning of this week. And I wanted to read this, and this blew me away. So this is from Chris Sapsis, and he says, "Aloha from Oahu." He said, first, congratulations on your recent success with the Camp Out for Hunger. You are true heroes, he writes. He said, it's amazing how often your show touches on something that I've experienced in my own life. He said, from Bruce to Maui wildfires to this again from Maui. He said, listening to your podcast Monday, December 4th, I heard your Hawaiian/Alaska merger discussion. So we were talking about those two airlines that are merging. He said, as a former airline pilot, I am hoping the merger does not mean any loss of jobs for the Hawaiian crews. But anyway, he goes on to point, you may have already been corrected, but you misspoke on a few facts about the airline that lost part of the fuselage
We
in flight.
misspoke?
No.
I know it's hard to believe.
I misspoke.
Oh.
Preston didn't make any mistakes. I voiced something that was incorrect, and I meant to actually correct it this week, so I'm glad you're reading this email, yeah.
He says, I'm familiar not just because I am in Hawaii and a former airline pilot, but because my father-in-law, John, was a passenger on that flight.
Holy hell.
Yeah.
Wow.
He says it was actually Aloha Airlines.
Right.
So it was not Hawaiian Airlines. It was Aloha Airlines Flight 243. It was a Boeing 737 on April 28th, 1988 at 24,000 feet. My father-in-law was on that plane while traveling back to Honolulu. He worked as an ATC controller. He said the flight attendant died. She was sucked out of the place when the fuselage roof ripped off.
Oh.
My father-in-law, John, saw her go out, but everyone else lived. Because I think we had said that no one died in that.
Yeah,
but the flight attendant did pass away.
I made two mistakes. I called it the wrong airline, and I said nobody passed away miraculously, and I was dead wrong about that, no pun intended. And it was obviously a loss of life was an awful thing, so I apologize for getting that incorrect.
So he said John suffered some of the most severe injuries to his arm and face. He would have died had it not been for him lifting his arm to shield his face and extreme cold temperatures at altitude that helped stop the flow of blood from injuries from the plane's metal skin as it ripped away.
Wow. So because of the temperature,
Yes.
It kind of helped.
24,000 feet.
that's crazy.
He said he lost an eye.
Oh my gosh.
He had major lacerations on the arm and suffered extreme windburn and rash to exposed skin. Because not only is it cold, they're going really fast, you know. His recounting of the experience is both captivating and harrowing. His whole left side was exposed to the outside while at 24,000 feet. He held on to another passenger to help keep her inside the plane. They all thought that they were going to die. In his mind, he was saying his goodbyes to his family on the way down, visualizing each of them as if each was there with him. He said that it was, and he also said it was the best landing he ever experienced.
Yeah, which is astonishing that they pulled that landing off. Wow.
Yeah, he said after a long hospital stay in Maui, he courageously elected to board another Aloha flight to Honolulu, saying that, quote, if I didn't get on that plane then and there, I'd probably never fly again. From the National Travel Safety Board report, he sent the actual report. The flight departed from Hilo for Honolulu as the airplane leveled at 24,000 feet. An explosive decompression occurred. The flight attendant that had been standing at row 5 was immediately swept overboard. The captain took over the controls from the first officer and began the emergency descent to Maui, successfully landing there a short time later. And then he sent a picture of that and with an arrow pointed to where his father-in-law is. And he's like, my father-in-law, John, is in the blue shirt, slumped over and holding his right arm. And you can actually see him where this was ripped, that the top of that aircraft was completely ripped off.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah, we're looking at it on our screens right now. Right where the hand is pointing, that is his father-in-law.
Oh, my gosh.
That's unbelievable.
So obviously they had, they were seatbelted in. The ones who survived had to be. The one who was not, the flight attendant, was sucked out. But, can you imagine that? 24,000 feet? And that is a significant chunk of the fuselage.
You would be...
What the hell happened?
You would be so confused as to what is actually going on right now.
Because things of this level, basically it's a convertible.
So what I wanted to do, and I know that's as big as you can get as far as stories of survival go.
Yeah.
But stuff like this amazes me. And I'm sure that you or someone in your life has had some, or not necessarily you, but you may know of some over-the-top survival story. I want to hear about those. 215-263 WMMR. Feel free to give us a call if you have one to share.
This is just a question about Hawaii. Can you take a boat from one island to the next, or do you have to fly from island?
You can take a boat.
They have like ferries.
Yeah, well, yeah, they have. There's certainly commercial traffic and passenger traffic between the islands.
I've never been. It's one of the 6 states I haven't been to, and I really want to get there. I didn't know if you can do inter-island travel, but if you don't have to get on a plane.
Yeah, I'm not sure how often they do that, Nick, as far as ferries go with putting. Cars and so on on that and going back and forth.
Yeah, I feel like most people fly.
Yeah.
Because to go from island to island, it's like
it's a
quick,
distance.
easy. Yeah. But it's easy to just jump on a plane and do it.
To be honest, I never heard of ferries. I did hear of passenger while I was there. Yeah, from island to island if you wanted to go.
I was just wondering if there was workers that would go from one island to the next, or just residents of Hawaii.
It's like Alaska, you can't drive there.
There's only one ferry between Hawaiian islands.
Okay.
From Maui and Lanai.
Okay.
Oh, those are really close. Lanai is, right off the coast of Maui. It's huge.
There was another, but that one was discontinued, so it must be maybe it's too far for the other ones now.
Yeah, probably.
Gotcha.
They're a little further apart than you realize. So, that blows me away. The fact that we were talking about that, and that's just a handful of people that were on that, and we happen to have Chris as a listener.
Yeah.
Whose father-in-law. That's an amazing story. You definitely hear stories of survival in war and so on like that. And obviously, that's going to happen because there's crazy things that always go on in conflicts like that. But just in day-to-day life.
Right. You would look at this and say, okay, they should be dead. And they're not. And the fact that he is alive and apparently, thriving, it's amazing.
Yeah, most definitely.
It's pretty insane. My son, he survived. I asked him to wash the dishes. And
oh my God.
and he did it.
Oh my God.
And he survived.
And he's okay.
And he's okay.
What a great kid. Wow.
It was unbelievable. It was touch and go for a moment there.
Unreal.
You got some cleaning up issues at home, don't you?
I asked Jace to put his basketball sneakers on before his basketball game.
Oh no! Is he okay?
Yeah, no, he did it.
Okay.
Yeah. After 20 minutes of whining about, not wanting to go. Yeah.
He lost a finger in the whole thing, but other than that, he's okay. He's unscathed. I'm going to go to Kara. Hi, Kara. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Kara?
Good. How are you guys?
Wonderful. What do you want to share with us?
It's actually my brother. So he is a welder, an underwater welder in the Navy. And he was actually in a submarine, obviously, in the ocean, and he had fallen, I think about 30 feet, and landed on his back and was knocked unconscious.
Under the water?
Yes, in the submarine.
He was in a submarine. You're working in a submarine, and he fell back 30 feet.
Yeah, he fell off whatever he was on and fell and landed on his back. And so...
Oh,
no.
No, we lost
No.
her.
Lost Kara. Oh, there she is. We lost you for a second there, Kara.
We're good. We're good.
Okay.
He was knocked unconscious, and luckily he came to. And because they were worried, obviously, about a back injury, they for whatever reason, whatever they were in, they couldn't bring it to the surface. So they actually had to put a submarine-like helmet on him. 2 divers had to swim him to the top.
Oh my God!
So wait a second here.
He was inside the submarine when he took a 30-foot fall.
Right.
So I guess there's maybe there. I don't know what is 30 feet tall.
Whatever he was welding inside the submarine, it was like,
And
up to where he had to be on a ladder or whatever.
All right, so they were submerged and they could not surface for whatever reason. They could not bring the craft to the surface, so they had to actually leave and take him and swim him to the surface.
Yes, they had to put like a helmet on him and swim him to the surface.
Wow,
that is wild
for a ship to get him and get him emergency treatment.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, they went up and then they ship hiked, Preston.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, ship hiked.
So luckily, because he is so fit and so muscular, they said that the muscles on his back actually pretty much saved. I wouldn't say his life, because I think he would have been fine, but for him to not be paralyzed.
Yeah,
well, it's pretty amazing. I mean, that you are taken out of a submerged submarine and you swim to the top so that you can be receive medical attention for an injury. I don't think there are many stories like that.
No.
Yeah.
And that's like a cool story.
That's a cool
like
story. Yeah.
Anything involving an injury in a submarine, that's a story you share with people.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And he's totally fine. He's still in the Navy. He's still doing all
He can sail the 7 seas.
Wow.
stuff. Yeah.
All right, thank you,
That's
Kara.
awesome, yeah.
Appreciate it. That's the underwater welders, and even though he wasn't doing his job in the water, that's one of those
my God.
really dangerous jobs.
Working on those platforms and those oil rigs and all that stuff.
Yeah, our buddy Andrew, he's a vendor at the ballpark, does that. I don't know if he still does that or not, but he was doing it for a while. He does it?
No. He makes it was getting too dangerous.
Yeah. Let me go to, we're talking about stories of survival. I'm going to go to Paul. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you guys?
Good. What's up, buddy?
So this goes back almost 35 years. When I was in middle school, the bus that we were on got involved in an accident where there was it was like a T intersection out here in the suburbs.
Okay.
And there was a pickup truck that was, I guess, carrying an I-beam to a construction site. This thing was I remember seeing the reports afterwards that the I-beam was about 35 or whatever feet long, so it was really sticking out in front and behind this pickup truck.
Okay.
So this truck made a right-hand turn just as the bus was going down the road, and the I-beam basically harpooned the bus.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it pierced right through the side, and there were 2 girls that were sitting right where that went through.
Whoa.
One, she was killed.
Oh, my God.
The other girl was seriously injured. The story of survival is the fact that I was actually 2 seats behind where the impact was.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you see this come through. That must have been
traumatizing.
Do you have any PTSD from that? Does it sometimes come back in a flash to you?
Fortunately, not so much.
Okay.
But, I tell you, it was one of those things we didn't even know what happened. It just, you know,
Yeah.
your kid's on a school bus going to school, and all of a sudden you just hear this loud crash.
Yeah. Yeah, total confusion. You have no idea what
How do you
happened.
even process
Yeah.
as a kid? You
And
know,
it was the glass from the window that basically like showered,
Yeah.
and then this cold, like draft that was made, and then everyone notices like, well, hey, what the happened? And then you see like the major hole in the side of the bus, like holy crap.
Not to get gruesome. Did you see physical? I mean, did it happen so quickly that you didn't see what the girls or the injuries, or what did you see that?
Well, we saw immediately after because they were kind of like laying out across the aisle.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, that's a lot to process.
and you see a little bit of like the blood starting to like, you know, like trickle down the aisle of the bus.
Oh,
wow.
And we all had to jump out the back emergency exit, so we kind of had to walk past them. I mean, it kind of hit more towards the middle. So those in the front went out the front door, and those that were in the back, we had to jump out through the emergency door in the bus. But yeah, you couldn't miss it. I mean, you just
That's terrible. Wow.
Yeah, that is. I
Thanks, Paul.
As a kid, how do you even, you know?
Hey, totally unrelated to that. Do you remember when you were kids on the bus? Did you ever do a drill where they would open the back door?
Yeah.
Back door
Kids
all the
would go out
time.
that? They still do that?
Yeah. Do they do it?
I don't know if they still do that. or
Preston,
not.
they used to do it twice a year when we were going to school. Yeah.
And you would and it was fun because you got to jump out
the back of the bus. And then you run in the front, you grab the keys, commandeer the bus.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
Let me go to, hang on, Nick, you had this person call in. They texted in. I'm going to go to Erica. Hi, Erica.
Hi, how are you guys doing?
Good. What's up, Erica? We're talking about stories of survival. We just had a crazy one from the airplane with the top of it ripped off. What happened to you?
That one sounded insane.
Yeah.
So I was in a freak rope swing accident. My friends and I, we went tubing down the Brandywine, local. And I went off of this rope swing, and I let go too soon. And unfortunately, you know, my bone came through my leg. I dislocated my ankle, and it shattered the base of my fibula. So I called 911 for myself because my friends were all kind of freaking out. Traumatized them. Shout out to them. Thanks for helping.
Yeah. Good friends.
So, you know, your bones are like extremely white. So they rescued me from the water. I had ended up having about 6 surgeries. So my doctor did not detect these infections in my leg. My body actually started pushing the screws out, and we saw it in an x-ray.
Oh, God.
So we found out that I had 2 bacterial infections. One of them was a flesh-eating bacteria called Aeromonas hydrophila.
Oh, my God.
Is this, so you'll hear about this in standing bodies of water and ponds? Is that the kind of infection you had?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they didn't tell me it was a flesh-eating bacteria. I found out because there was a girl in Georgia who was ziplining, and the zip line broke and she fell. She got a gash in her thigh, and within 3 days, she had lost her leg, her foot, and both hands.
Jesus.
Sat in my body for 2 months.
Oh, my God. So what ended up happening? How bad did it affect you, Erica?
It was pretty bad. I had 6 surgeries. I had to have a skin graft. They told me had I come in a day later, they'd be taking my foot, and that my body was slowly dying for 2 months.
Whoa.
Oh, my God.
So I had 6 surgeries, and then I had it fused ultimately. So they fixed that. I had a terrible bone infection. So that's my survival story. And
So what's your condition like now? Any remnants? Any signs of the whole thing?
yes, I have a pretty bad scar. It looks pretty wicked. We call my foot Frankenfoot. And, I keep trucking along, though. You know, I won your Surrey Not Surrey race, so.
It's you. Awesome. Cool. Next time, show us the scar.
Yeah.
That's wicked. I'll be sure to show you.
Hey, did you have any legal recourse against misdiagnosis or anything like that?
You know, we really tried to, but malpractice is really difficult. And so because it wasn't definitively provable that it was my doctor's fault, even though it seems pretty obvious,
right?
You know, we couldn't get a lawyer to take my case.
Listen, it might be a little bit after the fact right now, but for the hell of it, to see if you can get some money, sue Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah. Everybody's doing it. It's all the rage.
We'll sue that guy.
All right. Thanks, Frankenfoot. Have a good weekend. All right. We'll see you later. Wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Do not do activities.
Yeah.
All right. Hang
They're
on.
dangerous.
Let me go to Pete. Pete was hit by a train.
What?
Whoa!
Hi, Pete. You're on the air. Good morning, bud.
Yeah, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, man. What's your story?
Yeah, so this was when I was a younger man, and it was New Year's Eve in the late 90s. And me and my friends had been drinking. We were going to go into New York City, to party for the ball and all.
Right.
And we were at the New Brunswick train station, kind of at the very southbound end of the platform, waiting for our train, kind of drinking. And, the yellow line you're not supposed to step over. I guess I had backed up over that. And an Amtrak came cruising through, not stopping. And it sucked me to the side of the train, kind of like the rotor at the amusement park, and took me down. I was rolling along the side of the train, throwing myself off every time I, was facing it and getting stuck back to it again. But fortunately, at the very last moment, I threw myself clear and was at the far north end of the platform. All in about 3-4 seconds.
So you're past that line. The suction of the train passing at the velocity it's passing at, you get sucked into the side of the train. You're rolling along the train, and every time your face comes towards it, you push yourself off, but it doesn't matter. You keep getting sucked back in until the train basically runs past you, and now you're at the complete end of the platform.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Far other end, just with their eyes wide open.
Wow. Any injuries from that, Pete?
No, my story has a happy ending.
Wow. Now, the train, on the other hand.
That's insane. Okay.
I mean, could you imagine that?
No.
We like to rock the school buses by getting all the kids to go side to side.
Yeah.
Mess with the driver.
Yeah.
You guys ever do that one?
Yeah, we used to do that.
Yeah, and I would skip a lot too as a kid. But that meant you got hit by a train.
All right.
Stuck to the side
Thanks,
of a train.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
You ever call in sick? Yeah, you were hit by a train.
Did you guys see that school bus driver who? I think it was a woman. She accidentally closed the door on the kid's book bag, didn't realize it, and started driving away.
Yes, we saw the footage.
Like a mile. I don't even know, but it just kept going and going, and like
the only thing that alerted her was the sound of whee. No, the kid was outside the vehicle.
You see the kid run beside for maybe a second, and then couldn't keep up, and then just got dragged for. It seemed like miles.
The cop pulled her over, and she says, "Oh, you don't think I would have done this on purpose, would you?"
Was that Clark Griswold?
Let me go to Kayla. Hi, Kayla. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Kayla. We're talking about stories of Survivor, not sales. God, I cannot think. I can't.
Salespeople who work on the set of Survivor.
I have this. I'm a little spacey because of a sinus thing, but nonetheless, sorry
Preston,
about that.
go towards the light.
Stories of survival. I meant to say tales of survival, and I said sales of survival.
In the next break, can we do those salespeople on Survivor thing?
Yes, let's do that.
So how many years were you with? I mean, I was sort of low end. I was kind of a golfer. I went for coffee and stuff, did a lot of the paperwork, but it's amazing.
All right.
What season?
Kayla.
I think it was Bimini.
Kayla, we want to hear your story. What's up?
It's actually my cousin Katie's story. So back in 2005, she was 17. It was spring break her senior year. She was on a boat on a lake with her friends. She stood up to take her cover up off so she could lay out in her bathing suit. And the boat hit a wake and she was knocked overboard. She was at the front of the boat. So the boat ran her over. It cut all down the left side of her body.
Oh my goodness!
So she fell off. She fell off the bow. The boat ran over her, and the prop cut off her Her arm? You said?
It didn't sever her arm, but they weren't ultimately able to reattach it. So she did end up losing it.
Oh my God!
Severed all the way at the lake. Thankfully, there happened to be an off-duty firefighter, paramedic, just recreationally on the lake with his family.
Yep.
He got a death grip on her arm. We all met with him afterwards, and he said she was white and going into shock.
Yeah.
He genuinely didn't think she was going to make it. She got blood on the helicopter to the hospital, which they normally don't do. But she was that bad off that she needed the blood then. So yeah, she ended up losing her left arm right above her elbow, and it broke her leg in 2 different spots. It severed her Achilles tendons, and it just shredded the left side of her body.
Oh my God!
Yeah, but so she is doing amazing.
Oh, good.
How long ago was this?
This was 2005.
Okay. All right.
So she finished high school. She studied a semester abroad in China. She went to a women's summit in Africa. She does a lot of public relations work.
Wow.
With the Red Cross and blood drives and things like that. She goes to an amputee camp as a counselor.
That could have gone so wrong, and here she is living a productive and useful life. So, but I mean, listen, that's it. You got to observe those. You know, when a boat is underway, that's exactly for this reason. Especially if you're up in the bow, you want to stay seated.
Oh yeah,
because the way they jostle around. You remember there was that thing that was going on. I don't know if you remember this, Kayla. It was just a little while ago. Where social media, they were jumping off the back of the boat as it was moving. You were seeing these videos. You remember this?
I remember.
And they were getting caught up in the prop of the boat.
Oh my God,
that's where the prop is.
There was a who died from this guy's name, Dmitry Tertishny, and I think it was like 98, 99, something like that. But like he got caught underneath the motor and it killed him. You know, so like it's super dangerous.
It could have been really, really bad if it caught her.
I'll tell you what. If you water ski and when you get in the water, Preston, off a power boat, you are terrified.
Oh sure,
yeah, of that
it's
engine.
a little freaky. All right, thank you, Kayla. Appreciate that. Glad she's doing okay.
We had a boating accident with my brother when he was younger. We always say Christopher has 9 lives. Even talking about it, I'm like, that was scary. Now, he actually didn't really get that hurt, but the line for the water, when we were water skiing, and that rope wrapped around his neck and ripped him up out of the boat.
Oh my God!
Yeah, and he tried to stop, and he held on to the window.
Jesus!
He tried to stop, and he held on to the windshield of the boat, ripped that off with him. Oh my God. So that's how he got hurt. When he hit the water, the glass broke, and so he had cuts from the glass. But how did he not choke to death? Because it didn't wrap around his neck. The handle that you hold when you water ski, that got him underneath his chin and went around his head, and so it literally ripped him up. He did a backflip in the air. We were all there. We watched the whole thing. He did a backflip in the air, ripped the windshield off, and then fell into the water. And he said he remembers it, and he said he remembers going under the water and like waking up. I guess he may have like passed out for a second, and he said all he could see was like bubbles in front of his face. So I guess he was, breathing, and then I pushed my other brother in. I was like, go get him. And,
oh my God.
They jumped in. And
that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, all those things at once, any one of those could have killed him.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he had testicular cancer too, doesn't
that's why we say like he has 9 lives, but I don't like to talk about it. Like he's good now.
Right.
Yeah. Didn't want to invite anymore.
You pushed Jimmy in.
I was like, go get him!
You drowned. Hey, you drowned too.
Of course you did.
Think of the rooms I'll have in the house. Go.
Do something, Jimmy.
If we're going to make changes, make big changes.
Well, because we were we didn't know where he was. Do you know what I mean? He was he was ripped out. So it was like, where in the water was he going to? So I think my cousin was on the boat. We were all waiting to see like, where should they jump in? And they also didn't want to jump through the, through the windshield also and not be able to get to him.
All right. Let me go to Chris, who's been on hold for like 20 minutes here. Hi, Chris. You're on the air. Good morning, bud. What's up, Chris?
Hey, day before my 20th birthday, I was riding my motorcycle, and I wound up getting into a motorcycle accident that I don't remember because I had a traumatic brain injury.
Wow. So you can't be of it, Chris?
No. What I remember was the story through other people's eyes because I don't remember anything.
Chris, I had a friend who had a traumatic brain accident or a brain injury in a car accident, and he lost big chunks of time, not just the event that took place, that he lost some of his past as well. Did that happen to you?
Just the only thing I don't remember is the accident itself and a few days after I was in the hospital. Okay. And then I just remember opening my eyes, and my dad was kind of staring at me over the bed. And I was a little freaked out, and I was like, what the heck is going on? And they said,
I had 3 testicles.
they told me I was in a motorcycle accident, and I was like, all right, that makes a lot of sense. And then they gave me my cell phone, and for some reason I thought to myself, if this is real, I got to look on Facebook. And I looked on Facebook, and I don't know. I just was like, wow.
It's weird in those situations, Chris. So when you get a traumatic accident, it almost seems like your brain rolls back a couple. Like, in other words,
It happened to me when I fell.
Right. So
I have no memory of that accident whatsoever.
Not anything.
No.
So isn't that wild how your brain? You think you should pick it up from the point that it occurred, but it seems to roll back a bit and eliminate.
I bet this is the same for Chris, but the trauma for me. Injury and having to deal with recovering from that. The trauma for my fiance, who got me the hell out of that canyon, was all in the moment. She saw me fall. She saw me smash my head at the bottom of that ravine, and she then had to get me out of there. So her trauma is much more in what my injury looked like and what it did to me. And Chris, you have no memory of what happened to you, but your family sure does.
Oh yeah, and when they tell me their version, and even though I don't remember their version, I can't live it through their version either.
Yes. Right. Did you ever get on a motorcycle again after that, Chris?
A couple of times to ride in the parking lot or around the neighborhood.
Or jumping Snake River. Yeah, wow, man. Well, good for you. And I think maybe that's a defensive mechanism, possibly in the body that
or it's just brain damage.
Yeah.
I mean, that can happen. Like I said, this guy, his name was John. He lost like memories from high school and stuff like that. Like he lost serious stuff.
Mentioned my school, my growing up. My friend Greg next door. He was jumped on the hood of the car as a joke, his friend, and fell off, and he became a different Greg.
Right.
Still the same, but different.
It can happen.
Yeah.
All right. I got time for one more call. Case, which one do you like?
This is tough, man.
Yeah. So there's a ton of really good calls here, and I apologize that we're not going to get to go to all of them. You know what? Brett's been on hold the longest. Let me go to him. Hi, Brett. You're on the air, buddy. Good morning.
Hey, morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up, man?
Yeah, so back when I'm 35 now. Back when I was 18, I was down the Perky, so another rope swing call. But I had just gone off the rope swing. I'm at the bottom of the hill. There's about a 20-foot, 15-foot drop. My buddy uses a cinder block to get some extra leverage for the dismount. The cinder block slips out from underneath his feet, rolls down the hill, hits me in the back of the head from about 20 feet up. I pass out in the lake, blood everywhere, all over the Perky. Essentially, my buddy takes his bathing suit off, standing there completely naked, wraps it around my head to put pressure on the blood, pressure on the wound. Calls my mom, says, "Hey, Mrs. Park, don't freak out, but your son's got a little bit of a head injury." So they take me to the hospital. The doctors say 1 inch to the left would have paralyzed me, 1 inch to the right would have killed me.
Whoa.
I ended up with 8 staples in the back of my head and still have about a 6-inch scar back there. So a tale of survival, but also a tale of my buddy saving my life. So.
And doing it in the nude.
Yeah.
How
naked.
amazing.
Yeah.
That's that new show on CBS, Nude Paramedics.
You guys still friends, Brett?
Yeah, I mean, he's across the country, he's out in California, but we still talk, and I still thank him for saving my life back in my senior year. So
wow,
jeez.
All right, thanks, Brett. I appreciate it, man.
Those rope swings,
they're dangerous.
They're dangerous.
There's loads of videos of people having accidents, and they're funny to watch, but they're like this close to being bad.
Do you know what it is?
Something really bad. Can
It's
happen.
also an immediate, clear illustration that people tend to overestimate their upper body strength.
Oh, God, yes.
Yeah, I have a footage of me on a rope swing just to prove your point.
Yeah, you were injured.
I was like, I've been going to the gym. I can probably do this. Nope, can't. Thank God I didn't shatter my legs.
You're not just holding your own weight, but the moment you start to swing, gravity kicks in, and you end up weighing more than you actually do. And it's that's why you're not an American Ninja Warrior.
That's right. Yeah.
But anyhow, this whole thing kicked off. We got this email from Chris Sapsis, who is a listener who checks in from Hawaii from time to time. We have been talking about the Hawaiian Air and Alaska Air merger, and we brought up that one flight. It turns out it was Aloha Airlines, where the entire top of the aircraft was ripped off. His father-in-law was sitting right there in that exposed part of the plane. He sent us a picture, told us the whole story, managed to live, but he lost an eye, messed up his arm. One person was killed, but he survived. So
and he had a window seat, so he's clearly visible.
Yeah, so that's why we went to the stories of survival, because that was just that one's over the top. So, but we thank you for sharing. And hopefully none of us ever have to experience anything like that. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. I have some bizarre files stories. We are also going to find out a little bit more about Camp Out for Hunger because more totals actually came in. So a representative from Acme is going to give us that number as we continue to contribute to Phil Abundance. Our buddy Mark Summers is going to be on the program, and it's no Sad Bro Friday, right? Yeah, so we'll get our Froggy song next. Stay with us. Wow.
Yikes.
Okay.
God damn, that dog's looking good.
Oh, my God.
You know what? Okay, I'm going to bring this up because I don't know when I'll have another opportunity to do so, but Stevie sent me this.
Fancy boy.
You sent me this article about the best brownies in Philly.
Oh.
And it's essentially just a list, and it's huge.
There's about 50 of them.
It's way too big to go through.
We are in the best of times when it comes to brownies in Philadelphia.
Yeah, what I didn't know was how many places are known for their brownies. And there's a lot of them. So there's Cake Life Bake Shop, Second Daughter Baking Company, Franklin Fountain, Dolce, Crust Vegan Bakery, the Frosted Fox Cake Shop. What's that, Kath? What do you love?
Franklin Fountain.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you're either A, ready to wait in line, or B, get there at a time where there's not a line, because it's really popular. It's fantastic. It's so good. You guys ever been? It's right on.
I have not, no.
It's on Market, and it's great. It's really
Is it a bakery?
It's like an ice cream shop, like an old-timey ice cream shop. Yeah, and so you go in and they have really good ice cream and really good dessert treats. So it's worth it. It's just not cheap, and you got to wait.
Nick, a friend of mine did her wedding pictures there.
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it's cute.
It's a cool spot.
All right. Cookie or brownie?
Cookie.
Oh.
Man. I guess.
I used to be brownie, but I feel like now I would do a cookie.
Okay.
I'd do a cookie.
If I saw them sitting out, I would go for a brownie anytime.
Yeah?
Really? Yeah.
I think I might go brownie.
Wow. Okay.
Because the chocolate chip cookie is my favorite. However, a well-made brownie. Also there's a company that actually, of the companies that do mail order brownies, Fairy Tale Brownies is a great company. If you've ever used them, they have their top level brownies. But yeah, that's neck and neck. Brownies are sensational.
Brownie or cupcake?
Brownie.
Yeah, I'd go with brownie. For your cupcake?
Cupcake.
Okay.
The thing with the brownies, though, I feel like, and I don't know if it's like as I age, my sense of taste gets even more sensitive. I don't know. But like, I feel like if it's not super well made, I can taste like the mix.
Really?
Instead of,
You see, after you get a hysterectomy, that goes away.
Stop. I hate you.
I remember seeing the history of brownies and why they were created. And it was, I forgot the name of the place, but it was so that people could, I think, take them to the beach or something like that.
Seriously?
And so the brownie has a thicker consistency than a piece of cake. Like the cake would be too crumbly and fall apart.
It's more cohesive.
And yeah, so there's a little more goo to it. In case if you want to have fun with that.
Goo.
It's I need that sound clip from Billy Madison. Yeah, when he notices a kid peed his pants.
The thing about a brownie for me is that the cookie is a little more pedestrian, right? Like a cookie is sort of an everyday dessert, whereas the brownie
All
is...
right, fancy boy.
Right? Yeah, I feel like a little bit of a fancy boy.
You're too good for Philly.
A fancy Nancy, if you will. When a brownie shows up, I'm like, look at that little treat.
Look at Nick with his little waistcoat.
Thank you.
No, I understand that. I think, though, that they're easy to make. Brownies,
right?
Brownies are easy to make. Brownies are super easy to make. They're just as easy as cookies. I'm standing firm on this. Cookies are far superior than brownies. Far superior.
Oh,
and there's a reason why there's more of them, and it's more because they're better. They're just better. And it's not to say that brownies aren't good. They're good. They're just not as good as cookies.
I think they need more of them to make up the fact that they're not as good as brownies. They say, hey, we have diluted the market with this product, and we're going to try to catch up to the brownie people.
I think the tough part about, and the reason there are more cookies is because, and if you're talking like when you go to the grocery store, cookies are more rigid, they're easier to package, you can put more of them together.
Yes.
Brownies can kind of... there's a shelf life on them. Some cookies can last for a while.
Brownies don't have that luxury.
No.
And even if you do the brownie bites, which I think are sensational, brownie bites do have that preservative taste to them.
Let me ask you a question. Why do brownies have to be as thick as they are? You can kind of cut them in half first, right? Before you cut them into their little squares and stuff like that, you could essentially cut the tops and the bottoms
like a piece of brownie cake. Yeah. You can do whatever you want with your damn brownie.
Yeah. I don't know. Make thinner brownies.
Yeah.
At your home when you make them.
Yeah, our brownies are usually pretty thin anyway.
Yeah, okay. You okay? You all right?
I'm fine.
Everything good?
You guys, Steve.
What?
You cut me deep here, man.
How did I cut you deep?
Because you went with brownies over cookies, and I thought I knew
He feels betrayed.
I thought I knew.
I love chocolate chip cookies, but if I have if there is listen, right neck and neck, but I do love a damn good brownie. But chocolate chip, they're
it's like Godfather 1 or 2, Steve.
Yeah, it changes from time.
It goes from time to time. You lean one way or the other.
All right.
Goo! All right.
There it is.
Now he's got it.
I got it.
There's more goo in a brownie. All right. By the way, Steve, this list of brownie places, where did you?
I was in the Inquirer.
The Inquirer.
Yeah.
Okay. So
the
you can
Inky.
You can go on and find a list of great brownies, if you will, if you check the Inquirer's website. All right. What?
What?
Okay.
Oh,
let me go to Mario. I was going to wrap up there. Hey, Mario. Good morning.
Oh, he put on his glasses. He can't see without.
Exactly.
What's up, dude? Casey wanted me to talk to you.
Hey, I really appreciate it. Hey, cookies are way far superior than brownies. You can eat so many more of them. There's different kinds of textures. There's only so many things you can put in a brownie.
You don't need to. It's perfect.
I'll tell you what the deal is, Mario. It's when you see a plate of freshly made brownies and freshly made cookies, you know you're more likely to encounter freshly made chocolate chip cookies. At least I am. But a brownie is like, oh, we don't get brownies a lot. I'm going to go for that first.
Look what showed up.
Right.
Yeah.
I will agree with that. I will agree that it will be like a special little treat. But I will also say that if there's a freshly made plate of cookies or brownies in front of me, I'm going for them cookies first.
So I'm going for the brownies because I don't know when I'll get another shot at those brownies.
That's right.
That makes sense.
Carpe diem, man.
Carpe diem.
I appreciate you coming to the phone call. I just want to say I'm a cookie lover.
All right, Mario.
I mean, you can enhance a brownie by putting a cookie in it. You can enhance a cookie by putting a brownie in it.
No, you absolutely can.
No.
I've had brownie cookies.
Yeah.
I don't even know
you've
what
had
that
cookie
means.
brownies.
Putting a brownie in a cookie?
Yeah, you don't do that.
But I've never heard of putting a cookie in a brownie.
You ever heard of a blondie, bro?
No. Well, you know what? I have heard of a blondie. I just didn't know what that was.
It's cookie brownie.
Okay. It's cookie brownie. All right, so some stories to run by you. We'll start with Prince Harry. He has returned to the UK ahead of the unveiling of a statue in honor of his late mother, Princess Diana.
I'm back.
At Kensington Palace on July 1st is when that's coming up.
Is anyone home?
Would have been her 60th birthday. Meghan stayed in California with Archie and Lilibet. Rumors and speculation on the current status of Harry and the rest of the feuding royals accompanied the news. And, of course, Diana would not have approved of the way Harry and Brother Prince are arguing. Many do speculate that.
It'd be terrible. And with that in mind, maybe they can patch things up.
Yeah, I would hope so. And with that, I saw a teaser story that I think William was kissing someone or something like that. Did you catch that story?
Who is he kissing?
Like an aide or something along those lines?
Yeah.
But I didn't really. I'm kind of bored
Kathy
with this
Bates.
crap. He was making out with Kathy Bates.
I'm a big fan of misery. I've often fantasized about.
And here's another bit of information. Prince Charles apparently will not strip Archie and Lilibet of their royal titles. Rumors assert, despite previous indications, that he would consider it.
I tend to think we get a lot of misinformation. Yeah.
And according to an insider, they said, I don't think he will make the unpopular, hostile move of removing the royal status of his grandchildren. And then you have basically people just comment on this stuff.
Absolutely. I absolutely extract from the royal titles because of this point in time.
Agreed, sir.
Exactly.
So,
why would you do that anyway?
Hang on a second. What does it say? Oh, Prince William promised to give a 96-year-old woman a kiss once. The rules relaxed more during his mini tour of
There you
Scotland.
go.
So that was
I
it.
would like a lot of tongue, please. You misunderstood. You were thinking of a more provincial kiss where I was looking for something more sexual.
Hey, she's 96, man.
Oh, I guess so.
She can ask for whatever she wants.
All right.
Open.
Give me more. Give me more tongue.
Gross.
Dear God, woman, I can taste your pancreas.
That's how deep he went, or there was bile coming up.
Bile. You know what? You don't know what's bubbling in that old fuselage. What's your favorite cheese?
Of all time?
Is that even possible to say?
Well,
America, Jack!
No, one of the greatest cheeses I ever had was called a Shropshire Blue. I was given it as a gift from some friends who knew that I love cheese, and it is actually an orange blue cheese. It's really good. Orange with blue veins, like a big penis.
Really? Wow, yeah. Like a big,
veiny,
older man's penis.
Sure, it's purple.
Wow.
Yes.
It's an orangish yellow cheese.
Like a senior citizen's penis.
With blue veins in it. And it's,
yes, do you have any cheese that would resemble a senior citizen's penis?
And
I've got just the thing.
And I absolutely loved it. It's from Shropshire, England.
Something that would resemble an older woman's dried out vagina.
Oh, my God.
Dear Lord.
We don't have cheese like that, but we have plenty of meat like that.
You know, sir, perhaps you're not interested in cheese.
Yeah.
My little cheese place in Chestnut Hill closed down.
It did.
I was devastated.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, well, anyhow, so if you want to, you can use your Ritz cracker and try to cut your cheese with it. Remember when cut the cheese used to be a euphemism for farting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you just fart when I said that?
I thought you were summoning me.
He just... Kathy, did you see that?
No.
He's standing up. He squatted down a little bit right when we said that was the
Yeah, I
word
thought
for
you were
farting.
telling me to do that.
Can you, if I ask you right
Fart
now?
on command? Absolutely. No, I wish I
Do
could.
it right
No,
now.
I
Go
can't.
for it.
I can't.
Drop a deuce.
Could you take it down right here?
I
Yeah.
just did, though.
All right, so did you really?
Drop the deuce?
No, he farted. Oh, my God.
Wow.
Please tell me that the microphones picked that up. Could you hear that?
I can hear it in my headphones.
I'm telling you.
It is
This is the person we work with.
Isolate it.
This is the person we work with.
I mean, we are adults at work. At work. This is our job.
We're making money.
We're
Yeah.
at
making
work.
good
I think I just bonused with that one.
I wish you would get fired.
Is that what you want? You want my family destitute, Kathy?
No,
You want my family on the
honestly,
streets?
She says just you.
I'll just take care of your kids. Like,
What about my wife? What about my wife?
well, her too.
When she comes looking for good loving.
Don't worry, I'll take care of her.
Let's see if we can isolate that moment.
Kathy's got that covered, too.
And relive it. Marissa just held up 3 fingers. I don't know what that means.
One in the ping, 2 in the sting.
It wasn't that 3. What?
3 minutes, I can get it.
Okay, thank you, Marissa.
So 2 in the stink.
So maybe we'll kind of reinvigorate this thing. But we have decided to return with Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts this morning.
Yes.
And when I tell you that the passion was high for people to that have sent in requests to be a part of this, it's an understatement. It was just fanatical.
It is a global phenomenon. Has been for a long time. People have been raised in this Harry Potter realm, and so we knew we were going to get some staunch competitors.
I read a lot of the submissions that were sent in. I read all the submissions that were sent in, and I read several of them. I was on the plane the other day flying out west, and I was brought to tears by some of these submissions because this world means so much to so many people, and the way that they articulated it was really moving to me, and I'm just impressed. It was so difficult to narrow it down to 2 final contestants.
I mean, put it in perspective. A tick came into the studio to watch.
That's right. That's how popular
That's how
this is.
popular.
I am currently reading the Harry Potter books.
Are you?
I'm on the Sorcerer's, or no, I'm sorry, I'm on the Chamber of Secrets right now. So I've just gotten started.
Reading or Audible?
Audible.
And who's doing it? Who's doing the
I've forgotten the actor's name.
Jim something or other.
He's excellent.
Hey, there might be a question coming up.
Okay.
So I'm about 3/4 of the way through this.
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
I would like to mention that at some point this morning, we're going to give away some Christmas Miracle live broadcast passes. This is going to be Wednesday, December 20th. Don't call just yet. We'll do it in a little bit. It's going to be at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. I do want to mention this, though. There is a pre-party that is coming up on Wednesday, the 13th, and Marissa will be hosting this. It's going to be at Milk Boy. From 4 to 6 p.m. So it's like a happy hour thing.
Oh, I love that.
And there will be 20 winners that will be chosen at that event.
Excellent.
So that's a cool opportunity for you to come by. And then seat winners will be eligible to be called up to compete for prizes. Everyone in attendance, because if you win a seat, you can bring a guest with you. Your guest will be part of the audience prize drawing. So everybody can win something.
Prize potential for everyone. That's what you want.
We're actually hoping that everybody wins something. We're trying to work on that.
Yes.
So everybody ends up getting something. And we're working on some musical accompaniments and things like that. But this is our first time at the Colonial Theater doing an event.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, very much excited for this. So we will tell you when to call in before the program is up today. We'll do some invites, and it's going to be all total about 300 people. Yeah. It's going to be a nice little gathering.
Nice gathering. I love Phoenixville. I love that whole area. And it's going to be decked out as it is right now for the holidays.
Yep. So we're stoked about it. That is coming up. All right. Two things. We have the Bizarre File, but before that, this. Froggy, Nick pulled up some Spotify information on them. They're doing pretty solid, man. They had 88.6 thousand streams.
Love that.
For the year. This is like the year-end Spotify totals. So we're very happy for them, the gang and Froggy. All right, let's do the B-File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. Got junk, want it gone, then you want J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. Veteran and military, family owned and operated. Visit J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. That's J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. A woman's medical exam turned into a literal pain in the ass thanks to a poorly placed firearm.
Oh, no.
The woman was shot in the right buttock by her own gun that was activated by the MRI machine.
My gosh.
You're not supposed to bring a gun into the MRI machine.
you
In
are
fact,
not.
they ask you keep your guns out of most of the
You're
hospital.
not supposed to wear like a teeny tiny earring.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thankfully, the injury was relatively mild. She recovered fine, but the unnamed 57-year-old woman entered the MRI room with a concealed and ferrous, which means iron-containing handgun, as she was about to enter the machine. The gun was attracted to the powerful magnet inside it and fired off a single round into and through her right buttock.
Well, now we have something to look at.
Luckily, it just penetrated her skin, and the doctor on site described her entry and exit wounds as small and superficial. As anyone who's ever worked with or gotten an MRI exam should know, the magnet powering an MRI is always on, and patients are expressly told not to bring anything potentially magnetic like metals into the room to avoid these kinds of incidents.
Oh, man.
According to the report, the woman received a standard screening for these objects and explicitly said no when asked if she was carrying any firearms. It's not known whether she had a permit for the gun, however. And it isn't just guns that can be dangerous while next to an MRI. People have gotten seriously hurt and killed by wheelchairs, oxygen tanks, and even metallic butt plugs. Bullets are a relatively less common threat, but not unprecedented either. Earlier this January, a Brazilian man died of a gunshot to the stomach triggered by an MRI machine while he was assisting his mother. He reportedly also denied having a weapon beforehand, according to the medical staff.
I wonder what kind of velocity a butt plug could be.
Yeah.
Hurl that.
Do some damage, I'm sure.
Yeah.
A Florida woman, her name is Destiny Lanai Johnson, allegedly set her Tinder date's vehicle on fire.
This was a bad date.
Johnson had met her match in person on November 25th and asked him for money to fix her car. Her date said that he did not appreciate being asked for money, but gave her $60. Apparently unhappy with the offer, Johnson reportedly poured a yellow liquid into the back of it and lit it on fire.
Did she mention she was an arsonist in her profile?
The date then fled the car, which then exploded.
Was she walking away, not looking back, really cool like?
Now, Johnson, according to the police report, claims that she was asked to perform acts for money and declined and then set the man's car on fire.
The old setting the car on fire because you don't want to give a Hummer.
Johnson has been charged with aggravated battery, attempted murder, and arson as well. Shocking video shows a gym teacher chuck a basketball at a sixth grader and then elbow him in the mouth, which knocked out his front tooth. Yeah, this is crazy. This guy's insane. Police said James Bellamy, who's 41, was arrested on child abuse and battery charges after security cameras showed the incident. His mother, Tony, said, seeing him do that to my son on video, I was like, oh my God, my baby is 12. I'm angry. I'm still angry. But my thing is, why? There's no way you could get that upset. The security video shows her son first hit Bellamy while playing basketball. According to the report, Bellamy said, get your black ass out on the court. And then the 41-year-old gym teacher threw the basketball. And I saw it. I mean, he's not like two-hand dishing it to him.
Right.
Like it's dodgeball.
Wow. Jesus.
Chucking it at him. The 12-year-old ducks. The teacher struck him, and then he's dribbling the basketball like he's going to go by him, and he launches out with his elbow and pops him right in the face.
What?
Yeah, according to the
he
report,
finds it easier to beat up 12-year-olds.
the teacher told police it was not intentional, but he was fired on Monday.
Good.
I'm sorry.
Foster said the blow knocked out her son's front tooth and chipped the other front tooth. Doctors are going to attempt repairing it, but she said if they can't, her son will need to wait until he's 21 years old for a fake tooth. A group of tourists are all wet after their gondola capsized in a Venice canal due to selfies. And this isn't the gondola that hangs from a cable.
Right,
this is one of the boats that they have in Venice.
The O Sole Mio.
Yeah, the gondola was passing under a bridge as tourists took selfies and shifted around the boat.
Don't do that.
The gondolier told the 5 passengers to sit still.
Hey, stupid.
But they continued to stand for the perfect picture, causing the gondola to flip.
What did I tell you?
Isn't
the water supposed to be pretty filthy in them?
You can't. Yeah. It's pretty. Well, I mean, there's boats here all the time, so it's always stirred up. I actually took a gondola ride in Venice. My sister and I did, and believe it or not, we were kind of
knocking it?
No, we were haggling on the price with the guy.
Yeah.
And Steve, the gondolier, goes, "Oh, solo mio." All right,
let's do it.
Let's do it.
Yeah, that's what you got to hear.
You're right. So, in the video posted on social media, the tourists can be seen clinging to the side of the boat.
Are you and your sister going to make out?
And struggling to pull themselves out of the water. The gondolier dove in to help the passengers reach safely. Fortunately, no one was reported injured.
I wonder how much money that industry takes in.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you going to do when you go there? You got to do the gondolier.
You got to do it. All right, and then finally, an American chocolatier has been charged in connection to the murder of 2 Canadian millionaires in the Caribbean. Quebec entrepreneur Daniel Langlois, I guess is how you say it, Langlois, that's it, and his wife, Dominique Marchand, were found dead in a charred-out vehicle near a luxury eco-resort on the island of Dominica.
Did they meet him on Tinder?
They were enjoying a nice day on the island when they were ambushed by hitmen who shot them and then torched their car.
What?
The inferno that engulfed the car reportedly destroyed the bodies to the extent they are impossible to identify, forcing police to rely on circumstantial evidence to connect them to Langlois and Marchand. Police have detained 4 people in the death, including American chocolatier Jonathan Lehrer, who owns a 53-acre chocolate and coffee plantation on the island near the resort that the other 2 were developing. And this guy, there was a road that they shared. It's a public road, but he hated the fact that they were using it for their resort.
So you murdered them.
So
it makes sense.
He had them murdered. It's crazy. Langlois, by the way, made his fortune creating software companies, in particular one that provided 3D animation for movies like Men in Black, Star Wars, The Phantom Menace, and Jurassic Park.
So he's a murderer.
Yeah, and 3 others are expected to be charged in connection with the murder. I just thought that was a really bizarre story. So there you go. That's why it's in
the bizarre
file for you this morning. All right, the Camp Out for Hunger ended a little while back, but the donations continued shortly thereafter, and courtesy of our friends from Acme Markets, there is more to be added. And we have via Zoom right now to join us from the world of Acme. She is Senior Public Affairs Manager. Our friend Dana Ward is on this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing, Dana?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're doing great. Listen, we had, obviously we did the camp out recap, and we were so thrilled that at Acme Markets with the, pay at the register or donate at the register, there was somewhere in the range of like $500,000 that was raised, and but it kept on going a little bit longer. How much longer did the donations go?
So it went till through 11:59 p.m. on Thanksgiving Eve, and we had a great additional week in donations.
Well, as you would well imagine, that's probably going to be one of the biggest days for any Acme anywhere.
Absolutely. That's why we want to keep continuing Camp Out that week, because honestly, that's where we raise a good bit of our donations.
Nice. Wonderful. Yeah, we love this partnership. It's been going on for a few years now, and it's perfect. And the on-site store is phenomenal. People are able to make their purchases right there.
Yeah, the people who were staffing it this year were just so cool, and they were out there, helping out and directing people. All the stuff that was in the store was sort of pre-selected to match what Phil Abundance was looking for. It was a perfect synergy. So, but we're glad that we have some additional news, which is very cool.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
I will
share.
say that the on-site store, you can definitely tell that, now post-COVID, people are starting to come back to Camp Out.
Yeah.
We raised $40,000 on site this year.
Wow, just on
Which
site.
is-
Wow.
Yeah, which is a little over 10,000 more than what we raised last year on site.
That's excellent.
Man. Love
Yeah, so I mean that's awesome in itself. But you guys really care about the big total that I'm about to tell you.
All right, let's
So-
get it. We'll get a drum roll here.
Yeah.
Let's set this up. And now we're ready, Dana.
All
Give us a
right.
rundown.
All right, so we've got, with the additional week and a half, a grand total of $710,000.
From Acme alone. Acme Markets alone. That's incredible. So that puts our total. We'll have to do the math, but it's well over $1 million now.
Yeah.
There we go. That's what we like to hear.
Totally. That's fantastic. What a great boost to these numbers, and it happens every single year with that donating right there at the register.
And as you guys at Acme, you always say, and you're very generous, but you're saying it is your Acme shopper, of which I am a proud one,
Yes.
that come in and at that point of purchase donate. So it speaks well to the people who shop at Acme because they're responsible for this.
Yeah, and we can't do it without you guys either, because they're your listeners that are shopping with us and going through and making sure that we have those donations for Camp Out. So it's definitely a great partnership between us and you guys.
We love it.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dana.
Yay!
We love you guys. Have a
Thank
great weekend.
you.
All right, Dana Ward, guys. Acme Markets. All right, so that's a total $710,000, $40,000 collected on site with that store.
Isn't that great news? Because we were making the push for people to come down and do it in person and get the food out there immediately, and they did, because you're wonderful.
And it's 10 grand more than last year. Outstanding. So thank you guys. That's great news, and obviously people are going to benefit from that, and that's what the whole thing is about. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a second. I think we might do the connoisseur when we return. New mini melts.
Mini melts!
We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Awesome.
So I'm underway. I'm starting to learn. I've seen all the movies, and I found them entertaining, but I wanted to know, because there's so many people that you talk to about this story. There's so much more underneath when you dive into the canon of it all, when you get into the all the details about it. And I want to know that. I want to I think it's a kind of a club that you're in.
So all of my nieces and nephews, like I remember when the movie started coming out, and I was like, "Oh, that's friggin' awesome! I loved it."
Yeah.
They were like, "But they left out. But they left out." And there was so much stuff so they were able to enjoy them, but they were a little deflated because the books, they devoured. They were ravenous for them. So I think you're entering a cool realm here, Preston.
By the way, Nick McElwain wearing his Gryffindor attire this morning.
Yes, sir.
He has pajamas.
Yes.
That look like a robe.
It's the closest thing I have to a But they are officially licensed Harry Potter pajamas, and so I am a Gryffindor, and that's why I'm
Mr. Potter, what happened to your head?
You have taken the online quiz to find out which house you belong in?
Yes, I'm a Gryffindor.
Oh, you did? Okay,
so, Pottermore was a great website. I don't think it actually exists anymore, which is too bad. But I mean, I've been in the Harry Potter universe for a really long time. I think I got into it when the third book came out. And Steve, I love the movies as well, but the books really do add layers and levels and these just the intricacies to this universe, and it's why people keep coming back to it, because there's so much to read, there's so much to rediscover, and maybe you didn't even notice it this time around.
And not only has Nick worn his pajamas, but he brought in his wand, and so did Steve.
Yes, I did.
And you guys both got those at Universal Studios?
This was a gift for me from Universal Studios, yeah. So my friend that went and knew how much I loved Harry Potter and brought it back for me.
And you haven't been there?
I have not yet.
Oh my God!
I know.
Got to go. It's incredible.
I did a couple of the tours in London, which were amazing. But yes, I absolutely have to get to Universal.
That's the only thing I know about Harry Potter is that the rides were fun at Universal.
Right.
Literally.
Kathy, it is a whole world. I went to Ollivanders. You did as well, Preston. On your recommendation.
My daughter got a wand fitting there.
And and when you go around the town, the wand activates certain things in town, which is awesome.
Yeah. I've been to both. I've been in the one in California and in Orlando, and they are outstanding.
I gotta go.
You won't, if you're a fan.
It's real.
You're going to cry.
That world is real.
All right.
Some of the people that sent in submissions said that when they got there, then they saw the Hogwarts castle, it brought them to tears. Moving it is, yeah.
All right, and by the way, Harry Potter fans are adorable. Look at these guys here this morning. We're going to meet our contestants.
Preston and Steve present Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts.
As Nick had said, we had loads and loads and loads of entries, but going through, we've got to narrow it down to two. And I'm sure that there are people that are incredibly well-versed, but we only have room for two people in our studio. And so that's how we're doing it, to have these two competitors battle it out. Mano a mano. All right, so let's meet our contestants, and we'll read the emails that we got from them. We're going to start with this one. It says, dude, I grew up with HP and obsessed. I was born in 89, so I was right out of the same age as Harry, right around the same age as Harry and his compadres, or his comrades, it says, as the books were released and they made their way through Hogwarts, ultimately not returning for education in year 7 as the Dark Lord has by that point hit full strength, obviously. I have lightly reread parts of the books since childhood, but made it my goal to read all 7 books once I finished grad school, Master of Public Administration at Penn State, woot woot. My husband bought me a Gryffindor blanket, a book of spells as a grad gift as well, and I graduated in December 2020 and finished the books last month. Literally, the best books I've ever read, and I have no idea how to move on from them. It's really just a story about friendship and the power of love.
True.
I was brought to tears in books 5, 6, 7, and would say that my favorite books are 3 and 6. 7 is also just absolutely epic. My next goal is to rewatch the full versions of the movies. I went to Universal Studios California back in 2017 and wore a Harry Potter costume to Hogwarts. For the above reasons, I would say I am the Harry Potter expert. It's about both knowledge and sheer passion for the story. The most epic tale ever told. Please welcome Steph Rosenbluth to the show. Hi, Steph. How you doing? Oh, wait. Your microphone is not working. Let me try that again. Go ahead.
I am so happy to be here.
Yay. Steph, where are you from?
I'm from central New Jersey, Hopewell Township, right across the river from Bucks County.
It does exist.
Okay, so is that north-south Jersey or south-north Jersey?
Right in the armpit of the Delaware River.
There you go.
All right, I want to ask you, Steph, because Steph is wearing a shirt that's got all 4 houses on it, but it says Hogwarts on it. She's also wearing a robe. She brought her owl. Is that Hedwig?
It's Hedwig.
Nice. And tell me about your glasses.
They are round glasses.
Are they prescription?
They are not prescription.
Okay.
They are just merely for this competition. Yeah.
They look great.
And social events.
Nice. So you recently reread all the books.
I did, yes. It was my goal, and I still don't know how to move on. Interestingly, while rereading the books, I was also rewatching Lord of the Rings extended version. So I was in the world.
Well, there's the amount of minutia, the amount of stuff to keep track of. But I mean, that's the books, the extended movie versions of the original Harry Potter, of the movies. And a lot of times they're tacking on an additional half hour, 40 minutes.
Yeah. Which character do you identify with the best?
Wow,
Or
which
most?
character? Probably Luna Lovegood.
Okay.
She says whatever's on her mind. People kind of think she's weird, but once they get to know her, they realize she has a heart of gold, and she's actually very important to the story and to Harry's success in defeating Voldemort.
I love that. Great answer. All right, that's Steph. Our next contestant writes, I was hooked on the series the first time I read Sorcerer's Stone and bawled my eyes out the day after my 11th birthday when I didn't get my invitation to attend Hogwarts for the upcoming school year. I read the series countless times as a child and still reread my favorites every year. I read the series countless times. Nope, I read that part already. Let me go back to this. And I reread the story every year, every Christmas, to get in the holiday spirit. Growing up, my family and I went to the premiere screening of the latest movie, and what started as my obsession turned into full-out family affair as I got the rest of my family hooked on the magic of the Harry Potter universe. We traveled to Universal Studios' Wizarding World of Harry Potter when I was 19, and I remember seeing the top of the Hogwarts castle and instantly burst into tears. I can definitely recite every movie from start to finish, and I'm always the go-to person when someone has a question about their Harry Potter timeline or whether or not Snape really was a good guy. For years, my friends and I would watch the full 8 movies in a marathon event. We would bake snitch cake pops, craft sorting hat cupcakes, and brew our very own butterbeer, all while playing Harry Potter trivia and discussing our favorite moments from the series. There really is something special about the magic that J.K. created, and I would love to put my knowledge to the test. Gang, welcome Lauren DiStefano. Love it. Hi, Lauren. How you doing?
I'm good.
All right, so tell us a little bit about you. Where are you from?
I'm from Downingtown, Pennsylvania.
From Downingtown, Pennsylvania. What do you do?
I work at a law office now.
Oh, really?
There you go.
Okay, nice.
You can employ spells in changing a witness's testimony. You bring up something that I thought was really cool, and I think of it this the same way. For some reason, I perceive Harry Potter, the movies, as Christmas time fare.
Every single movie has a Christmas scene.
Right. And so it's always applicable. Yeah, no.
And so, Lauren, how long have you been listening to the Preston and Steve show?
Probably my whole life. My parents are Y100 listeners, and we had like the CDs, and I was like, oh, that's the only station is Preston and Steve. So I just didn't know.
We were our own station, the Preston and Steve station.
So you're wearing a Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry shirt this morning, and you're wearing some funky-looking glasses.
Yes,
what are those?
Luna Lovegood's glasses.
Those are Luna Lovegood's glasses.
Oh, wow. So she can see everything.
Okay, that's beautiful. And would, I'd asked Steph if she identified with, and she said Lovegood. What about you?
I think, my favorite character is Sirius. I love him so much. I love his arc of being the villain to the good guy, but never getting the redemption of it. But everyone who loves and knows him knows he was the good guy.
You mean Severus?
No, Sirius.
Oh, Sirius. Oh, Sirius Black. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
out
right.
of prison, and everybody's like, and then he finally at the very end, they're like, oh yeah, he was a good guy all along.
Okay.
Wow.
I just loved him.
Oh, you guys are the real deal.
Well, we're going to put you to the test, guys. All right. Are you ready to get this underway?
Ready.
All right.
Ready.
Let's test your. Now we have. You guys are going to be buzzing, and I'm going to explain the rules. But let's just test your bells and see how it sounds. Steph, that's Steph's bell, and this is Lauren's bell. So a little bit of a different tone to each, so we can tell the difference, and we should be able to hear that. Okay. All right. Let's get this underway and tell you guys how we're going to be rolling this out for Battle of the So-Called Experts. There are 3 rounds, and they increase in difficulty. We will be the easiest questions, and they will be worth 1 point each. There are 4 questions per round. Okay. Second round, the questions are worth 2 points, and the third round, the questions are worth 5 points. So even if you're behind going into the third round, it can really change, and you can end up winning because of the difficulty level. Now, I will ask you a question. You have to buzz in to answer. If you get that question correct, you get points. Now, here's what I want you to keep in mind. If you buzz in while I'm asking the question and I haven't finished the question yet, I will stop, and you will have to answer based only on what I've said so far. If you're incorrect, your opponent will get to hear the rest of the clue and also answer that question, and they get a benefit because they'll hear your incorrect answer. They'll hear the rest of the clue and might have a better shot at getting that. So keep that in mind as I ask the questions, whether or not you're ready to buzz in. And by the way, we will have a tiebreaker if necessary. If we have a tie at the end of the game, we'll have a tiebreaker question that is ready to go. And the winner gets our porcelain Tri-Wizards Cup here this morning. It's actually a bi-Wizards Cup because we only have 2 Wizards in the studio this morning. But that is from our friend Eva, who created this. She is the ceramic studio manager at the Wayne Art Center.
She's so talented. She's so incredible. She recently had an art opening out in Westchester at Westchester University. Eva's a great artist and a really cool person.
33 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. I just realized as we were about to do our connoisseur segment, it's sponsored by Mini Melts, that not only do Mini Melts taste wonderful, but they're also a little percussion instrument because you can.
Yeah.
I was shaking along to the.
Can you do it, Girl from Ipanema? Is it?
The girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she does, she has some mini melts. Connoisseur segment is brought to you by Mini Melts Ice Cream, and we have our very own Mini Melts freezer in the studio. It's actually in our in the Acme Lounge, and today we are going to sample a mini. I need my connoisseur music if you don't mind.
Yeah, I know. I was looking for a girl, but yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Does it surprise you? Because it surprises me that the mini melts are cold.
That they're cold.
I know. Every time I don't know why I don't expect them to be cold.
Not only they're cold, they're super cold.
Yeah.
They're colder than normal ice cream. That's why you have to find them in their own case when you go to Wawa.
It's their own freestanding freezer.
Yep.
And you're one of those kinds where you lift the lid up on the top, and they are all there ready for the taking. They are for eating on the go.
Yes.
And I'm a big fan of this cotton candy here, Preston. I'm going to try.
They come in their own single-serve container, which is wonderful. All right, Steve is trying the cotton candy. We're trying a new flavor every Friday, and
it's cotton candy.
All right,
Oh, that's good.
You digging on that case?
I'm digging on it.
All right, I'm gonna have some because I'm in ice cream mode.
And I am myself for digging this.
I think I like it more than
taste.
I think I like this more than cookies and cream last week.
It's really good.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not a big cotton candy flavor guy.
Yeah, me neither.
But it is damn good.
It is very good.
Let's just sit here and eat this for a while.
Yeah.
What was that? Was that the extended part of the connoisseur music?
Yeah, we
I
played
don't
it
think
all the
we've
way
ever
to the
gotten
end.
that far.
No.
before.
Thank you, Mini Melts, for letting us find out what the end of that song sounds like.
Oh my God, that
It's
dude,
very good.
Yeah.
that is surprisingly good. Because, like I said, cotton candy would be like a last flavor that I would reach for.
It's annoyingly good. I don't want it to be this good.
Well, you can keep finishing it. I'll solo here for a moment.
All right.
But
I actually got excited that it was Mini Melts Day.
what's great is there's a vanilla flavor in there too.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's it. It's not, sorry, it's not overly sweet.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so what are we doing, Case? What are we doing? Oh,
Good.
hang on a second. Good. This tastes really good. So anyhow, let me reveal a little bit more information about. I have a bubble in my throat. I know. They took your favorite carnival treat and improved it. This delicious treat will leave you with a sweet, savory taste in your mouth and no sticky fingers. And keep in mind that Mini Melts is free of all of these things: soy, egg, peanut, tree nut, and sesame. So,
And
you
by
got
the
any
way, again,
allergy issues, it's perfect for you.
you go in and grab a snack. It's not, it's on the go. Comes with its own spoon.
And its own freezer in Wawa, so it's easy to grab one right near the register. All right, let's do connoisseur stories, friends. We will begin. I could have.
Where's our freezer? It's time for connoisseur.
I could have put this in the entertainment news, but I decided to put this amongst the connoisseur stories, and we'll begin with this. Bradley Cooper, his ex-partner, Arena Shayk, and their 6-year-old daughter, Leah Desane, went to support him in his new venture, his cheesesteak food truck. The Russian supermodel was seen sharing a laugh with Bradley as he stood inside his food truck called Danny and Coop's Cheesesteak.
I didn't realize that was his because I saw the footage. I didn't do any digging or anything like that. I didn't realize it was his food truck.
The Russian supermodel was seen sharing a laugh. Like I said, his new flame, Gigi Hadid, also stopped by to support his new business as she picked up some food as well.
He seemed very excited. Obviously, he believes he's bringing an authentic cheesesteak taste to New York.
The food truck is co-owned by Bradley and his business partner, Danny DiGiampietro, who is also the owner of Angelo's Pizzeria in South Philly.
Huh.
Yeah. So this took place in New York? Is that what this was?
Yeah.
All right. Arena looked gorgeous in a black Nike puffy jacket over a black hoodie and bottoms, adding hoop earrings and small frame sunglasses.
Thanks for the update.
Oh, I have more. His new love interest, Gigi, was spotted waiting in line to get food with a pal, and she sported low-slung black trousers with a cropped denim jacket over a black tee. She wore a New York Yankees baseball cap and sunglasses and toted a small black and gold handbag. Just for those who
What a delightful couple.
Yeah.
Very trendy.
And she was seen enjoying a bite of the cheesesteak as well.
Now, did it mention
I'm curious if they are going to have any of the trucks around here. Because if his partner owns Angelo's in South Philly, maybe they'll get a cheesesteak truck in this area, too.
I thought I saw them in Philly as well, but maybe I'm mistaken. I thought our buddy Pat Gallen from CBS 3 posted something about this truck also being in Philadelphia at one point, but I could be completely wrong.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, Nick, but all I know is he's getting into that game, the cheesesteak game, Bradley Cooper, and knowing him, it'll be a huge success.
I want to know what kind of cheesesteak he favors.
That's a good question.
Because obviously that is sort of a litmus test, is it not?
He's got to go Cooper Sharp.
Cooper. Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. You know what we need to do?
What?
A movie clip.
Hey!
That's about food. And let's see if you can identify what movie this clip is from. Casey, this is specifically for you. Did you already see what it is?
I did.
All right.
I'm sorry.
All right, let's see if anybody can identify this movie. Here we go.
29, the new record! And it's still going. I thought that record was gonna last forever. Most folks just don't seem to have a taste for testicles no more.
Testicles?
Yes, ma'am. Sheep balls.
That's right.
Tell them why yours are so tasty.
Well, the trick is you've got to clip them off way up high.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know. Order up. All right, back in 2004 at Barclay Prime, Steven Starr's restaurant, he opened that up then and had the $100 cheesesteak.
You guys remember this? This is the big thing.
Yeah, it was Kobe beef, melted Taleggio cheese, lobster, shaved black truffle, sautéed foie gras, caramelized onion, and heirloom shaved tomato on house-made brioche roll, brushed with truffle butter and squirted with homemade mustard and served with a split of champagne.
So this sandwich is a squirter.
And it's $100. So now they've changed it.
Have they?
And inflation has kicked in as well. So the price was initially raised to $120. Well, now it's $140.
Oh, my God.
If you want to get the cheesesteak. Our buddy Michael Klein wrote about it in his article.
Do you know anyone, Marissa, do you know anyone who's had it?
The $100 cheesesteak?
Yeah.
I've not. Marissa? Did you have? Well, you wouldn't. You're a vegan.
No, I did not eat it. No, I have friends that have eaten it, and they said it was delicious. I don't know if they've tried the new recipe.
Okay.
It's changed, Preston, right?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. So 5 years ago, Chef Mark Twersky reworked the sandwich, subbing in Japanese A5 Wagyu beef and a house-made truffle whiz made of cacciota al tartufo and bechamel instead of the Taleggio. But now they've changed it up. And Casey, I'm glad you brought up Cooper because the cheese is Cooper Sharp on here. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Twersky now pan roasts the foie and blends it into brandy-laced veal sauce, which glazes the beef and cheese. It's finished with a drizzle of fried onion truffle cream and a generous grating of fresh black truffle. The roll is still from Park, which is Steven Starr's Bistro up the block. So it's now $140.
Normally, I'm not. This does nothing for me, but I have to admit, I would like to taste one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'd like to taste
Yeah.
it. I wouldn't like to spend $140 on it.
How about $70?
$70?
Yeah,
So
you split it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's you know what? I'm sure it's fantastic, but it's a little gimmicky. You know,
Got it.
Obviously, that's
What was the
they're
one?
going
Was
for.
the burger they actually had gold shavings in? You remember that?
Every now and then, some of these restaurants will always do, like
to get the press,
a $500 cheeseburger or whatever it is. But it does happen from time to time. But I don't know. I would like to taste it.
Yes,
agreed. I'm sure it's fan-freaking-tastic, and that's all there is to it.
Bet you they won't bring one here.
I bet you.
Dare you.
All right, let's see if somebody knows what movie this clip. No, you don't need the music.
I don't. I like the music.
I know. Let's see if you know what movie this clip is from. Here we go.
29, the new record! And it's still going. I thought that record was gonna last forever. Most folks just don't seem to have a taste for testicles no more.
Testicles?
Yes, ma'am. Sheep balls.
That's right.
Tell them why yours are so tasty.
Well, the trick is, you've got to clip them off way up high.
All right, we're going to go to Christine. Hi, Christine. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, Christine. All right, what movie is that from?
Funny Farm.
Funny Farm. Chevy Chase movie. That is correct. Hang on just a second. And here's what we have for you, Christine.
We have a pair of tickets, and this is for an evening with Judge Reinhold and a movie screening of Fast Times at Ridgemont High. That's going to be on Saturday, March 16th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, PA, and tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m. via AX.com.
So, quick question. Do you consider Funny Farm a Christmas movie? Because a significant part of that movie involves creating a perfect Christmas.
Yeah, when they're trying to sell the house.
Right.
I never have, really, because it takes place throughout the year.
Throughout the year.
They live there for a year, and it ends around Christmas time.
Right.
But it could be. Because they turn it into a Norman Rockwell
everything.
Christmas village, and everything you would want in Christmas happens in that time. It's a funny movie. Cue the deer.
Oh my God! So they're trying to sell this house, and all these horrible neighbors are they're getting paid to pull this off.
Yeah.
So everything is as perfect as could be.
It's kind of an underrated movie, isn't it?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I
love
do
it
too. But I think it kind of floats underneath the the Fletches of the world for Chevy Chase.
It's not one that gets the replay much,
right?
On cable channels.
No,
you don't all of a sudden stumble across it, but it's funny. Yeah. All right. Let's play another movie clip. What movie is? I'll never get it right. What movie is this clip from? Here we go.
I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right. 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer. Order up. All right. We did some fine dining on that last one. We're going to dive into fast food now, and I have 3 McDonald's stories, and I'll knock them all out together. McDonald's expects to open up nearly 10,000 restaurants over the next 4 years, a pace of growth that would be unprecedented even for the world's largest burger chain.
It is. It's huge.
At an investor update.
Are we going to each get one?
On Wednesday, we all get our own McDonald's.
You get a McDonald's.
Said that it aims to have 50,000 restaurants in operation worldwide by the end of 2027. They have 40,275 restaurants. They had them at the beginning of this year. It plans to open 900 new stores in the U.S., 1,900 in international markets with company-operated and franchised restaurants like Canada, Germany, United Kingdom, and Australia. They plan another 7,000 stores in international markets that are operated by licensees. More than half of those would be in China. Wow. McDonald's said the explosive growth of delivery demand makes it critical to get restaurant locations even closer to customers so food can arrive faster and hotter. The McDonald's delivery made up $1 billion in global sales in 2017, and that's grown to more than $16 billion.
So this big push is to put stores closer for like Uber Eats and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Wow. So the original perception was that was going to put a dent in some of their stuff. It's actually made it huge.
Yeah, apparently that's the case. So also...
have you ever ordered fast food from Uber Eats or something like that?
I've never ordered from any of those for anything.
Yeah.
So I have no experience in that whatsoever. But I do see them, delivering that stuff.
I did it for sushi not that long ago, and I was a little wary of it, Preston. And the sushi, I don't know if it was Uber Eats or one of the other ones, it doesn't matter. The quality of the sushi that we got delivered was better than takeout, and from the same restaurant.
Wow.
We like going to that restaurant, but I don't know, like maybe they just rush it out faster. Like it comes as soon as it's ready to go. The delivery person's there to take it to your home or whatever.
I mean, honestly, I have nothing but good experiences with it. I mean, for me, sometimes, obviously the restaurants participate. Sometimes the restaurants get pinched a little bit because of it.
Yeah.
But I think in the long run, like there's a restaurant I would gladly order directly from them to deliver, but they're just outside the range of delivery for me.
Yeah, it was, it was a little more expensive than normal, and but my fiance and I we were fried, and we didn't feel like getting in the car. It was the Friday of camp out.
Yeah,
we were like, let's just stay home, and so we did. But and it was worth it. It was it was really good. The quality was terrific, but it was actually the quality was actually a little bit better than takeout.
Nice, and thank you guys because I had 4 bites of mini melts while you two were talking.
Nice. But speaking of mini melts, by the way, the Wawa, I see all those bags. They have constant drivers coming in and taking their takeout orders from Wawa.
Really?
Yes, there are. If you walk in, you'll see next to the mini melts freezer in the Germantown one anyway. There are 2 racks for the food delivery services. Yeah.
All right. McDonald's, by the way, they have a top secret new spinoff called Cosmics that is on the verge of opening its first restaurant in Illinois, but the chain has yet to say what exactly it'll serve. The Cosmics restaurant is on the verge of completion in Bolingbrook, Illinois. It's near the Chicago area.
Sure.
And it's been bolted onto an existing McDonald's restaurant and was likely chosen because of the fast food giant's global headquarters is in Chicago. So Cosmics, named after a retro McDonald's alien mascot, which I don't remember
Never
at all,
heard that, no.
has yellow and purple branding and appears to be heavily drive-through focused. A passerby captured its menu screens being tested, showed an array of teas and lemonades, sandwiches, soft serve, and baked goods. Although it's unclear if the menu is a dummy or if it's authentic.
To throw people off the trail?
I don't know. Fast food fans have speculated that it may be a rival to Starbucks.
That's what I'm hearing, and that's what that menu would seem to indicate.
That serves coffee and snacks similar to those already found in a McCafe. Some hope that Cosmics may sell McDonald's treats currently only available on at foreign outlets.
Foreign?
Yeah. So the storefront appears to have at least 4 drive-through lanes. Previews of a menu that was shared on another account show a large variety of drinks, including a drink called Signature Galactic Boosts, iced teas, lemonades, slushes, frappes, menu, sandwiches, several McMuffins, McFlurries, ice cream, baked goods, snack boxes, and items from the international menu such as McPops.
So you think about, so you said multiple drive-throughs.
Yeah, 4 lanes.
Like a bank almost, right?
I don't know, because there are some chains where they have 2 and they end up filtering down to 1
Oh, okay.
lane eventually.
I was wondering if it's 4 separate lanes or if they put your sandwich in one of those tubes. You just,
I don't know.
Excellent work, Steve.
That was a great sound.
Apparently, several of them are open already. So,
what?
Yeah, there's a bunch open yesterday, Preston, and it looks like it's a competitor to a Starbucks or a Dunkin'.
Okay,
right? Yeah,
yeah.
Interesting.
They have a lot of. It actually kind of looks like Sonic a little bit as well.
Okay. Sonic was one where now obviously they would come out to the car,
right.
But so I love the multiple drive-through window thing. But the thing is, you'd have to have a busy location. Yeah.
The spot's got to be calling for it. And then one last thing, they've changed the Big Mac.
What?
Yeah. They have made more than 50 changes to its burgers over the years. They've been working on improving the Big Mac since 2016. Now, this is interesting. It says the changes include 2 smaller cooked all-beef patties.
No.
More special sauce and fresher lettuce, cheese, and pickles.
So they're padding it with the cheaper stuff.
Yeah.
The burger buns will continue to be round and buttery, but the sesame seeds will also be scattered to create a more homemade look.
Okay, so they won't look as factory. So this all seems just cosmetic, as you said. So
I need the burger to be bigger, not smaller.
Yeah,
I usually don't get a Big Mac because I think that they're messy. And there's no easy way to eat one while you're driving.
Dude, I was a massive, when the Big Mac came out, I was a massive fan of the Big Mac.
I'm going to fix it for you. You want to make the Big Mac less messy? Order it without lettuce.
Oh.
The lettuce falls all over the place because it's not lettuce. It's shredded lettuce.
Yeah.
And so, therefore, it falls on.
I just get the double cheeseburger. Like that's
I love the
pretty
double
standard
cheeseburger.
for me. And I went. You know, I go to McDonald's probably more than anybody here.
Yeah.
I went yesterday. I pulled into the parking lot in the drive-through. I was like, I think I can do this faster. So I pulled into the into a spot and I went into the store and ordered on the kiosk. And I always keep an eye at who was last in line.
Yeah.
Right. And I beat them. I beat them out of the parking lot.
So I do double quarter pounder naked, as they say.
Nude.
That's my sandwich. Nothing on it.
The burger
bread
itself,
and beef.
Yeah, I mean, and a few years ago, Steve, they futzed with the
burger
recipe
itself.
and it's good. It's tasty.
By the way, Preston just finished his Minnie Mouse.
Here's my Minnie Mouse.
Yep,
I finished
awesome.
the whole thing.
We can go home.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right, see you guys.
that was worth it.
By the way, that's good for congestion, you know.
All right, let's see if somebody knows what movie this food clip is from. All
I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
right, we're going to go to Gerald, see if we can get a winner. Hey, Gerald, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Gerald, what movie?
Talladega Nights.
Yes, that's correct, sir. Hang on. Here's what we have for you, Gerald.
Gerald, I'm also going to hook you up with a pair of tickets for an evening with Judge Reinhold and a movie screening of Fast Times at Ridgemont High. And that's going to be on Saturday, March 16th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, PA. Tickets will be on sale today at 10 a.m. via AXS.com.
All right, order up. Oh, wait, no, I'm wrong. I got to play another movie clip.
Okay.
I messed this up left and right. All right, what movie is this food clip from?
I'll tell the guys at the deli. Maybe they'll make you a metaphysical ham and rye.
Wait. I think $200. Rupees.
Which is?
$1.50.
What do you want?
I wouldn't say no to a tuna melt.
All right. 215-263-WMMR. Now the order is up. All right, this is the latest food trend to take social media by storm, with scores of TikTokers now documenting its rise in British cities. It is called the French taco.
The French
Yes.
taco.
It's been a hit on the other side of the channel in
Across the
France.
pond?
Yep, for more than 2 decades. No, not across the pond, across the channel.
Oh.
And now, only now is it launching a challenge to the UK's array of well-established food options, fast food options. So among those hoping to elbow their way into the crowded takeaway market are brothers Zach and Momo Nasro, who run a place called Muzak's. And Zach insists his business has been bustling since they set up 2 months ago with this French taco.
Now, the taco as it is a perfect thing.
Well, this is not that.
Right.
It's nothing like a taco.
Nothing like
it's
a
just
taco.
called the French taco.
All right.
Oh, it's not a taco?
No, the best way to explain it is it's a mixture between a burger and a shawarma.
Like a Cleveland steamer, there's really no steam involved.
One of the most popular items on their menu, Zach says, is the lamb special, which sees saucy minced halal meat combined with crispy chicken, fries, mozzarella, crispy onions, and an oozy homemade cheese sauce, all wrapped and grilled in a tortilla.
I like the way that sounds.
Yeah, I would definitely try one for sure.
Yeah.
It is in the suburbs of Lyon in, is that how you say it?
Lyon.
Lyon, thank you. The suburbs of Lyon in the early 2000s, according to some theories, when the French taco was first invented. Zach got his first taste in Morocco when he was 19 years old and was hooked from the first bite. He decided to make one, tweak the recipe, less sauce. He said no one wants to eat it covered in mess. And he said that's the thing that differentiates us from the others. The way they do it in France is to overload with cheese and mayonnaise. He said with us, we try to reduce a quantity of cheese and sauces. A person doesn't want it too messy. Describing the taste, he said it's like an explosion of flavors. And at first you go into a bit of shock, and then all the flavors all start kicking in one by one, and you feel each one.
And then the paralysis sets in.
He wants to open a new outlet every 6 months. And then after he's conquered London and the UK with his brother by his side, he plans to go worldwide with it. So it looks good. I saw some pictures of it, but I would have to taste it to really get a feel for it.
Has it made it to the United States yet?
No, I don't think so. Has it?
Not with these guys, but Preston has looked it up, and there are French tacos in Seattle.
Okay.
Seattle?
Yeah.
All right. So it's working its way around. So
Yeah.
Great. Sasquatch can eat them.
keep your eye out for it. It is called the French Taco. All right. Let's see if someone can identify what movie this clip is from.
I'll tell the guys at the deli. Maybe they'll make you a metaphysical ham and rye.
Wait. I think $200 rupees.
Which is?
Buck and a half.
What do you want?
I wouldn't say no to a tuna melt.
All right. 215-263 WMMR. I'm going to go to Justin, see if we can get the answer. Yo, Justin, good morning, buddy.
Good morning.
All right. What movie is that from, brother?
That movie is from Infinity War.
That is correct, sir. Yes. Hang on just a second, because we have a prize for you, sir.
Pair of tickets for an evening with Judge Reinhold and a movie screening of Fast Times at Ridgemont High. It's going to be Saturday, March 16th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, PA. Tickets are on sale today at 10 a.m. via AXS.com.
So that's Doctor Strange. Who's he talking to in that clip?
He's
I don't
talking to
remember
Wong.
that. He's
Oh,
talking to
that's right, Wong. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And then Hulk comes crashing through the window.
All right, here is the next clip. Let's see if you can identify the movie that this is from.
How about some more beans, Mr. Taggart? I'd say you've had enough.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Order up. All right, we go from a French taco to Mexican tacos. Taco Bell has come to the rescue of college students who find themselves on campuses without Taco Bell restaurants within walking distance with the introduction of the new Taco Bell SOS kit. Each limited edition kit contains a selection of home products, including new mild and hot flavored crunchy taco shells, mild hot fire and Diablo sauces, and fajita seasoning packets. Kits will be delivered straight to student stores by Amazon while supplies last. You simply add a protein and or veggie and enjoy the Taco Bell experience from the comfort of your dorm.
So it involves a level of preparation.
You do need to add some stuff
and that
to it.
undermines the whole Taco Bell concept.
Well, this says if you don't have one near you,
then you find one.
No, this will be the next best thing.
All right.
Yes.
And it was hard in college because the closest Taco Bell, I think, was a 30-minute drive away.
Oh, same for us.
And that's
Case.
just too far, Kath.
That's why this was invented.
Yeah.
So
Would
this
you
would
have
be
taken
easier for you.
advantage of this in college?
Possibly.
Yeah.
If there was a way for me to cook the meat somewhere.
But this might be a fun gift for a college student. Students across the country can purchase their own kit. It's only $7.99.
There you go.
You go to TacoBellSOS.com to do it.
By the way, as far as dorms are concerned, have they come a long way from the hot pot, hot plate, microwave?
Have you walked around Noah's campus lately?
No.
Those new buildings, man, they are living the life. They
Do
look
they have
like
kitchenettes and things?
Well, it was, what I like to do, Steve, is I go up to the window and I peer in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Is this a sorority or a fraternity?
That's how you know how new everything is
and it
over
looks
there.
great in there, and the girls never seem to mind.
To give students the opportunity
head was enormous.
to enjoy their Taco Bell at home creations from the comfort of their beds while preventing spills, drips, and crumbs from staining their bedding. The kit also features a never-before-seen exclusive spill and stain-resistant twin XL size bed sheet. You simply lay the sheet over the bedding, get comfortable, and dig in.
Trying to make a girl a romantic dinner one time in college. And dude, all you have is a hot... I made her spaghetti. You know what I mean?
You put it in a bag?
Yeah, no, I didn't put it in a bag. I didn't
How do
know
you
her
like
that
your
well.
bag of spaghetti?
No, but
So step up from ramen.
Just sort of thinking about it. Like, it is kind of sweet, right? This little kid, this 18-year-old kid who's never really, I'm going to do something. And I think it was for, Valentine's Day or something. And,
Casey, there was if you go up Bridge into Manayunk, up the hill, there was a small delicatessen on the corner, Manayunk Avenue. And they just had Preston, they had a couple of hot plates and a Showtime rotisserie grill.
No.
And they did everything. I mean, they were like whizzes.
No
They
kidding.
had no real grill. And they actually, we had them cater some things for a party one time. Yeah, it was unbelievable.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
you just got to get creative.
TacoBellSOS.com. All right, we'll see if you know what movie this is from. Sorry, I started it too early.
I started over.
How about some more beans, Mr. Taggart? I'd say you've had enough.
All right, we're going to go to Mike. Hey, Mike, good morning, buddy.
Rattlers, morning.
Hey, all right, what movie is that from, pal?
Blazing Saddles.
That is correct. Yep. Hang on a second. Here's what we have for you.
We have our final pair of tickets for an evening with Judge Reinhold and a movie screening of Fast Times at Ridgemont High, Saturday, March 16th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, PA. Tickets on sale today at 10 a.m. via AXS.com.
All right, let's roll another clip. I think this is our last one, and we will see if you can identify what movie this is from.
Did you lose weight? Actually, I have been trying this new fat-free diet I invented. All I've had to eat for the past 6 days are gummy bears, jelly beans, and candy corn. God, I wish I had your discipline.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Call if you know. Order up. I actually want to try. Oh, man. Hold on.
What? Oh, no.
I got to throw this away. Let's see. Yeah. I actually want to do 2 more quick stories here because the last one's a nice one. So a study conducted in Japan suggests that there is more to sushi than just a healthy dose of fish and seaweed. Researchers found that wasabi, of course, that super spicy green condiment traditionally dabbed onto the raw fish dish, improves both short and long-term memory.
I was seeing this, yeah.
Oh, I think Nick and I shared a look. I think we're talking about 2 different things. You're talking about Cars 2.
Yes.
And I'm talking about Alex and Mike from Good Day because they were eating actual wasabi because whatever we get is not actual wasabi.
Like horseradish.
Yeah, it's horseradish.
Is that right?
Yeah. And so wasabi is I guess I don't want to say rare, but it's not the standard.
Does wasabi have ginger in it?
No. But they usually
comes
have
with ginger.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You usually get pickled ginger on the side.
I'm not a
It's kind of
sushi guy, so.
that's the palate cleanser.
I
that
see.
You eat that goes when you go between pieces of sushi. But no, wasabi is, man, I should have some of that right now. That would clear my sinuses up in a heartbeat. Rui Nushi, the study's lead researcher and an associate professor at the school's Institute of Development, Aging and Cancer, said the results, while based on a limited sample of subjects without pre-existing health conditions, exceeded their expectations. So it may help with both short and long-term memory. Now, I don't know how much you have to eat
a quart
to be a part of that because it's spicy.
You guys put your wasabi in the soy sauce, right? And you mix that all up?
Yeah.
And that's what you dip it into?
A little bit, yeah.
Do you go crazy with the wasabi?
No, not at all. Just a little bit.
Crazy with the cheese whiz by any chance?
Get crazy with the cheese whiz. But I like to just dab a little bit of the soy, not like to overdo it too much.
My buddy Jeff, he eats everything on that thing. He eats all the ginger. I'm like,
Rochelle eats all the ginger.
Does she?
Yeah, she'll just
Okay.
eat with that whole. She'll eat that whole pile of ginger. She loves it.
Loves it. Okay.
Yeah.
I like it for digestion. Like it actually helps process the food that you've had afterwards.
Yeah. So, all right.
That's me.
We'll see if we can get an answer here, and then I'll give you one more story at the. Did we play the clip?
We did.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
But I guess they're still talking to Mike on line 5.
Oh, Marissa's talking to Mark Summers and
Sharing old stories.
Not right. She doesn't even know what we're saying.
That's okay.
Sorry. Do we want to talk to Mark? No.
Next,
One more story.
after the break.
After the break. We're
Yeah.
going to break.
If
then
that's
we're gonna
okay.
play some commercials, and then we'll come back.
Okay, we're doing the hand gestures that we do.
Break.
All right, then I have time to get you this one more story while we're getting a winner. So I thought this was nice. Pizza Hut is celebrating the giving season with the new Pizza Hut reverse delivery doormat. Okay, so here's the deal. The doormat, which features the classic Pizza Hut logo, comes with a QR code that drivers can scan for a free pizza. This means that every time you order, your driver gets a free pizza too.
The driver who works for Pizza Hut?
That's what I don't really understand. It says 50 mats a day will be offered through December 10th on the shop@pizzahut.com website. Any driver can scan the code for their freebie through December 27th.
He's probably driving over eating pizza from Pizza Hut.
What I initially thought was maybe, like Amazon or UPS or people that come to your door and deliver could access this. But if it's just for the Pizza Hut delivery people,
it's kind of.
I don't think they want free pizza.
Yeah,
they're surrounded by it.
Yeah, so
They'll give delivery drivers a free box of pizza.
I like the idea.
But I don't think are you saying? I don't think it's just for Pizza Hut. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm wondering. Yeah.
I don't think it is.
Because to me, the idea of giving regular, like whether you're a UPS guy or somebody who's making any sort of delivery, a lot of people now around the holidays will leave out little boxes of refreshments or because they're working extra hard.
Yeah.
So in this case, if you could provide them with a free pizza, that would be great.
A lot of houses do it year round.
Yes.
They'll just leave candy, and my buddy Steve does. They have a box out in front with snacks and candy and water and stuff like that for delivery drivers.
Year round? You know what? I don't know. It might be for Pizza Hut.
It might be for the Pizza Hut drivers?
It seems kind of.
I don't know. It's not clear. You're right.
Yeah. I like the idea, but I'm a little confused. What were you going to say, Nick?
No,
what are you laughing at?
He was making funny noises, and it made me giggle.
Just like make funny noises.
I like to make funny noises.
Funny noises.
I like string.
So anyway, look into this and see if that's see if you can figure it out.
Wait, Kathy, you got to the bottom of it?
You figure it out.
We now go to investigative reporter Kathy Romano with more on this story. Kathy, what have you found concerning this dilemma?
The stuff that I investigate.
Yeah.
But sometimes I start investigating and then I stop listening to you. Did you talk about the doormat?
That's what this is about.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know that you had to
We now go to Jimmy Leszewski, who has a report on Kathy Romano's medical condition, which is obviously early dementia.
But it doesn't make sense. Yeah, okay. Sorry.
All right.
Yep, you're right.
Well,
Doesn't
we
make
got to the
sense.
bottom of it.
Still
Yeah.
doesn't make sense.
See if you can figure it out. All right.
Thank you for that, Kathy.
Let's see if somebody knows what movie this is from.
Did you lose weight? Actually, I have been trying this new fat-free diet I invented. All I've had to eat for the past 6 days are gummy bears, jelly beans, and candy corn. God, I wish I had your discipline.
All right, we're going to go to Colleen. Hi there, Colleen.
Hi.
Hi. Do you know what movie that's from?
Is it Rory and Michelle's high school reunion?
No, it's Romy and Michelle's high school reunion, but you know what it is. All right, hang on the line. We're going to set you up.
That's one of my favorites.
What do we have for her?
All right, Colleen, you have a pair of passes for an advanced screening of Rebel Moon Part 1, A Child of Fire, and it's going to be hosted by myself on Tuesday, December 19th at 7 p.m. at the AMC Fashion District. You can go to WMMR.com for another chance to win tickets. Online entry deadline is going to be Monday, the 18th at 11 a.m.
All right, and that's it for Connoisseur for you this morning on a Friday. Brought to you by our friends at Mini Melts. I would like to mention that one more time. And we have our own Mini Melts freezer here in the studio, which is a dangerous thing, to be honest with you.
I gotta say, man, if you're out and about by a Wawa today, try that cotton candy. It's pretty awesome.
I don't even like cotton candy flavors. I ate that whole thing. It was excellent. Mini Melt standalone freezer is near the front of Wawa. Makes it easy to grab one near the register. So stop by and grab and taste for yourself. It's ice cream, but cooler. All right, we are going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. And yes, Mr. Mark Summers will be joining us when we return, so stay with us.
She submitted to be in this test because she loves Harry Potter so much, but when she wasn't selected, she made this trophy for it instead.
That was very cool. And you can check out our Instagram account. We'll make sure we post that. It's at arts.by.eva. If you want to take a look. So thank you, Eva Hozinez. Is that how you say her last name? Hozinez.
Yeah,
All
she's
right,
awesome.
Thank you, Eva. All right, we are ready to get the battle underway.
Oh, boy.
Let's begin. All right. Let's get Steph and Lauren in place. Hands by your buzzers, by your bells, I should say.
Are we doing practice questions first, or are we just getting right to it?
You know what? All right, I'll do a practice question just so you know what it's like to buzz in. And by the way, the questions are difficult. I'm currently reading, and I've seen all the movies. I didn't get any one of these correct. All right. So, but that's, hey, I'm a neophyte compared to you guys. So let's try a very, very simple question and buzz in if you know the answer. What street do the Dursleys live on? Okay. So then we would go to Lauren for that answer.
Privet Drive.
That is absolutely correct. So that's just a test. And that is how it's going to work. So we can clearly hear the bells.
Yes.
We know who's in.
All right.
And we can decide who gets to answer the question. All right.
Wait,
here we
sorry.
go.
Did you say where their hands need to go?
They can hover.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hands can hover.
We covered that off air. So, all right, first question, stand by. Here we go. And these are the easy questions for 1 point. In Prisoner of Azkaban, Snape commands his students to turn to... All right.
394.
That is correct, Lauren. To which page? 394. 1 point for Lauren.
I'm keeping score, right?
That was
Okay,
excellent.
yeah,
Yes. All right. Next question. After Dumbledore's passing, he gifts Harry the very first snitch that he ever caught. All right, we're going to go to Steph for that answer.
I open at the close.
She is correct. The rest of the question was, what was the sentence that appeared on the golden sphere?
Wow.
I open at the close.
These guys are good.
1 point each. Next question. What are the full names of the 4 Hogwarts house? All right, we're going to go to Lauren. Lauren.
Salazar Slytherin. Godric Gryffindor. Rowena Ravenclaw. And Helga Hufflepuff.
That is correct. Wow. Those are the full names of the 4 Hogwarts house founders. So far, all my questions asked have been buzzed in early on.
Yes, they have.
They're extremely confident. Now, these are the easiest of the questions. Right. Final question in the first round. Harry Potter's birthday is July 31st. Which character was born one day? Let's go to Lauren.
Neville Longbottom.
That is correct. Born one day before him.
Oh, my God.
And total so far in round 1, Nick.
Lauren with 3, Steph with 1.
All right, 3-1.
3-1.
And these two are jumping in before every single, before I had a chance to finish every
They're
single
good.
question.
I mean, we have absolutely the best competitors you could possibly have.
Most definitely. All right, on to round 2. Now Lauren leads 3-1. Here's your next question. These are medium, and these are 2 points each. 2 points each. What is the name of Lavender Brown's rabbit?
Oh my God, that's literally the one pet I did not make a flashcard about.
Flashcard.
Steph was doing
I know
flashcards.
everyone else is.
You did flashcards?
Lavender Brown.
What is the name of Lavender Brown's rabbit? I'll give you guys about 5 more seconds to think about it.
Like flashcards for this contest?
Yes.
Yes! That's what a competitor looks like, Kathy.
High level flashcard. I played Trivial Pursuit last night.
There you go.
Running through the cards.
Yes! These guys are serious.
All right, Kathy interrupted. So your 5 seconds starts now. Hold on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, they're not going to take a chance at it. It was Binky. Didn't know that? Doesn't even ring a bell, does it? Okay. Fair enough. Well, it's a good thing you didn't answer them.
Wow.
Next
Is
question.
there a deduction?
No.
No,
If you get it wrong, you're not penalized.
Yes. You're not penalized, but you do kind of give up a little bit of information to the other competitor. All right, next is, what is Hermione's boggart? Okay, let's go to Steph.
It's Professor McGonagall telling her that she failed her exams.
She got it! Nice! So that's 2 points.
Yes.
And that means it's
all tied up.
It's 3-3.
Yeah.
All right, third question from the medium round 2. What animals represent each of the houses? All right, we're going to go to Lauren.
For Slytherin, it's a snake. Ravenclaw, it's an eagle. Hufflepuff is a badger. And Gryffindor is a lion.
That's correct. 2 points for Lauren.
I want to hang with these guys.
I'm telling you, man. They were so much fun. All right, and then the last question for the medium round 2, is how many staircases are... Okay, let's go to Lauren.
142.
That's correct! Staircases are at Hogwarts. Wow. All right, Nick. Totals.
After round 2, Lauren's still in the lead with 7, but Steph not far behind with 3.
All right, and it doesn't matter because going into this round, the points really jump up, and each question is worth 5 points each.
Wow.
As
Can
we
really
go for the quest of the Tri-Wizards Cup. And Steph, look, everybody, these guys are bouncing up and down. They're all excited.
I'm worried if that lavender one. I'm like, I know. Do I know anything?
All right, Casey, here we go. Final round. The most difficult questions that we could come up with yet. And here is really going to find out what you know about the Harry Potter universe. Let's go with this one. In response to the treatment of house elves, Hermione... Oh, all right. We had Steph ring in first.
It's called SPEW, the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare.
That is
Those index cards paying off.
To finish it, Hermione founded an organization called SPEW. What does SPEW stand for? And she's correct. The Society for of elfish welfare. Well done. What's the point total, Nick?
Wow, with that correct answer, Steph has moved into the lead. It's now 8-7.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
1 point lead. All right, 2 more questions to go. Here we go. Get your hands by your button, or by your bell, I should say. What is Nearly Headless Nick's real name? Okay, we're going to go to Lauren. Lauren.
Nicholas Demimsey Pompsey? Something like that. I don't think I got it.
That's incorrect.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
All right. So that means that, Steph, you can take a free guess no matter what. Even if you get it wrong, it's no big deal.
I know it starts with Sir Nicholas the rest of it.
All right. You guys aren't going to get that right. Sir Nicholas Demimsey Porpington.
You guys were all around
It's that name that you're like, Sir Nicholas, moving on. You don't
I
read
know,
the
right?
full name.
It's so
British.
so many syllables, and
Yeah.
it's exactly.
That's a classic Harry Potter name, though.
This is the last question that we have here.
And it's anybody's game.
It's anybody's game right now. So this is in the past contests we've had runaways.
Yeah.
This time around, it's down to this last one. Here we go. Final question. On his 11th birthday, Dudley Dursley's parents take him and Harry to the zoo and also bring along Dudley's best friend. What is that friend's name?
You're looking at each other.
Lauren almost cursed right into the microphone.
It's a super minor character in the first book. I know that.
Repeat the question, Preston.
On his 11th birthday, Dudley Dursley's parents take him and Harry to the zoo and also bring along Dudley's best friend. What is that friend's name? They have this intense look. Steph looks like she has no idea. Lauren is kind of picking around in her brain.
Whoever he is, he's not a nice little boy.
Right. 5 seconds left.
I'm just
Okay,
gonna put a
might as well.
guess in.
Go ahead.
Albert.
Incorrect. I'm sorry. Nick, what does that mean?
That means with 8 points, Steph is our winner.
Oh, my God! Steph is the champion.
They are so evenly matched.
Oh, my
Wait, what was it?
Yeah, who was it?
Piers Polkis.
Loser.
Please.
I mean, I don't. That was neck and neck.
All right, just we had more questions, and we're never going to use these for anything. And while we have Steph as the winner of the Tri-Wizards Cup here this morning and the self-proclaimed expert of the Harry Potter universe, just for fun, let me try out a couple of other questions for you guys. Who was the freed female house elf who neither wanted? All right, let's go to Lauren.
Winky.
Winky is correct. How about this one? Okay, let's see what you know about the making of the films. Christopher Columbus directed the first 2 movies. David Yates directed the last 4. Who directed 3 and 4? All right.
Alfonso Yates? I know it's Alfonso.
All right.
I know it's Alfonso.
There were 2 people. Prisoner of Azkaban and Goblet of Fire, respectively, was Alfonso Cuarón and Mike Newell.
Okay.
All right, and then one last one. Let's see. What'll be a good question? Oh, yeah, this one. Okay. What are Snape's very first words to Harry, and what is it believed they allude to? That's a hard one.
Snape's very first words to Harry.
You'll never get it because it's really intricate. So the first words were, "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" And apparently, an asphodel is a member of the lily family, and wormwood can be defined as a state or source of bitterness or grief. Snape is alluding to the death of Lily Potter, Harry's mother.
Wow.
So that's supposedly some of the little... It was like
Oh my God.
insanely hard.
That makes me want to cry, knowing that fact. I didn't know that.
That's in the first book, and then you know what you know about Snape much later on. But it's that's how layered and how intricate and how complicated the books are, and why it's so much fun to go back and rewatch the movies and reread the books.
It's poetic.
Every time I reread, I find something that I'm like, well, how did I not see that before? Like it's a connection.
Well, you guys, I mean, you just put on a Harry Potter clinic. I mean, that's some amazing stuff, and you were neck and neck for the whole thing. It's just amazing.
Steph, I am now proud to bestow On you the honor of the Preston and Steve Tri-Wizards Cup for your triumphant victory in Battle of the So-Called Experts.
Oh my God, it's beautiful.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Be careful when you hold it by the snake handles. They are a little bit sensitive, and we
When
don't
she
want that to
first
fall.
grabbed it out there, she was like, it's not a port key, is it? Yeah, I'm like, this will not lead to my death, will it?
No, you're safe.
You guys are awesome. Congratulations. Thanks for being here. We hope you had fun. All right, and there it is again, folks. We've done it. We'll have to come up with some of the. If you have any suggestions of some good topics for Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts, let us know. We'll certainly take those into consideration. There's loads of things that we can go to in the worlds of entertainment and sports and history and whatever it may be.
And some of these things are so voluminous, you could at some point, you may have to, Steph, defend your classification as the champion of all champions.
Yeah, you never know.
It's so big. There's so much to hit upon.
Yeah.
I did mean to mention this earlier, but we're going to also award Steph and Lauren passes to the Harry Potter exhibition that's coming to the Institute next year. So they haven't announced the official dates for that yet, but it'll be at some point in 2022. It's the world premiere. It's going to happen right here in Philadelphia at the Franklin Institute. The Harry Potter the exhibition coming to Philly in early 2022.
Excellent, and thank you to Eva Josines for the Tri-Wizard Cup that we had. She fired it in her own kiln, made it from scratch. It's beautiful. And now Steph is the proud owner of that. So nice, excellent, great work, everybody. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us. We will return shortly.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
A youngster inadvertently earned his parents a citation when he told a Michigan DNR officer that there were no life jackets.
I'm from Michigan, and we have not enough life jackets.
One last story. Netflix reports that the company's 183 million subscribers are watching more international fare during the coronavirus lockdown. CEO Reed Hastings said that La Casa de Papel, which is also known as the Monkey Heist, has managed to garner 65 million eyeballs.
Would you want to watch the Monkey Heist?
And that Germany's...
Look at that monkey took a banana.
Isn't it the Money Heist?
Money Heist.
Where did you get the monkey? Perhaps the monkey is stealing the money.
I told you to take the money, not the monkey! What am I going to do with all these monkeys?
The monkey has eaten the money.
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. Our next guest is on the line, and maybe we finally crossed the line and we've angered him, and hell hath no fury, like Mark Summers scorned. Ladies and gentlemen, he is here to talk about the life and slimes of Mark Summers and this incredible run in New York City. Let's welcome. Where's that guy?
What the hell is that?
Hang on a second. There we go. Mark Summers!
Hey.
Good morning, Mark. Can you hear us? Hi, Mark. Can you hear us? I don't think he can hear us because he just is
like
sitting
straight
there.
face. Unless he's really mad and
Hey,
he doesn't want to talk to
Marissa,
us.
can you? He can't.
I think he's messing with us.
He can't hear us. No, he looks.
He's grinning.
I don't know.
Oh, I can hear you now.
Hi, Mark. Good morning.
How are you?
Nice to see you, sir. Sorry about our
How are
tardiness.
Yeah, boy, that's I like you guys. You must have had a lot of commercials or something, huh?
Well, we're a super popular show, which only means that many more ears learning about this incredible situation you find yourself in off Broadway is pretty. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
I'm still pinching myself, and I still find it pretty much unbelievable. You know, it takes years for these things to happen, and it took 8 weeks. And so I'm just a little bit overwhelmed about what's about to happen in my life.
So obviously the show has been, and we've seen the show and the Life and Slimes of Mark Summers, and it's great, and you're great, and it's everything you'd want from a quote unquote classic, one man show, but. Off Broadway is off Broadway, and it's it's a dream. With that, does that come? Is there an onus to sort of brush up, change up, do some tinkering?
When I moved to Los Angeles in 1973, I thought I had a slight chance of hosting TV shows, but never in my wildest dreams. Although this was a wild dream, did I ever believe that this was going to happen. It's sort of been a 60-year venture, and we've been working on this show for 12 years. And, it's all about timing. When I was going to Buffalo for a month, everybody said, why are you going there? I mean, what's the point? And unbeknownst to me, the theater next to us was opening the tour of Mrs. Doubtfire. And on a night off, the director of Mrs. Doubtfire came to see our show and said, have you ever thought about doing this in New York? And I said, of course I have, but I have no connections there. And he said, well, you do now. And the next day he had somebody from the Schubert organization contact me.
Wow.
And then they got me together with a producer, and I had a dinner. And a few weeks later, they said, we're thinking we're doing this in July or August, but the theater we wanted just came available. Can we do it in February? So it's moving like faster than a bat out of hell, but it's pretty cool.
All right, so I was reading who was involved with this in the article that you had sent over to me, Mark, and I need to understand this because I thought I saw some musical components in there. Are things changing? Is this a musical now?
No, I tell you what happened. Alex Brightman, who has starred in School of Rock and Beetlejuice, and recently was doing The Shark is Broken, was introduced to me by a man by the name of Drew Gasparini when I was up at Long Beach Island doing Grease, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago. And so we've been sort of collaborating on this since that point. And I had the crazy dream of singing in this thing. And Drew has written some beautiful music. And when I first started doing this, there were some components about, okay, you're an okay actor, but they're going to be looking at you pretty hard. You don't want to sing. It was the nicest way to tell me that they didn't think I had the ability to do it. But there are musical background components that happen as transitional points.
Okay.
And we kept that in. But for all those folks who are luckily coming, you won't have to hear me sing.
Okay.
Well, and so to the point of the acting, and there is this hybrid situation that it is your life, and I think with that comes the earnestness and gravitas of you talking about these moments, and you're going to laugh, and it's heartfelt. I mean, so have you? I assume you got to be in the throes of it right now. You got to be setting up and staging, and it has to be happening like now, right?
Yes. I was in New York last week looking for a place to live, and came back to LA for a short time here. And I moved back there mid-January. We start rehearsals on the 29th. Our first preview was February 14th, and then we open later that week. So although we just did it 8 weeks ago, you do want to brush it up and make it as perfect as possible. We're making a few changes, not a lot, but it talks about everything you would imagine. From OCD to the cancer aspect to getting in the car accident to playing Double Dare, how we got the Double Dare job. And, somehow Brightman has written a bulletproof script and it just seems to work.
No, he's super talented. It has your voice to it. You're coming in with the best possible situation. It's as you said, you've been performing this for years, and you mentioned being in Buffalo, and people say, why? Your life seems to be a collection of I have a gut feeling moments. Would that be fair to say that?
Yeah, I guess so. But here's the thing, guys. Unless you put yourself in that situation, you have no opportunities.
Right.
And, when people come to me all the time and say, I want to be a host. How do I become a host? And I say, you host things, do bar mitzvahs and dog shows and wakes. And, hopefully somebody might see you. But you have to put yourself in a situation where, the powers that be can take you to the next level. And my whole career, you're absolutely right, has done that. But instinctively and in your gut, you have to keep moving. And if somebody would tell me at 72 years old, I'd be opening an off-Broadway show, I'd say, yeah, what are you smoking? But apparently it happened.
So this is a 16-week run, which is so cool.
Healthy.
Yeah, and New World stages in New York City. Are you going to, for that amount of time, are you going to, are they going to put you up in a condo or something? Or are you going to stay in a hotel? You're going to be there for a while.
Yeah, no, I'm getting an apartment that I went to look at, several of them when I was there. And trying to figure that whole thing out. And then you figure you're there from January till June. And I said to my wife, I think I just take winter clothes now and I'll box up some spring stuff and you'll ship it to me. I mean, it's just happening between the holidays and the excitement and the promotion.
Yeah.
I'm juggling like 19 balls here, man. It's crazy.
Wow.
You're like a urologist.
Yeah. Listen, I would like to suggest something for casting because Casey has actually done a little bit of stage stuff before, and I think he would make a great Burt Reynolds.
Yeah, probably. I've got the mustache for it, no doubt.
But he could be my understudy. How about that?
There you go.
Okay, all right.
Well, speaking of juggling many balls, what does this do for the podcast? Which you've been,
It will continue.
Yeah.
We'll do it out of New York.
All right.
And it's fascinating the amount of people all of a sudden are starting to call and wanting to get on. It's actually doing quite well. So that's fun, and I don't want to give that up. So I have Tuesdays off. So we'll be doing a lot of work on Tuesdays in that perspective. So it's going to be your typical 7-day week.
And you're doing the classic, what was it, 2 shows on, is it Sunday? What is the
We're
schedule?
doing on Saturday. It's 6 shows a week, and we have a matinee on Saturday at 2 o'clock and an 8 o'clock performance. And if you go to lifeandslimes.com, you could buy your tickets now.
Wow.
I think I'm going to get up there for one of those matinee shows.
You have to.
Marissa wants to go.
Yeah.
I definitely want to come up and see it, Mark. I think that I haven't been to New York in ages, so this is
Really?
Yeah, it's been a long, long time.
God, you got to come up. Let me know when you guys come up, so we can spend some time together. But yeah, it's. I got a phone call this week. Ryan Seacrest called me yesterday. I haven't talked to Ryan in a long time. He called to congratulate me. I got some nice emails from Howie Mandel and Gabe Iglesias, Fluffy. The phone's ringing off the hook. It's just nuts. It's just nuts. The coverage we got on that first day from social media from the People magazine article was explosive.
Yeah.
And, the fun just continues to happen.
Well, it's huge. I mean, if you stop and think about it, in this dynamic, you're in New York, you're off Broadway, and there's the classic scenario of look who stopped by to catch the show backstage. It could be any number of celebrities. It could be the Black Hand from Godfather 2. It could be anybody coming back to see you. But, I mean, you talk about those happenstance moments. It's very cool.
Well, it is cool. And Guy Fieri is on our producing team, and he's helping out tremendously on this whole situation. So all the friends you make along the way come to support you in ways that you never thought that would happen as well. And so, the old thing about it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. I tried to live that, and it seems to be coming back in spades. So it's just, once again, it's freaking amazing.
Yes.
Was just reading about Guy the other day as they re-upped his contract at Food Network, and he is now the highest paid Food Network star on there. I think he got like a 3-year obnoxious deal, which is awesome. Is he? Is he, how hands-on is he with this production? Is he mainly like a money guy, or is he helping out in some of the ideas? How does he fit in?
He's helping us on promotion because, needless to say, his social media is insane.
Yep.
And let me tell you what an amazing guy this guy is. He was doing, he's fine financially. We don't have to stay up nights and worry about Guy in any way, shape.
Well, thanks for comforting us that way.
Yeah. And he threw a beautiful charity event up near his home in Northern California to raise money for Maui and all the problems they had there. And I called him up and I said, "Love to be a part of it. Could I MC?" And he said, "Heck yes." And you do things along the way because it's the right thing to do. And years ago, I was hosting Food Network Star when he won. And I told him to come to L.A. I'd help him get an agent, and I drove him around. And the agent he's with today is a guy I made the phone call for, and one thing after another. And at this event, he stood up and did, a 10-minute speech about what I've done through him over the years.
Oh.
And years ago, my first manager was a guy by the name of Jackie Kahane, and Jackie Kahane was the opening act for Elvis Presley. And if Elvis gave you a necklace that said TCB, taking care of business, you were in the group. Unbeknownst to me, Fieri has a similar kind of situation, which he gives only to his closest friends. And in the middle of this dinner, he brings me on stage and gives me this thing. And I would say Guy wouldn't give you the skin off his back, shirt off his back. He'd give you the skin off his back. He has always been there for me. He's been reciprocal in so many ways. And I just can't say enough great stuff about him.
What's the little tchotchke, the gift that he gave you? What is it?
Well, he's got his logo from his corporation there, and it's just way cool. He's into jewelry.
Yeah.
And so now the deal is whenever you're sort of around the group, it's kind of your responsibility to have this on, which I'm proud to wear. So
I love that idea.
Yeah.
We should have strap-ons.
Strap-ons?
Yeah.
Okay. The golden strap-on.
Oh, you must be Preston.
I want the first one.
Oh, you get the first one.
Oh, you do, Mark? Yeah.
The first one.
I think that
You
is
know who I
great.
saw last night? I went to see Jimmy Carr. You guys fans of
Yes, Jimmy Carr. Yeah.
God, we went to see him last night. I peed myself for 90 minutes. This guy just makes me laugh and just has a bent sense of humor, which I do. So if he's in your area, I got to promote him as well. Jimmy Carr was brilliant last night.
Absolutely.
Nice.
So, you know, honestly, and we know the Fieri guy hangs. He used to come into the show. Obviously, his star's risen. He's a little bit more, locked into these other things. But you see him now. He's palling around with Stallone and Pacino.
Yeah,
which
I know.
is pretty amazing.
I know he's cooking dinner for people, and he's just. He generally throws a party every year for his birthday, and it's kind of a who's who when you go to that. Last year when we were at the event, all of a sudden Sammy Hagar got up and did a 30-minute set. It was brilliant. And so, when you're hanging around Guy, you never know who you're going to be a part of. Yeah. And he's one of the most generous humans I've ever met in my entire life.
So, Mark, the show starts February 14th, and tickets are on sale now, lifeandslimes.com. I'm sure we'll talk to you again right before this whole thing gets started and just to put another push on it right before the performances begin. Do you find yourself working your way through Philly at any point when you're going to be on this end of the world?
I plan on it. Like I say, I get one day off a week, and there's a man I used to get my haircut by because I won't be able to fly to LA to get it, so I'll be in to get haircuts and see my friend Harvey and eat at all the great restaurants and hopefully stop in and see you guys. So, yeah, Philly's always a part of my life. It's my second hometown, and, I can't wait to get there and visit those folks as well. But if you're a fan of Double Dare and you grew up watching me, you were on Nickelodeon and Double Dare back in the day when we premiered it there at WHYY. Come and relive your past, your childhood, and we'd love to see you there, lifeandslimes.com. I'm thrilled, and I appreciate you guys helping promote it. And I'll be in studio next time, and we'll talk more about this.
Absolutely. Massive thumbs up. You're exactly right. It's a nostalgic, wonderful, heartwarming show. We think it's terrific. And if you listen, it's a twofer. You get to see Mark Summers in a great production, and you go up to visit New York.
Yeah.
And I get my first strap-on award from you guys.
Very first ever, the inaugural.
It's a three for that.
All right. Congratulations, Mark. We love you. Have a good one, bud. We'll see you. Mark Summers, guys.
Wow.
Double Dare fame, of course, and Food Network and all the wonderful things
just rolls with it.
A part of. He's the best. He's the best.
A strap-on, I think it might work.
Yeah. Do we get like a really big one or just like small?
Something you can wear discreetly.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't want it to be
No.
obnoxious.
Yeah, you don't want to be.
Of course not. All right. Do we need to take a break or do we have I got a couple of junk drawer stories.
What? Yeah, hang on. Really?
Yeah.
It's the junk drawer.
There's one I definitely know.
Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer. Getting things out of his junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
All right. There's one in here somewhere that I want to get to. Oh, yeah, here it is, right here in the junk drawer. I want to make sure I mention this before we go into the weekend because it'll be all over the news. But Pantone has unveiled its color of the year for 2024.
Yeah!
So
Pantone!
They are forecasting the color for next year. And now, how do they come up with this? Well, I will.
Dartboard.
No, not a dartboard. This is according to Pantone's Vice President, Lori Pressman. She said last year that each color is decided annually by a group of the Institute's members who hail from various industries, backgrounds, and locations, and who come together to weigh in on color trends throughout the year to help predict what is coming next.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but this has a big effect on fashion and all sorts of interior design. In other words,
I think they choose. I think they affect the color of the year.
But,
Like, I think
it's sort of setting the standard, correct, for this year.
I mean, I know
totally.
we joke about it, but my fiance is an artist, and like this actually is a big deal in her world because it sort of dictates what she's going to. Some tones that might sell better next year or whatever. There's a market attached to it.
So, by the way, if you're curious what Pantone is, and I have wondered that myself, they're headquartered in New Jersey. They're in Carlstadt, New Jersey. The company is primarily known for creating the Pantone matching system, a standardized color index that began as tool for commercial printing and is now used for graphic design, fashion design, and product design as it allows creators and manufacturers the world over to compare and match shades within the uniform system. Today, Pantone's color matching system is used as a digital and non-digital resource. So it's, it's legit. And the color that they have chosen.
Drum roll, please.
For 2024 is
exciting.
Peach Fuzz.
Peach Fuzz!
Peachy.
Yes.
Wow.
Peach Fuzz is the color. A soft peach beige that the company of color aficionados says is meant to embody, quote, our desire to nurture ourselves and others.
Oh, my God. That's beautiful.
The hue is a velvety, gentle peach tone whose all-embracing spirit enriches mind, body, and soul.
Moving to the country, I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches.
So, what do you think of the color, Kathy?
I like it. It's pretty. Do you know that there are color specialists, right, that you can hire that will come? They come to you, they see your complexion, your hair color, your eyebrow colors, all of that, and then they give you a suggestion. They'll put together, and you actually leave with, well, at least the one woman that I talked to, like, you leave with little cards of what colors are best on you. So when you go shopping.
Like a color palette?
It is. That's what it is. It's for like makeup. You can do it for clothing. You can do it for anything. And so you can take these little cards with you when you go shopping just to like remind you of the colors that look good on you. The ones, she also tells you the ones that you should stay away from, that are going to wash you out or not look so good on you.
So when you're buying T-shirts, Preston.
No, but it is. That you can.
Yeah.
It's anything you put on.
Who does this?
There are these color specialists that do this. And so I interviewed one a few years ago, but a friend of mine did it. She kind of like revamped her whole life. And she was like, I just want to do this. I want to see, what she says. And now she like lives by it. And she says she like feels better in her clothes and stuff like that. But she'll only shop the colors that this woman suggested for her.
How much does said color specialist charge for a bespoke color?
It would be gauche to say that.
Yeah.
But I'm sure we could have someone come on here and give us our colors.
I'd love that. Actually, I wouldn't mind that at all.
I know, yeah. So let me find out. I forget the woman I interviewed. I can't remember if she was local. I will find her email and find out if she's local or not.
Pick up breakfast pizza on the way in?
I will ask.
Listen, I told you guys when we had Carson Kressley on at the camp out, I do not, colors don't.
No.
I'm not well versed in what goes well with what, because sometimes I will see fashionistas wearing outrageously clashing things, and I'm like, now why is that okay?
What the hell?
Why?
What?
Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. You know what I mean?
And yet,
and then when I try to do it, no.
Well, they're avant-garde, and you're a slob.
Yeah. Hey, Kath, are there any colors that you absolutely try to avoid wearing?
Oh, you know what? I'm not a huge red fan, and red was a huge color for fall and for winter this year, and I'm just not. I don't know. I don't know if it doesn't look good on me or what, but I just sort of like kind of shy away from it when I see it.
My mother-in-law, God rest her soul, used to tell my wife that she did not look good in earth tones. I think she looks fantastic in earth tones.
Interesting.
So
That's
I
funny.
never got the chance to slap my mother-in-law.
Oh, man. That's a shame.
We need. Oh, that's too bad.
I know. The things. That's why slap someone today. Let them know you don't like them.
When I'm feeling,
time is short.
When I'm feeling kind of, I don't know, racy.
Yeah. Do you go for the red?
I'll go for like a purple.
Purple.
Ooh.
Ooh, you little prince.
All right.
I almost wore purple pants today.
Did you?
Yeah, I went with the green instead because of the Eagles. But purple was on the top, and I'm like, ooh.
Yeah, I wouldn't pick that for pants. That's me personally.
To me, last night I was standing there, and because I pick out my outfits, I go, okay.
Me too.
And then I have some tracksuit, and my Carl Havoc shirt.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Do you guys lay out your clothes the night
I
before?
do.
Because
I
we get
do.
so early.
I
do. I try to
Every
do it
night.
every day, just so it's one thing that I don't have to.
Yeah.
Less in the morning, and also
Because we're such slaves to fashion, it takes a while to coordinate.
well, no, but for me, like if I have to do stuff for the rest of the day, I don't want to have to like think about it in the morning. You know what I mean? I'm rushing around in the morning, like to think about, all right, what do I have to do to get through the entire day in this outfit?
Like do that happy birthday picture we were supposed to do yesterday, and you weren't wearing the right outfit for that.
Correct. So I actually it wasn't that I
It was
wasn't
makeup.
wear-
I
it
heard
was
the whole thing.
makeup. Yeah,
Yeah.
it wasn't
The
the
makeup.
outfit.
Yeah.
It was the makeup.
Could you come back? I just didn't wear makeup today.
By the way,
But look
Latrice.
at my makeup today.
Yeah,
Latrice
point.
Eisman, who is the executive director of the Pantone Color Institute, said, in seeking a hue that echoes our innate yearning for closeness and connection, we chose a color radiant with warmth and modern elegance.
Shut up, woman.
A shade that resonates with compassion, offers tactile embrace, and effortlessly bridges the youthful with the timeless.
You know
That's
what
why they went with peach fuzz.
What this color reminds me of is this would be the crayon that I would pick when I would draw human skin when I was a kid.
Yeah,
Flesh color.
Yeah.
You know what?
Similar to that.
Nick, I think this is like our screen isn't the greatest. I think it's a little more pinky than that. But
Pinky / orangey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's a more peach-like.
Would you paint any of your rooms in your house this color?
No.
Maybe. Yeah. We kind of like earthier tones around the house.
The
and
cigar room?
That's kind of got that feel, I guess. But
The library, I think.
Yeah.
Or maybe the study.
The conservatory?
Yeah, maybe the conservatory.
Yeah.
Wherever Colonel Mustard spends the most time.
I remember the first time when we bought our home, I was painting, and the paint that I trust my wife with all that stuff, and it ended up looking fine. But as I was putting that first coat on, I was like, dude, this looks like Band-Aids.
You sure about this?
It legit looks like. Now it dried a little bit different, but because of the sheen and the color, I was like, dude, I'm gonna be looking at Band-Aids my whole life.
When you go to a Home Depot or a Lowe's and you go to the paint section, they have those paint swatches,
Yeah.
And my son, for whatever reason, loved collecting those. So every time we would go, and we would come home with 2 dozen of them, and it was, I don't know, it was adorable.
Interior decorator trading cards.
I guess,
when we are looking for paint schemes, we get the big, gigantic, thick one of all of the colors.
Yeah,
and you kind of fan it out. Rochelle does all that. I can't.
All the different whites.
Yeah.
You know, when we moved into our house, the colors that were in a lot of the rooms were colors we liked.
Yeah.
So we only repainted 1 or 2 rooms.
Nick, I just painted my whole house white. You should have seen how long it took me to pick the white color.
Dude.
It was unbelievable. And even I said to the guy at the store, I'm like, how are there so many whites? Isn't it just white? And he was like, you have no idea. People will come in multiple times and pick up different white swatches. And sure enough, that's what I did.
Here's what you do.
Alabaster.
Go home, put on some makeup, and then come back.
Preston, I didn't pick alabaster because it looked gray in the lighting in my house.
Right.
So I had painted the brick on the front of the place we have in Wildwood, and I painted the brick white, and white is white. I thought.
Yeah.
Well, now so we have that, but in the one corner of the front of the house, we have 4 swatches of other whites. Because my wife didn't like the white that we went with. It clashed with the fascia board. It just didn't match.
So are you repainting it?
Yeah. So now I think we're going to go and try and paint it to match the siding instead of going the white because it was just too hard to find the right shade of white.
So now you're not even doing white?
But I don't know.
You do have
it's been like that for like a year and a half.
What about the apps now that will actually determine precisely what the color is for your camera?
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I didn't know that exists.
Yes, they have those. I've never used it. Yes.
That's
it is
awesome.
a program that will identify the color.
In case you need to do touch-ups or something like
and
that.
You're
Okay.
matching a precise color.
Casey, talk about how it looks. So I did the same color paint in a room and up the stairs and in the hallway, and upstairs it looks a completely even though it's white.
The light hits it
looks
differently.
a different color than in the living room.
It's really bizarre because what I tried to do, Kath, I actually took the the vinyl that it was supposed to look like. I took that to I guess I went to Lowe's.
Had them match
and
it?
I had them match it to that.
Yeah.
But I mean, that also is it depends on what light is hitting it, and so
have you kind of thing.
Yeah, have you guys ever? And I've seen this on Instagram a bunch of times where somebody will see the footage of them dropping the different color.
Yes.
What's that
color wheel?
Well, they'll show you a color, and then they'll take somebody will take the dyes,
I couldn't think of
and
the
drop
word.
it into white base, no color paint, and then they'll nail it. They'll get it
So
right
cool.
just by eyeballing it.
It's amazing.
It's very impressive. It's definitely a talent for sure.
And I know how because I have the Delco trim light now,
Yes.
and I can basically program every single bulb, and I can do it to the exact Pantone that I want. So
excellent.
But it's really bizarre. So when you have you want the Eagles like Kelly Green. I can go into the Roy G. Biv on the app on my phone and get it to that exact. It's a 38 red and it's 42 blue and
Hike.
Omaha.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
They're coming Tuesday, Case.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna love it.
Excellent. All right. Well, the color is peach fuzz, people.
Peach fuzz.
That's what we have for the year. I think we're just going to do one item in the
What?
That's it.
What?
Yeah,
That was a junk drawer. Preston's closing up his junk drawer. There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
I said, bitch, shut up. All right. We are going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. Some bizarre file stories are on the way, so stay with us.
You told you not to put the bananas in the same bag with the money. Shut up.
Oh my God, Preston, I'm sorry.
I'm such an idiot.
Falcon has flown. We've got the monkeys. Come again? We've got the monkeys. Right here on this paper, it says monkey heist.
La Casa de Papel means money heist. Money.
I would like to watch the monkey heist.
Oh, well, who wouldn't?
Oh God.
And also Germany's Unorthodox. I think I got that one right.
Yeah.
And Italy's Summertime are doing well on Netflix. So,
God damn it! What are we gonna do with all these monkeys?
internationals.
I don't know how we ended up down this path, but that kid does that in that scene in the gym, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, boy.
All right, so
We took a long-
onions, unions, poop on the floor.
If we do the backtrack, we'll find out where we went.
Shouldn't we do that to jump rope, Casey? Onions, union, poop on the floor. Onions, union, poop on the floor.
Right, Kat?
I'm not taking part.
No,
Come on,
Kat.
Come on, jump in, Kathy.
Come on, Kathy.
Onions, union, poop on the floor.
Onions, unions, poop on the floor. No?
No, I'm mad at you. I can't believe you're
You
part
meant
of
what?
this.
No, that's a good chance. Vito Spatafor.
My mama said that you want more.
Onions, poop on the floor.
We're double dutching now.
Come on, man.
Can you double dutch, Kat?
I can't. I've
Me
always
neither.
wanted to learn. And
Okay.
I can't.
Could
Were
we
you
try
too
that in the
afraid-
studio? Because I can't do it.
Were you too afraid to jump in the middle?
I couldn't time it
I
out
just-
right.
yeah, I can't time it. I can jump rope. I'm an amazing
done
jump
it.
roper.
Can you do it?
You can
Maybe.
double the Dutch.
Will ze be the Bilzel, but zubbles is that? Yes, I can double dutch.
What the hell is happening?
I don't know.
You don't remember that song?
No.
Ilzy Wilzy Bilzel is double Dutch.
No.
It's double Dutch.
Oh my gosh.
The double Dutch bus. You guys don't remember that?
I do remember it,
Of
yeah.
course.
No. Oh.
That's the story that you remember on the air the other day, and I was about to crack the mic, and I come on out of the song, and I go, Casey, don't ever say something to that like that to me right before I turn the microphone
That was
on.
it?
Imagine
That was what he was telling me.
You travel that way, but it's good to know. It's good to,
Yes.
you come prepared.
It's
You don't go
outstanding.
camping without a shovel.
That's hilarious. Good for him. All right.
I know somebody who has to get those sheets too.
Really?
Yeah.
Rubber sheets?
Yeah. It's like a sex mat.
Wow. You? Okay.
I know. Why? Why? It's just that
Why would your mom share something like that?
Not cool.
not
Listen, we
cool,
bring up her
dude.
dad all the time. It's fair game.
No, yeah, and she has to buy a sex mat.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Some of those videos might be real. The woman was reportedly uninjured and escaped without a scratch. No further information about the couple charged by the bison was immediately available, but it's funny because she hits and boom, she stays.
Wow.
And they leave her alone.
There are a number of stories recently about people getting far too close to these bison.
Yeah, they get gored.
They're getting gored.
He charges her, and then as soon as she falls and plays dead, he just kind of sniffs her and like runs away.
Yep.
Oh my God. Jesus. Oh, Christ. Yeah, I got a word for you. It's called douche.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I mean, there's some nasty smelling stuff out on the plains there, but
Yeah.
come on.
I live in the wild and nothing I've ever smelled smells like your crotch.
Jimmy rides a motorcycle, and he's got something to say about as far as getting used to driving. Hey, Jimmy, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. What's up?
Hey, yo, bud. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say what threw me off real quick is I've been driving bikes for 25.
He just crashed.
He just crashed his motorcycle. Jimmy? He might have.
We lost him. Jimmy, we appreciated you listening.
His final words were, I've been driving.
Never had an accident, not even one time.
Hey, I didn't know Exxon had fuel trucks in it. I'm sorry, I just got to turn into the mobile station.
Terrible.
God, I hope he's actually okay.
Our next guest wrestles with the WWE, and he is from the area, and we were surprised to find out that he grew up listening to our show. We're stoked to welcome Mr. Drew Gulak to the program.
Hi, guys.
How you doing, Drew?
I'm wonderful. This is really surreal. I did grow up listening to the show. I listened back when it was Preston, Maryland. And
Wow. All the way back.
Man.
Y100, yeah. I joined, it was Preston and Maryland, then Preston, Maryland, and Steve.
right.
Then
For just like a few weeks, and then, Preston, Maryland, Steve, and Maryland went on her own. She'd bailed from the show, which we're still buddies with her to this day. And then it became the Preston and Steve show.
Well, there's a step in between where it was the McNeil Lair report, right between that and when Maryland left, and then we became our show.
Yeah.
We don't know why we did that. It was very stupid.
So it's pretty wild. The way we found out about you is you had commented on a post I had on Instagram, and I saw the little blue check by your name, and I'm like, what's this all about? And then we find out a little bit more that you grew up in the area. I was just so blown away to see you comment on my edible cheese board that I had made.
It was a beautiful edible cheese board, and I saw there might be another one.
I made one last night, and I brought it in.
I'm so sorry.
We're going to sample
I'm
it.
so sorry you made one.
I need it. I'm worried about it.
You picked a good one to dive in on, though, because we had the conversation, and we do the thing called the connoisseur, and Preston brought up this thing, and everybody's going, man, that sounds awesome. And then he posted the picture, like almost that night he took a crack at it, and everyone was going, man, that's awesome. So you dove in at the right point. Make a comment. The baked charcuterie board was the time to do it.
That's the ticket in.
That was it.
And this is only the second one I've made, so I do need to work on it a bit. So I don't feel bad at all that I had to make another one.
No, I'm already impressed.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Beautiful.
So where did you grow up in the area?
So to the age of 10, I lived in Montgomeryville.
Okay.
And then I moved to Fox Chase in Northeast Philly. And then was there through high school, went to Drexel for 2 years.
Was it Northeast High that you went to?
Yeah, Northeast High School.
Right.
Most
where were you
popular high school in the city.
Where were you studying at
Class of
Drexel?
164. At Drexel, I actually went to be an architectural engineer.
Okay, yeah, that's the school to go to.
That lasted 1 quarter because I did quarters there.
Yeah, dude.
Was it just too hard? Or
It's hard.
It wasn't so much that it was hard. I just wasn't interested in like all the math.
Okay.
Do you know what the great part of architecture is? Building the little tiny replicas of what you're going to build. To me, that was it. That was always so
I'd
cool.
still be doing it.
Yeah.
Drew, when my very brief college moment, I took astronomy. I'm like, I've always loved the stars.
Yeah.
This would be really cool, really interesting. My God, was it hard?
It's physics.
It was all physics and math, and I'm like, this is not what I signed up for, man.
Yeah, that's
so
what it was like.
On that. No
that's exactly what it was like. I switched into film for a little bit, and just decided I wanted to focus on wrestling, which is I've been doing that since high school.
So we football or anything in school?
Wrestling team.
Just a wrestling team.
Just the wrestling team.
So you do have a classical wrestling.
Yeah, an amateur wrestling.
Yeah.
Background.
How did you do in high school? How were you?
I did okay. So city kids have it tougher. Like if you grew up in the suburbs, you're probably doing wrestling from a very young age.
Yeah.
And you're doing it a lot.
Yep.
And for me, it was like I met my biology teacher. He happened to be the wrestling coach. And he was like, hey, come try out for the team. And like I made the team, and the practices were grueling and stuff. And I did pretty well. I think I made varsity senior year. It was captain senior year. Varsity maybe sophomore year. Junior year. Yeah. So I did okay. But it wasn't like my one focus too.
Right.
Like while I was doing that second year of amateur wrestling, I started training professional wrestling, which was, I don't know, thinking back, I love talking about it because I would go from high school and then I would go to high school wrestling practice, and then I would get in a car, drive 45 minutes to Deptford at the time, and do professional wrestling practice till like 10:30 at night. Wow. Then I get home and I got to wake up the next morning. I remember
that's commitment.
Man, yeah, it was grueling then, but like I loved pro wrestling so much, and like, nothing was going to stop me.
So going from the amateur to pro, obviously, you got to work on the moves. You got to know what you're doing. You have to be proficient in the ring. but you also have to, is a part of that, being physically large. I mean, making sure that the muscles are big and impressive, because that's part of it. Looking at those guys, looking at you guys, you have to go, wow, man.
Yeah.
So that's a whole other thing outside of just the technique of wrestling. It's also, you got to look really good too.
It's true. It's true. And like when I started, I didn't even think about physique. I didn't think about strength training. I had a wonderful strength training teacher in high school, so thankfully I had that. I had the amateur background, so I was in shape. I wasn't huge.
Right.
I was maybe 180 pounds when I started.
We've talked about this, even in general, and wrestling goes through. The WWE and you had been with Combat Zone as well, but right now we're in a. I think you have the best athletes who are doing it, but they're not necessarily Andre the Giant size.
Yes,
it's
right.
not that. So what you'll get is you're getting like uber stuntman level stuff going on from guys who are really, I think, more athletic than they've been in a while. Would you agree with that?
So I'll agree hands down. Like we have the best athletes ever in the history of professional wrestling right now in WWE. However, we have a guy named Amos right now who's 7'4".
Well, you don't want to piss him off.
No. Right. But I'd say he's an even more impressive athlete than Andre was. As fantastic of an athlete as Andre was, and the way he would move around the ring. I'd say Amos, even though he's newer, he's got more potential athletically for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're always going to have the showstoppers, right? You got your Andre the Giants, your King Kong Bundys, your Hulk Hogan's, Big John Studd, the big dudes that are the showstoppers. The Rock,
Undertaker,
Sure. But you also, you have your would you say pound for pound best wrestler of all time? Somebody like Shawn Michaels or
you can absolutely argue that. Yeah, totally.
And listen, Shawn Michaels is not, he's not a twig,
showstopper,
but he is also, he's just got such amazing athleticism that, and that's what people go to see.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we've talked about this many times, and it is not false praise to say that the people that we have who come in are the wrestlers, are the best entertainers, the best with the audience. That's why they can port so easily a la Dwayne Johnson.
From 93.3 WMMR.
I just want to be invited to the ribbon cutting ceremony for the Kathy Romano Communications Center.
Right, the
when
building.
they dedicate that at Westchester.
So what happened last night?
I went to, so they had like a little dinner for some of the graduates for
luminaries.
Yeah. So they it was really nice. It was in Westchester. Yeah, it was at Moss. And it was really nice. And I just went and, spoke to them a little bit, just about entering the workforce and their careers and, what to expect.
Were you the sole speaker?
Some advice. And then they had the chair head was there and she spoke and, there were some professors there. But some professors.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kathy Jerkoff. Excuse me.
Romano.
No, but she found out this is pretty neat. I thought this was fun.
Some professors that I actually had are still there. One who, when I did the commencement speech, he was there. He reads names. And so he was also there last night. And I was talking to him and he was just telling me how he, talks to his class about how I graduated from there.
That's awesome.
And then another professor who actually booked me to do this, he also, points out that I graduated from Westchester from that department. And he's like, yeah, we tell all of our classes, all of our students know. And he's like, you're like our little success story and we're proud of you.
Oh,
that's cool.
They have pictures hanging up.
Do they?
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah. So it was really cool. It was very nice.
That's an honor.
Well,
that's
listen,
really cool.
You can incite future Kathy Romanos.
And you know what? One of the professors told me. So I created a website back in 1997, probably. No, it was like 97, 98. It was kind of this like website / PowerPoint thing, and he said he thinks he still has it on a disc somewhere in his office. I was like, if you find that, I was like, please send that to me. But I remember the project, and I worked hard on it. Like I worked really hard on this project. It took a while to get it done, and he was like, I'm pretty sure I still have it.
You were a good student, from what we gather. The one thing that has always been the holy grail in your collectibles would be your NBC tape that you said, NBC 10.
You'll never see it.
No.
I've decided. I told you, my friend over at NBC was like, no. She was like, don't ever release that and let them get their hands on that. She's like, you will never live that down.
And not to make this about me, but I want to find the footage. Like, I was in these high school plays, and I had these other things in grade school that I know somebody owns it on VHS somewhere. I want to see. I haven't seen it since I was in what, 1991?
If you find them, I found a guy who does all of that type of conversion stuff. So, Steve, I was talking to Mike Jarek at Camp Out because Mike has reels and reels of stuff. Anyway,
Tons of
Casey, it can be converted digitally really easily. And so if you do find them, let me know.
And he's putting that up on his Instagram.
He is, yeah.
And
Great to watch.
By the way, Kathy, we have I Hope I Am Feeling Good, or I'm feeling good, and I hope you are too, and need to eat pizza and all this stuff.
I am feeling good, and I hope you are too.
You can give us your stuff.
I think it's worse than that.
Really?
I think it might be. I have to watch it myself. It's on a VHS tape, so I have to watch it myself.
All right, real quick, a couple of shout-outs. I needed to get these in before the weekend. This is from Amber Bart, and she said, hey, I'd like to give a huge shout-out to my daughter Mackenzie on her 10th birthday, December 9th, which is tomorrow. Mackenzie has listened in every morning with me since the day she was born, so naturally she's a diehard MMR fan, specifically the Preston and Steve Show. Kathy is her favorite.
Oh, see, inspiring another young mind.
Says from the Cardboard Classic to the Camp Out for Hunger, Ken's has been there for it all. She's an honor roll student, an amazing athlete, an incredible daughter, and I couldn't possibly love her more than I do today, and yet I know I will tomorrow. Happy birthday, Mackenzie, and she wants to give a shout out to her. So that's from your mom, Amber. And then one last one. The Nick has one, and it says, hey, Preston and Nick, because he always hooks us up. This is from, it says, it's me, Julie Jerkoff.
Oh, yeah.
You may remember me from other show-related things, such as the YouTube chat, Camp Out for Hunger privilege section, or the last email I wrote. If you would be so kind as to please give a birthday shout-out to my son, Michael, who's turning 14 on December 10th. He has listened to you guys with me for the last 14 years now and thoroughly enjoys all the fart jokes and crude humor,
So we do.
many teenage boys tend to do. If you have the corn fart sound particularly, he would surely get a kick out of it. But if not, any fart will do. Thank you so much again. You guys rock. Julie, and it says, P.S. finger up.
Yeah, they do that on the YouTube chat, which I love monitoring it from time to time, and it's just one of their ways of saying hi to each other. And
is that what that means?
Yeah,
in that community?
Because we raise our fingers when we put
our fingers up.
Oh, really?
They also do they do frog emojis every time we play Froggy on Fridays, which I think is really cool. I love watching that community, and they're all going to Twitter right now.
By the way, I'm
talking about Julie.
I got an email from somebody who hates the Froggy song. She was like very adamant about it. She's not being mean about it, but I'm like,
that's a shame.
Sorry, we love it.
She's not punk rock.
I guess she's
freaking
not punk
love
rock.
that song.
Yeah. So anyhow,
Freaking love it.
Nick. All right, that is for her son. That is for Michael. All right, and then Nick has a shout out.
Yeah, it's also a birthday shout out. It's a guy named Sean. He came to Camp Out, and he just sent me a really quick note. He said, "Could you wish me a happy birthday on today?" So happy birthday, Sean. This one's for you.
All right,
there we go.
enough. All right, we can now do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
And if you're watching our YouTube channel right now, you should see all the fingers. It's ridiculous. There's tons of them. Thank you, guys. We love you. Brought to you by Sports and Social. You can experience the ultimate football party at Sports and Social in Live Casino and Hotel Philly. Cheer on the Birds with ticket giveaways and signed merch, halftime contest, Bud Light Towers, free concession snacks, and face painting, and more. We'll start with this one. Danish police are warning motorists not to use toasters to heat their electric vehicles. Okay.
Toasters?
Yeah, a driver in southern Denmark attempted to keep his car battery warm and accidentally destroyed the car and damaged a nearby house. Police said the cause of the fire is most likely to be found in the toaster that the owner of the car had placed under the front of his car to keep the battery warm. Fortunately, no one was injured inside. But the car owner faces a fine. EV batteries tend to be less efficient in the cold, which may have been a motivating factor for the person to do that.
A lot of the newer ones have specific units that keep them warmer.
Edoardo Santini, previously voted Italy's most handsome man in 2019, has decided to leave his modeling career and pursue priesthood at the age of 21.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dear God, you're a good-looking man.
Despite a background in drama and dance, he announced on social media
This is the Pope. Don't do it.
that he would be giving up his modeling, acting, and dance aspirations to focus on his faith. His name is Eduardo Santini.
Bro, can you imagine the amount of fame you can get?
I've not looked at him yet. Connor, can you pull up a photo so we can see the most beautiful man in Italy, the most handsome man in Italy, Eduardo Santini? Eduardo expressed that his decision was influenced by meeting people who exemplified the essence of being part of the church. He recounted living with 2 priests as a transformative experience and has now entered a preparatory course for the seminary, studying theology and serving in 2 parishes.
He got his calling. There you go.
Despite facing criticism.
Well, there you go, Kathy.
And disappointment.
Imagine if that was your priest.
From some. Eduardo is determined to
Jesus Christ, exactly
to follow his chosen path, emphasizing his newfound happiness and identity.
I mean, it really, and I believe it truly is a calling. And Steve, I saw this thing on Instagram yesterday. It was this little kid who he wanted to wear suspenders because the preachers wear suspenders. And so he put suspenders on. I mean, Steve, this kid couldn't have been more than 4 years old. He puts the suspenders on and then he stands in front of the mirror and he's like, hey! Because it's like a Baptist preacher.
Yeah,
He's like,
a Baptist preacher.
hey, praise Jesus. Praise the Lord. He's 4 years old. Oh, my God, so precious.
A Massachusetts man has believed to have died over the weekend by accidentally stabbing himself with a knife, which was attached to a lanyard around his neck.
Oh, my God.
The body of Patrick Kenny, 42 years old, was found on Saturday night in the parking lot of a restaurant. Emergency personnel immediately transported him to the hospital where he died of his injuries.
That's why I took the proximity mine off my lanyard.
The district attorney's office said the incident appears to have been accidental, but an investigation remains ongoing. There was a guy in our community several years ago who was walking home from his job, and he had, I think he had a bottle of beer or something like that, and tripped, fell, slipped. He wasn't, over inebriated or anything. He just fell, and it cut him, and he bled out from it.
So with
It was horrible.
It's horrible. With the lanyard things, I think you wear your cards as well the same way I do,
always
right?
wear a
So
lanyard.
sometimes I have, bumped into something and the card stick into me.
Yeah.
But a knife?
So if you got a blade, it can be very, very dangerous, after working into the early morning hours, a man in Northwest D.C. was approached by 2 armed men who proceeded to take everything that he had in his pockets, except they wouldn't take his Android phone because it wasn't an iPhone. Oh, they took the truck too, but they wouldn't take the phone.
Sorry, it doesn't work with anything we have.
After working into the early morning hours, a woman who asked not to be identified said her husband insisted he meet her outside of their apartment and go park the car. And as soon as he parked the car, 2 masked gentlemen came up to him armed. She said they robbed him, took everything he had in his pockets. They took the keys to my truck, got in, and pulled off. She said the robbers were bold taking her husband's phone, but then they gave it back to him because it wasn't their liking. They basically looked at the phone and were like, oh, this is an Android? I don't want this. I thought it was an iPhone.
You should check out the iPhone, really.
So they threw it back to him.
That's hilarious.
And took off.
The thieves have incompatibility issues.
All right, and then one final story. We'll go with this one. In New Hampshire, several hundred rounds of ammunition in a vehicle exploded after a fiery crash Saturday afternoon that shut down I-93. State police said that 3 people inside the vehicle were able to escape, and 1 was taken to the hospital with significant but non-life-threatening injuries. Police said that they got a report of a vehicle, operating erratically before the crash. The vehicle hit the center median before ricocheting across all lanes, hitting another vehicle, and then into the woods where it hit several trees and caught on fire. The occupant of the other vehicle that was struck had no injuries. So the northbound side was closed off as the fire grew, and the southbound lanes were also closed as several hundred rounds of ammo in the vehicle started to explode.
Oh, man.
When the firefighters arrived,
Nothing to see here.
They were able to contain the fire, and one of the people in the vehicle was arrested on several warrants, and more charges could be forthcoming pending the outcome of the investigation. So they had to shut down the entire highway because of that. And that is the last story that I have in the Bizarre File. So we have the Preston and Steve Christmas Miracle live broadcast coming up. I would like to give away some free passes to join us. Of course, it's brought to you by Miller Lite as the Ugly Sweater Edition, and we are headed to a location that we have never broadcast live before, and it is the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
It's a Christmas miracle! Yeah! Woo-hoo!
And you have to be a diehard Preston and Steve fan. We're going to be playing Preston and Steve show contests that we've done in the past.
Yeah.
And
contests that you might have wanted to have participated in. This is going to be your chance.
And to do it in a live setting as well. You and a friend can come. Only you will be eligible to be called up on stage.
It's Friday.
But everyone will have a chance to win prizes. We have drawings that'll be going on the morning, and of course you can enter in the Miller Lite Ugly Sweater Contest as well. You have to be at least 21 years of age to be a part of the booze contest, but it's an all ages event, and we will be serving alcohol.
Yes, we will,
and hopefully some breakfast and stuff like that. We're working on some music and so on. So let's get 5 callers right now. 215-263-WMMR. We will invite you to the event, and it is going to be on Wednesday, December 20th. In the morning. Keep that in mind. You got to keep your whole morning open, and we would love for you to be there. 215-263-WMMR. There is an event coming up, by the way, next Wednesday where you can go and actually have a chance to win passes to it. It is the first of the Miller Lite pre-parties that we are having, and this one is going to be with Marissa Magnotta at Milk Boy in Center City, and this will be next Wednesday, 4 to 6 p.m.
Nice.
Stop by and see her, and I'm sure they'll have Miller Lite stuff and all kinds of goodies going on. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
You know how to do it, so a film career in your future, could be possible.
Yeah.
And so with that, I mean, I don't think there's any kind of training for being in the public eye and for doing that sort of work that's any better than the WWE and this world you're in right now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
I agree completely. Like, just the experiences I had, even on my journey to get to WWE and traveling around the world and learning how to make a career as an independent wrestler. Like an independent has to find their bookings that they work, that they enjoy work.
Sure,
and,
yeah.
Like, can make them a profit or get them noticed, and like merchandising and stuff like that, and meeting connections. That experience alone, like, I feel like I can do anything. I can take on whatever I need
So
to.
when did you learn that portion of it? Because you go to high school and you're a good wrestler, right? And that's athletics. But that, like, did you go to drama club? Did you learn how to write a script? Because there are these storylines that, as just a guy who's competing in wrestling, that you're not worried about that. But then you get into the entertainment side of things, and it really changes the dynamic. So how did you and when did you learn that part of the business?
So I would say that the high school wrestling, if anything, it didn't really push me into the pro wrestling career. If anything, it gave me a good foundation athletically to kind of not get hurt in training.
Right.
The performance side of everything and the creative side of everything, that kind of grew organically for me just over time, gradually, because I was independent. I didn't have somebody strictly coaching me on just, you need to do this here, you got to do this certain times. I had to kind of experiment and find that out on my own. Now, I did work for certain places that had very scripted out storylines and stuff like that.
Right.
And that's another thing I had in my wheelhouse, just based on that experience alone. So just, it wasn't one strict thing. I'd say it took me about 6 years to start to get comfortable and learn all of that and how to put it all together. Just for me, that was my story. But just a very gradual experience learning the performance side of it.
What was mom and dad's reaction when
from architect.
Going from architect
What
to
do you
engineer?
mean?
Yeah, right.
Oh, we hoped you would put that architecture stuff aside.
That was not the conversation that we had.
There's no work in architecture.
No, it was interesting. Like my family, they knew that I was super passionate about it,
Yeah.
but they didn't really get professional wrestling. They didn't understand it. So to do it on an independent level, that's real scary as a parent, seeing your kid just go and just mess around at these shows. You don't even know what's happening there. He could get hurt. He's
Right.
not making money. I'm making maybe $50 to $200 at most. That's a really good payday on an independent level, for real. So like that's pretty scary as a parent.
Do you know what's funny, though? If you were to go, and I wonder if you go to your parents and say, I would like to become a Hollywood stuntman, or because essentially in this, what they call sports entertainment, it's a nuanced difference between them, but still just somehow we think, but that has look. They look at your success.
Did you see the movie The Wrestler?
We talk about it all the time. It's amazing.
So, well, I was very lucky to be there when they were filming it at the arena in South Philly. My poster's in the.
That's awesome.
Little tidbit. Yeah. But one of the things I thought was so cool about when Aronofsky created that story is that he did it kind of in conjunction with Black Swan.
Yeah.
And he considered, originally they were the same movie, and then he turned the ballerina into a stripper, and that's where Marissa Tomei's character came from. So he made Black Swan separately. But when they designed that story, it was the merging of like what people consider a low-class art form and what people consider high-class art form between wrestling and ballet.
That's wild.
And showing the obsession that performers can go through trying to reach heights in the same thing. Yeah.
But it's such
very cool.
It's such, and also I'll say this: in the evolution, you guys are always like whip smart. You know, there was this perception for the longest time. You know, these things. But to conduct these things and to do this at the level you do it, you know, is very intense. And talking about getting your thing. What is your gimmick? What is your, you know, because you've got to have that immediate high concept thing that the audience can go, okay, he's this guy, he's the heel, he's the you know, he's the bad guy or the good guy, or we don't know.
Bad guy, guys.
So let me ask you, given your druthers, what appeals to you more? The heel or the hero, or
being a good guy or a bad guy?
Yeah.
I like both. I'm rare. Like that. I actually. Most people would say that like, I like being a heel because that's easier. It's easier to get people pissed off at you instead of you know, people to cheer for you authentically.
But I always
enjoy
love
both.
I always love the transition out of the bad guy who's suddenly like, wait a second, he might be good, because the audience tends to like. We understand this guy now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They know.
So many of them
follow.
we're bad and then become good.
I think historically, too, those are the most successful kind of characters that take off. Like Stone Cold Steve Austin's a perfect example, where he came in when he started doing the Stone Cold character. Like, he was just badass, no nonsense, but he was beating up people that people really cared about. And you know, that was not enjoyed for a lot of fans. And then they started realizing he doesn't take crap from anybody.
Yeah.
And then it was a natural, organic turn. And then he became the biggest star in wrestling at the time.
Hey, do you as a wrestler get a say in your storyline? Can you suggest things at least?
So the most surprising thing that I've learned about working with WWE is how collaborative everything is.
Really? Okay. That's awesome.
Fans are usually surprised to hear that.
Yeah.
And I know like a lot of wrestlers who are trying to make it there are very surprised to hear that a lot of the times.
Okay.
Drew, you get to perform in front of fans again soon in person. It's been a year and a half,
Yeah,
right?
man.
And
we got
so
fans coming back.
and when and where is that going to happen?
So I believe it's the second week in July. We're doing a tour in Dallas. It's going to be SmackDown in Houston, and I believe Money in the Bank is that weekend in Fort Worth, and then Raw, which is the show that I'm currently a part of, will be in Dallas. And then from there, we just kind of go.
That's cool.
You know, what was the proof that what you guys do is effective is that, bereft of an audience when you were conducting it, it sort of looked like a wild stage play, like Arthur Miller meets wrestling, and yet the fan base stayed, for the most part, locked in.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, so if you didn't have the ability to riff and to, you know, it was just such a weird thing. The audio from a lot of those matches is some of the funniest stuff, because you know, you always hear the crowd and the murmur and the whole thing and all that punctuating.
Yeah.
And suddenly it became, you know, like Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf? You know, and it's this weird thing, but you guys were able to do it. You know,
that was an amazing experience. Not in a good way, but just not in the best way. It was just unique and amazing to be a part of that. Like Vince McMahon is very. Dedicated, extremely dedicated, and like there was no way he was going to stop the show. He had to keep the show going. We did it.
Do you think anything's going to stay? Is there anything that you guys gleaned from that will stay with the, you know, post-COVID world of wrestling?
I think technologically we advanced a lot of things. Building the Thunderdome, which is what they call the live stage that they built. Testing things with like augmented reality for people's entrances and just that kind of stuff all got laser focused on, because you know, we were in a sterile environment at first. So you'll see a lot of that carry on to the live events in new ways that you probably haven't seen yet, for sure.
I'm going through your Instagram, which is just it's definitely a fun scroll here. But
thanks, man.
You know, there's a picture of you and the Nature Boy. I mean, that is you know, for a fan, like you're a fan before you were an employee, right? Like, so, and it just says always an honor. So when I read that, I go, oh, so you've met and hung out with Ric Flair more than one time. Like, that's got to be so cool.
It's awesome. He comes by all the time, even if he's not, featured on the show. His daughter, extremely successful wrestler, Charlotte Flair, very talented. So he'll come by and watch her perform, or he'll just come and support the other wrestlers. And
wow,
well,
Rick's awesome.
I got an email from a guy. I wasn't going to say anything I didn't know you had a connection with Ric Flair. I got an email from a guy who was desperately trying to get Ric Flair to be the best man at his wedding.
Oh, okay.
And he wanted me to ask you about it. And I'm like, I don't know, man.
He's got a wedding reception website.
No way.
I wouldn't doubt it.
He's also a moil.
Yeah, we need a Preston.
Yeah, but honestly,
Ric Flair was my moil.
How much is that guy willing to pay, and how much is what's the number for Ric Flair to do that?
Right there.
Probably.
I gotta imagine a couple 100,000.
I've mentioned this before, but I grew up just as a kid detesting, hating. I thought he was the most vile human being, Ric Flair. I hated him. He was so mean to everybody. He was such a show-off. And it wasn't until I was a full-grown adult, well into my 40s, that I was on YouTube and I pulled up a video of Ric Flair's greatest rants. And I didn't know how much entertainment that guy had given me as a kid.
Yeah.
And I just fell in love with him.
Yeah.
I did, because I literally, I was scared of the guy when I was a kid.
That's how I felt about Sergeant Slaughter. I was legit. Wow. I was because I saw him whipping some guy, and I was like, dude, he's beating. He's beating that guy with a whip. That's right. What if he comes to my house?
It's so great though that becomes that's the stuff you carry with you through your life.
He stole Harley Race's cowboy hat and crumpled it up, and I'm like, you don't do that, And I was just, but I didn't realize it until later that it was actually a. Really, those memories are so fun to think about.
Oh, yeah,
and it was something special, man. And you're creating those memories for some people.
Yeah, it's surreal. That's it's really cool.
All right.
Don't take it for granted.
So Ric Flair is undoubtedly a legend, and everything that the credit is credit due, right? But I was texting with a friend yesterday, and I am so exhausted by the Ric Flair woo at Phillies games and Flyers games. It personally drives me nuts. Do you have you heard it, and do you have an opinion on that? Have you ever heard fans? They do the woo.
So of course, yeah, I will be in a crowd randomly outside, and people will say woo.
Right.
And it's just knowing where it comes from. It's really cool. I take pride in being a part of that community. The yes chants. Have you heard those?
Yeah.
Yeah. Daniel Bryan.
Yeah.
Exactly. Someone who I was very close. I'm very close with. So that kind of stuff is awesome.
But it turned to no for a while too, or something, right? That confused me. Or he was saying no, or.
Well, you're a good guy. Yeah.
Yeah. He's how it works, man. He's been by here a bunch of times. I like him a lot.
He's great.
I never get tired of the woos. I'm okay with them all the time. My neighbor across the street from me, whenever he comes outside, if we're outside, he goes, woo!
No way.
Seriously?
And he's older, too.
Well, what reaction do you give him when you go
I give him a woo back.
So he's going to do it every time.
And then I do it to him. So now when I see him, I go, woo! And
That's
he
your
goes,
thing.
woo.
He thinks you're best friends.
It's like Screaming Slayer, right?
That's right. Here is a storyline I'd love to see for you guys.
Okay.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, it's Drew Gulak. I just want to reset from WWE.
Thanks.
Here. Yep.
And I think this opens up a new, perhaps a new audience. What about the Paul brothers? Maybe we call those guys out because they love the boxing and the MMA and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And let's see him get in the ring with you.
Jake Paul and Logan Paul.
Yeah,
we had Logan Paul at WrestleMania this year.
He actually, and the reaction was pretty good. From what and you can, dismiss this as BS if it's not the case. But they talked to some of the wrestlers and they said, props.
Yeah, I'd like to see a tag team match.
I mean, I think there's potential in your storyline idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I will say that celebrities coming in, it's always it's a good way to cross over and bring new audiences. We had Bad Bunny this year.
Oh my God,
he's one of the biggest artists.
Well, what about Dua Lipa? I think maybe if you bring her in.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you can, you want to make it happen. We can.
Oh, he's got a lot of ideas.
Some phone number.
Like a plot line that mimics Steel Magnolias would be really good.
Right. Exactly.
That was not my idea.
No.
Terrible.
Now, I also read your younger brother had wrestled as well.
Yeah. So we did it together. We trained together, and
He didn't make the cut though, or did he not want to try for the big show?
He was, I guess he didn't really get to the WWE level, but in the independent career, a very successful independent wrestling career.
What do you think, like the big leagues in any major sports? So to become the amount of people that play football and the amount of people that make it to the NFL is minuscule. It's microscopic. What about wrestling? Because there are so many independent wrestling groups out there.
So I would say, from training, from people who start training, I'd say it's about 1 in 10 who continue on just to wrestle in general. And then on the independents, now there's more jobs than ever in wrestling with, AEW starting up on TNT, WWE just expanding.
Yeah.
And then some other promotions, being able to actually, offer decent wages for people now. So it's better now than it's ever been, but I'd still say it's about 1 in maybe 100 to try to go on to really maybe even 1,000 depending on how many people there are. Yeah, it's a pretty small amount.
Do you remember your shut up.
No, I was in control.
Yeah.
It's electrifying.
Yeah.
All night long, because I just didn't, I basically didn't sleep Monday going into Tuesday. And every time I woke up at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and then at 3 o'clock, I was about to call out, and then Nick had sent a text message calling out. I'm like, I can't call out now.
Right.
Yes.
Sorry.
And then if Marissa called out, then we couldn't do the show.
No.
Because I don't know how to run all this equipment.
The three of us would have just sat here and stared at each other.
Yeah, it would have been dead air for 5 hours or whatever. All right. We've stalled long enough. We need to do today's lesson question. What lesson question? And give away a prize. Wait, no, that's the wrong one. There you go. All right. We have a $50 Games gift card that we're going to give away. Answer this question. What new award or prize will involve Mark Summers from the Preston and Steve Show? 215-263-WMMR. What new award are we going to actually give Mark Summers? 215-263-WMMR. If you know, we ask you to call now, and we'll do the trash while you're doing that.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Zane Western Apparel. Shop Zane Western Apparel and work gear in Piles Grove, New Jersey this holiday season. And Zane's has work gear and boots from the brands you love online at zanewestern.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Emma Stone was recently asked in an interview if her friend Taylor Swift's song When Emma Falls in Love is about her. Stone coyly denied the suggestion, but did confirm that Swift's cryptic Jake Gyllenhaal song is titled Jake Has a Small Penis.
Oh, hey!
After a fan cancellation uproar, the TV series SWAT is coming back for a 7th season, and producers are promising to pull out all the stops. For example, SWAT will now stand for Sexy Wet-Ass Teens.
Whoa!
That doesn't sound right.
No.
And finally, Oprah Winfrey insisting that her amazing new slimmed-down figure was achieved, quote, the old-fashioned way. Oprah apparently used a fax machine to order Ozempic. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right. We'll go to the phones, see if we can get an answer to the question. What new award is going to be involving Mark Summers? 215-263-WMMR. Let's stick with the Grease theme because our first caller in is Sandy, so we will go to her. Hi, Sandy. Good morning.
Good morning, Mitch.
Sandy. Good morning to see you, Sandy. All right. What new award or prize will be involving Mark Summers, please?
Strap-on?
The strap-on, yes. The golden strap-on. And Casey just screamed his head off.
Oh, I know why.
Why?
Can I say it?
Do this. Nope.
All right.
Oh, okay. All right, we're going to set her up with a $50 Gabe's gift card.
I hope breakfast pieces.
Get huge discounts of up to 70% off mall store prices on brands like Hurley, Realtree, Stanley, Carhartt, Disney, Bear Paw, Mattel, Fisher-Price, and big athletic brands. Too big to say. If it's on their wish list, you can get it for less at Gabe's. Visit gabesstores.com for more information. Can I guess?
Go ahead.
That are cut to cookies?
No. You're not getting any treats.
No.
And as a matter of fact, you're You're going to be
He was
so disappointed at the explanation that you're actually going to get mad.
Okay, all right.
So the Eagles lost on Sunday because I didn't do this thing that I always do the Friday before a game.
What was it?
I tried to do it at the end of the show after everything ended, and it just didn't work. So every Eagles game day or the Friday before a game day, the winning music I use is Birds of a Feather.
From Fish?
From Fish.
Okay.
And I air Oregon and air guitar the song. And last week I didn't do that, and they lost.
You did it. Clearly, that was your fault.
Uh-huh.
I want those cookies.
I know. I want those.
They're coming.
The
Jenny's
cookies.
is coming, man.
All right, here you go.
Just not today.
All right.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I like big balls.
All right, we have a couple things passed along after teasing it online. Guns N' Roses officially released "The General" as their new single.
Isn't that an insurance company?
Right?
You gotta try the best.
You know, there's a really interesting story behind Shaq and the General, and I know the show's almost over, but like nobody would insure that guy, right?
Yeah.
And so they decided we're going to do this, and he was stuck without insurance, and so everybody, like Charles Barkley, started making fun of him for it. And he's like, when nobody would insure me, this company would, and so he stuck by them.
Why would no one insure him?
I don't know, Preston. It was a weird thing where like he couldn't get insurance for some like he was doing like side businesses and stuff. And the
Interesting,
General
okay.
stepped up and they said, "We'll take care of it. We'll do and he's like, this is a legit insurance company.
And now he's part owner, is he not?
He is. Yes, it's been really lucrative for him.
Wow.
You're part owner of the General, baby.
Anyway, that has nothing to do with the Guns N' Roses, but thought I'd share it.
The song had previously been released as a B-side to GNR's limited edition 7-inch vinyl single of their latest track, Perhaps.
I'm double fisting ricotta cookies, baby.
Both songs were composed during the Chinese democracy sessions.
Is it, and this is tangential to this, Preston. Yeah. Did we determine whether it's rigotte or ricotta?
Rigotte.
Okay.
I think it depends on what your nationality is. Like me as a, what do they call me? Because I'm not Italian at all. What do they call me?
Non-Italian.
Non-Italian.
Yeah.
You know that slang that they have for Gavone.
Gavone.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That I can't say rigotte.
Oh,
Kathy
so you shouldn't say it that way?
I feel like a poser if I do.
All right. Guns N' Roses.
Poser, baby.
Guns N' Roses surprised fans earlier this month when they sang it live for the first time at the Hollywood Bowl in Los Angeles.
And people still say poser, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
But you should have the right to say it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just not next week. Aerosmith.
The bar.
Thank you. Surpassed the extreme milestone of Spotify's billion streams. Yeah, they've got 1 billion Spotify streams.
It's like a billion.
About writing it, Steven Tyler said, I was 17 or 18. It was just this little thing I was playing, and I never dreamed that it would end up as a real song or anything. It doesn't even say what goddamn song.
Ooh, let's see.
Dream On?
Oh, Dream On. Yeah, that's it. Okay.
I was thinking Dream On. That's the earliest one that comes to mind.
It says it in the headline, but it's not written in the story. Okay, so anyhow, but yes,
It's like a billion.
and I never dreamed that it would end up as a real song or anything. It's about dreaming until your dreams come true.
That's the exact lyric.
Dream until your dreams come true.
And I like it. That's what it is.
Yeah. He said that was about 4 years before Aerosmith was even formed.
Wow.
He wrote the classic rock ballad sitting at a Steinway upright piano in the living room of Traurico Lodge in Sunapee, New Hampshire.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, the 1973 hit has since been inducted into the Grammy Hall of Fame and passed the billion Spotify stream mark. So.
Every time when I look in the mirror, my right eye and the floor are getting nearer.
All right, so congratulations to those guys.
It's very cool. I mean, it's a staggering amount.
It's crazy because that does not sound like Steven Tyler at all.
That, their earlier stuff is, I mean, you would hear it constantly, and obviously, I mean, they're relevant to MMR as well, obviously, but the classic rock world.
Yeah.
You know who sounded different as they evolved, lead singer wise? Scott Weiland.
Yeah.
Like he completely. If you listen to,
well, this is his first album right here. Oh, hang on a second. I had the button wrong. Here we go.
Sounded like Eddie Vedder to start.
Did he? Yeah.
When Plush came out, I thought it was Pearl Jam.
I completely agree. That's and in fact, I saw the video. I'm like, wow, they've adopted a new look.
They had that. The way they sing
But then you hear Big Bang Baby, and it sounds completely different. So, yeah,
Now
some
he's
people
dead.
do evolve, and now he died. How about that? All right, one last story. Judas Priest. Trying so hard to get through this.
Come on now.
Judas Priest revealed the full track list of their upcoming album, Invincible Shield. 14 songs in all. 3 of them are deluxe edition bonus tracks. Comes out on March 8th. So Rob Halford first announced the new music back in October.
It's a cool concept.
The tracks are called Panic Attack, The Serpent and the King, Invincible Shield, Devil in Disguise, Gates of Hell, Crown of Horns, As God Is My Witness, Trial by Fire, Escape from Reality, Sons of Thunder, Giants in the Sky Deluxe Edition, or Giants in the Sky, and then the Deluxe Edition bonus tracks are Fight of Your Life, Vicious Cycle, and The Lodger.
Wow. It's a lot of tracks.
Yep, a whole bunch of them. So, latest from Judas Priest. And that is the last item in music news. We made it. We did it. All right, we're going to break. We're going to come back in a second, and we will wrap up the program. I believe is Sarah coming in? Who's coming in?
Pierre. Sarah?
Yeah. All right, we got one more. One more sub. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. In the big league?
Oh, in WWE. Yeah. I was a part of the Cruiserweight Classic when they came in. It's all timing. Like, if anyone's listening out there as an independent wrestler, it's all timing. Just keep working.
Yeah.
So for me, I had a tryout with them in 2015. I did not get hired from the tryout. They could only take one person from my group out of 72 people.
Wow.
There was maybe 5 or 6 wrestlers who were experienced there. We're all pro athletes. They could only hire one of us. So the rest of us were all told, maybe something in the future, guys. You did great, thanks. So I was just like, okay, just be patient. And then a year later, they started this thing called the Cruiserweight Classic, which they wanted to honor like the athleticism and the history of like smaller wrestlers, being more competitive. And they created this tournament, and they needed, as William Regal told me, they needed groundsmen. And I was a prominent groundsman.
Right.
So they brought me in for that. I did pretty well, made it to the second round, had a good showing. Then they took that show and they took our division and made it a featured attraction on Monday Night Raw.
Okay.
So before I was ever offered a WWE contract, I was wrestling on Monday Night Raw and their local their pay-per-views, their monthly pay-per-views. And so I would go from my independent wrestling show
to Raw
to the pay-per-view show.
Wow.
And then drive to Raw the overnight and do the Cruiserweight division. And then later on in the year, I was able to earn a full-time contract. They started up 205 Live, which is still going on today. And that was their first like experimental streaming show that they created based on the Cruiserweight division. So like I got in at a very cool like where technology meets wrestling, and everything grows. It's very historic. Very lucky.
Let me ask you. So we know Vince McMahon is the muckety muck, but I mean, there's now so many people to this world. Is there a second person who's like, who he can delegate to, who's the overseer of all this? Because it seems like it's just too damn much for Vince to be, checking everything all the time.
So that's the one thing that I don't think you could ever say to him is that something's too much for him.
Right.
Yeah, so he's very much like still at all the shows and running the shows and sitting backstage and doing that. And then NXT, which was originally developmental brand and has now become the third brand for WWE. They have a show on USA. That's run by Triple H.
Okay.
And he's kind of doing what Vince did there with that show.
All right, so how many nights of programming is there a week with WWE? And all of the
across
central,
everything. I would say 6 or 7 right now, per week.
And they're in all like.
Let's list them. So we got Raw, that's on USA Network. We got NXT, which is on USA Network. We got SmackDown, which is on Fox. Then secondary shows, we have NXT UK, which is in the UK, and that's now on Peacock. 205 Live, which is on Peacock, and then we have WWE's Main Event, which is like a pseudo recap show, and then some exclusive matches. I'm featured on there quite a bit.
Right.
That'll be on Hulu.
And then
I think that's
pay-per-views once a month.
And then pay-per-views once a month. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a ton of entertainment, man.
Yeah,
That's
it's
a ton of
huge.
stuff.
Plus, NXT has their own pay-per-views too, so those are happening I think 6 times a year.
And they're in different cities every like
They will be going forward. Yeah.
Oh man,
just talking about all this has made me hungry.
Yeah.
Well, we got to get to that, Preston.
We have to.
That's why this man is here.
Marissa is now going to bring in my edible charcuterie board that drew the attention of Drew Gulak, and we are now going to sample this. Here it is. I don't have any fanfare music or anything like that, but all right.
Case.
Oh, you know what?
Here we go.
Marissa, can I get a knife to cut the brie, please?
Yes, to cut the brie.
This
That's
knife
probably
is
something
for-
you hear a lot in wrestling.
Is for cutting this. So I'm going to let Drew sample this. And actually, you're supposed to just kind of like grab it and tear it. Now, keep in mind, I put this in the fridge overnight. It probably would be better if it were fresh.
Fresh off the grill.
Yeah, fresh off the grill, exactly. So,
Drew, that can be your catchphrase, your new catchphrase and phrase. Somebody get me a knife so I can cut the brie.
Cut the brie.
No, but I do like fresh off the grill.
I like fresh off the grill.
Fresh off the grill.
Fresh off the grill, brother.
We start a
I
restaurant
added a little
together.
Hulk in there, but
This bread has all sorts of little cheeses in it.
And what did I call the honey divot?
Where's the honey divot? Charcuterie.
all right. So I'm gonna
He has to have the first taste.
a little corner. You can grab some cheese or meat, and this is honey that you can dip it in.
Is that the honey divot?
I think Casey said he wanted to feed me.
I did.
All right. Well, maybe that happens.
Not the first bite, though.
No, he has to. A man has to share alone time with his
I don't
bread
want to.
charcuterie.
All right, so what do you recommend?
Distracted. I would go with the piece of bread, a piece of brie, just to
brie.
start with, and dip it in the honey. So
You grilled this.
yeah, I grilled it.
That's
Yep.
amazing.
So grab a little piece of brie there. You can
I'll just
tear
do
off
that.
that some of that if you want
Get
to.
in there.
And then
You said some honey?
Yeah, dip it in a little bit of honey there.
Okay.
Okay, while he's doing this, it's bothering me. You know when someone reminds you of somebody you can't figure out who it is? It's another athlete.
Dornbach.
Okay, is that it?
He reminds you of Dornbach?
Yes, it's the way he speaks.
Okay, he's got a bite. Is it a little crunchy? Or yeah, because you got a corner piece. So.
You picked the crunchiest part.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Oh, that's good.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Hey!
So we have breakfast of champions right now.
Now Casey's going to. I think he's going to feed Drew a piece of it. Yeah, because they went on social media about this.
Okay.
Casey had said he would like to feed him a piece.
Maybe a little less crunchy.
Something that won't blow his teeth out of his skull.
The corner's very crunchy. I apologize.
No, it's good, man.
It went a little long.
You know, Casey gave an enema to Ric Flair once, so this is.
That's where the woo came from.
That's where the woo came from.
You created the woo!
All right. So you want some meat?
Yeah, give me some savory.
I never knew that.
Yeah,
That the
from
woo came
enema
from that.
for Casey.
All right, yeah, a little prosciutto.
Yeah.
I would recommend this cheese right there.
right
That's
there?
called Prima Donna. It is a Gouda. It is fantastic.
Okay,
Very good.
Madonna.
And you can either go with the honey or not. It's up to you. So
Good.
All right, Case, make this matter.
That's a big piece.
He's
He's a big man.
He's a big boy.
Yeah.
All right,
There you
here we go.
buddy.
All right, he is
No,
now-
Case, do the plane.
Yeah.
Do the plane.
Yeah, can I get an airplane?
Coming.
Who's a big boy?
From the top row. From the top turnbuckle.
From the top turnbuckle all the way into Drew's
That's a
mouth.
first.
So, yeah.
So this thing is so it good. I got to try something.
You guys can have at it. I made it for here. The staff can help themselves.
Drew, how's your barbecuing, cooking?
Give him a minute.
Is this something you think you could tackle?
We need some water.
Yeah.
buddy.
No, that's good. So Yeah, grilling. I know nothing about it.
Okay.
But so I just bought my first house. And, thank you guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, where's home for you, by the way, now?
So right now I'm in Orlando, but I
Okay.
come up to Philly as much as I can.
On the auto train.
Yeah, I just take the auto train up there on the gyrocopter.
Right. The Vince McMahon gyrocopter.
the Gulag copter.
Yeah.
So yeah, Orlando.
Yeah, so you just got a house. That's cool.
Yeah, we just got a house down there.
And are you married?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, my wife Liz. Yeah.
Any kids or
no kids?
All right.
Did you ever see an alligator in the wild?
Casey is obsessed with actually seeing an alligator, not at Gatorland.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, dude,
out and about.
So the only thing we wanted to do since moving down there is like, where are the alligators? See 'em? The only time I've seen one, we visited Kennedy Space Center on the side of the road.
Oh.
You spend enough time, you will see your share of gators, and they also have the snakes and the.
I saw one at the airport. I mean,
Yeah.
they actually have these ponds out
Yes,
there,
yes.
and I've seen them out sunning themselves.
My
Casey
wife
says
didn't
that
believe
doesn't
me.
count.
She
It doesn't count. It doesn't count. I want to see a giant one on the side of a. So we went to Rocco's Tacos one time, and there's like a giant lake behind there. And I went out, and it was at night. And my friend was saying, if you usually you can see their eyes like glistening in the night and stuff. I couldn't even see that. It was cold though. It was a little cold.
Yeah, it was a little chilly.
All right. So we have to get the rating 1 to 10 on the charcuterie baked board. What are you giving it?
It's a 15.
A 15!
Yeah, that's a 15.
All right, excellent.
Somebody get me a knife so I can cut the breed.
Well, listen, Drew, this is awesome to meet you in person.
Yeah, this is great. Thank you for having me.
And you're
man.
back in town from time to time, so we'll find a reason to hook. Sure.
Please. This was great.
And especially if.
do you all still say "Hey bitches"?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
All right, cool.
Hey, if you want to, go ahead, say it.
Hey bitches.
Hey, what?
And maybe if maybe Monday Night Raw, you'll be back at home performing.
Philadelphia hasn't been announced yet for a tour, but I'm sure it'll be announced sometime in the near future.
That's awesome.
Usually once a year.
Yeah,
we
once or
get
twice,
it. So
yeah.
excellent, awesome. Well, listen, thanks so much for coming by, man. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you guys so much. Awesome.
Let's hear it for Drew Goulet, guys. WWE wrestler, fan of the Preston and Steve Show, and a Philly hometown guy. I love it. Impossible Foods is now bringing more to the table. This time it's plant-based chicken nuggets.
I've had
Smashing Pumpkins on 93.3 WMMR. 1979. It is 10:49 a.m., and we have entered into the final phase of the Preston and Steve Show for this particular week. And it's been a good one. We've had a good time on the program.
Yeah, oh yeah.
This week. I want to thank Mr. Mark Summers for being on the show today. Nice to talk to Mark. He has got his show, The Life and Slimes of Mark Summers, playing off-Broadway in New York City, 16 weeks. It's a limited run, but that's a pretty badass run, man. He can't believe it.
How about his offer to fly us up there in a private jet?
How about that?
I mean,
That's
that's
just so
astonishing.
special.
So generous.
So he's going to be at the New World Stages Theater in New York City. February 14th is when it starts. Tickets are on sale now.
It's a great show.
Lifeandslimes.com, and he'll be by, right before then, and we'll spend some more time with him. And I want to thank Data Ward from Acme for being on this morning.
Wow.
To update the numbers for Camp Out for Hunger and the cash taken in via Acme, not only at the store on site that we have at Camp Out for Hunger, but also at the register where you can donate. And so by the time we got to the end of the camp out, it was over $500,000. And now through Thanksgiving, $710,000 raised alone through that.
Putting the money take well above $1 million.
Yeah, overall, well over $1 million for Phil Abundance this year. So we're
astonishing.
very, very proud of you all. So thank you for helping us out with that, and very stoked that Acme is yet again, so closely involved in the events. Wonderful. Sarah Parker is here. Hi.
Hey, everybody. It's good to have you on the Bop Bop Two Bop Two Bop Bop Badoo Got Bop It Up.
She still got it.
Imagine Jackie Bam Bam doing that.
Oh, my God.
Jackie brings a certain air of mystery to our conversation.
Yes, most definitely.
That's one way of putting it.
Yeah, so how you doing?
I'm doing well.
Excellent.
It is Friday.
Oh, my God.
Thank God. Poor Preston.
Don't get too close to me.
I know. I see you with the tissue, but then Casey's over there sounding a little nasally, and here we are in this bubble.
I know.
Together.
I know. But listen, getting sick on the weekend, or at least you can relax a little bit.
Yeah.
It's a big.
I know.
See, I disagree. That's my time.
I know it ruins the weekend a bit, but man, going to work sucks.
Yeah.
It does
So,
suck, yeah.
Anyway.
And we're troopers and heroes.
So we're going to find out what you've got coming up.
Soldiers, really.
But let's do the letter of the day first.
Let's do it.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
K as in kick.
All right, and we'll take caller number 7 at 215-263-WMMR, and we'll see if you know the word of the week, so give us a call right now. So you're filling in today. Is Pierre taking off Monday as well?
Pierre will be back on Monday.
He'll be back on Monday.
That's a different one. You should take the
sometimes
Monday
he
off.
does that extra day.
Yeah.
So you're doing this today.
Yes, and I believe studio decorations will be happening next week as well to get us
All
into
right.
the spirits
Bill
a little
loves,
more.
Bill loves that time.
He really does. And it's the last time
This
that he'll
is-
be able to savor it with us together.
Yeah.
This is Bill's final time. He's retiring at the end of the month, which is sad, of course.
Wow.
But we'll have to get him in here in the very near future. But what are you going to do on today's program?
Today, in the workforce blocks, we will do Metallica, we'll do Hailstorm, and also honor the life of John Lennon, who was murdered on this day in 1980. So we will do a block for him. Got some giveaways, the Def Leppard and Journey show. That's coming to the ballpark in July 23rd. That goes on sale next week, but I'll have a pair of tickets to give away for that. And also a pair of tickets for this really interesting show that Mark Tremonti's doing. Mark Tremonti sings Frank Sinatra. That's at the Borgata in Atlantic City in January. And I will have one more pair of tickets to give away. Jackie's been giving away all this week, and I've got another pair today.
It's actually good stuff.
I noticed you're wearing your Def Leppard shirt today.
Sure am.
Reppin'.
Yeah.
You're going to go to that show?
I think so, yeah. I watched them get inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2019.
Wow.
And they were kind of like, I don't want to call them the odd man out, but it was kind of the surprise induction of that year. But the fans turned out to that ceremony. So
Nice.
it was a lot of love for Def Leppard in the building. And I gained an appreciation for them.
They're great
that
in
night.
concert.
Yeah.
They're great. I've seen
And
them
I
a few
think paired
times.
with Journey,
Yeah.
that's a really, really good pairing.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go look for caller number 7. I believe it's Jim. Hey there, Jim. How you doing, buddy?
How's it going, Presbo? DBH.
DBH, brother.
Jimmy.
Soon as I get home. All right, Jim. What's our word?
Jimmy.
What's our word of the week?
Freak.
Great day in the
Jimmy.
Oh,
Jimmy. Jimmy.
All right. Jim, we're going to send you over 2 Flyers Santa sacks. One for you and one for you to give as a gift. So that's going to be a pair of lower level Flyers tickets, a Flyers player autograph puck, and exclusive Gritty Tree Topper. And we're going to give you some Wings lacrosse tickets. All right, my man?
Love Santa sack.
All right. Nice, Jimmy. Hang on the line. We'll get your information.
Jimmy.
And we'll
It's gone.
We'll set you up, bud.
Sorry about that.
All right, we are going to thank our sponsors. Preston Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan, and the Preston Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Trinity Rehab, with locations all over and now open in King of Prussia, trinity-rehab.com. Next week on the program, we'll have comedian Eric Schwartz.
He's not a bad man.
No, comedian Eric Schwartz will be joining us.
Nice. He's not a bad guy.
And Weird Al Yankovic.
Yes.
Will be joining us on top of that. And also, we're going to start really doing some more Christmas Miracle giveaways next week. We'll really start piling that on.
We're very excited.
Get you set for that. All right, that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great weekend. Keep it in Nooch. And we'll see you on Monday. Bye-bye. Oh, wait. I hit the wrong damn button. Hang on. Oh,
Now
Case.
You want me to redo this for you?
Or do you want me to just hit the thingy thing?
No. Hang on.
Right.
Got to do this right. Got to
do it.
That's my fault. All right, here. All right, and then we do. What do we do next? Do I hit the sweeper next?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, make sure, just say the Rage On and keep it in news.
Ray John, keep it in. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye, everybody.
Thank you.